Zolak and Bertrand is presented by BetMGM, the king of sportsbooks. Get the app today.
And he skids down across the 45 on the final play in the final game of this 2023 season. And now we wait and wonder, is this the final game, not only for Matthew Slater, but his head coach, who 24 years ago left the Jets to come to the Patriots and led New England to 17 division titles, to 9 conference titles, to 6 Super Bowl titles. Hired by Robert Kraft, officially the head coach on the 27th of January 2000, and a roundly questioned and criticized decision, taking over a franchise that had gone to 2 Super Bowls and lost. 6 banners hang above the south end zone to our right.
End of the game yesterday here on 98.5 The Sports Hub. The voice of Bob Stossel. Welcome into Zolak and Bertrand on this Monday morning. Black Monday in the NFL. Bad day for some people losing their jobs today. We're presented by BetMGM, the king of sportsbooks. Hi, Zoe.
Hi.
Season is over.
Good morning.
You happy the season's over?
Oh, yes.
You've got to be thrilled that this thing is over.
A lot of relief. A lot of relief.
Oh, my.
For many reasons.
Let's all be thankful that next weekend we can watch other games that will be more meaningful and entertaining than anything the Patriots were going to do yesterday.
I'll watch some except the Peacock one. Yeah. I still don't have Peacock. I checked last night.
You do.
I don't.
You do.
I don't.
You do.
How do I know?
Oh,
you're going to give me the, okay.
No, I'm not going to give you anything.
You probably just have it.
You have it. You probably just haven't set up a login for it. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, you're paying for that.
And I think you're going to want to watch that Peacock game.
Yeah,
I want to watch the Chiefs. I'm not paying to watch the Chiefs.
You're not going to have to pay. You're a big-time paying subscriber.
Wow.
An elite tier of Xfinity. You're getting that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you just don't know what you're doing with
Never
it.
tried to go to Peacock.
Yeah, we'll sort that out.
We'll get on the cock next week. All right.
There it is. Get right on it, babe. It came to an end yesterday, and surprisingly, the Jets pulled off a win here in Foxborough. The weather certainly had something to do with it. That's for sure. What an ugly afternoon of football being played there. Thank you, Jets. Thank you for coming in here and doing your job. I thought you would have no-showed coming off the plane. Not the case. Not the case at all. So I'm thrilled about that. Let's start with the positive today. The Patriots are picking third in the NFL draft at the end of April. That is doing your job. right there. That is showing up, understanding the assignment as the Patriots did yesterday.
Understood the assignment.
Wow. How about that? Let's lead with that today.
Ramp up with our draft coverage this year.
They are the number 3 pick. Now, they will not be the number 3 pick in every round. I learned something new about the NFL draft last night, and that is the tiebreakers only apply to the first round. So what will happen in subsequent rounds is they will be in a rotation with Washington and Arizona. So they will pick no lower than 4th in each round. Mm-hmm. But that also means they will rotate up to 2nd in some of those rounds, right?
Yep.
So they go sort of on a merry-go-round after the first round.
That's fun.
Yeah, it's kind of good. So I think that the draft order will have them picking 2nd, like in the
second round. They have the 2nd pick in the second round.
Second pick, second round, then you reset it.
I love it. I love it. Oh, how wonderful.
Makes it easier to get back
that
to
even
the
helps
first
them.
round.
Yep.
It's even better. So the merry-go-round will begin after the first round. They'll have the 2nd pick in the second round, not the 3rd. They'll have the 3rd pick in the first round. So that's great news. We should all be happy about that. They will have their pick of the top 3 quarterbacks in the draft. If they want to take Jaden Daniels at number 3, they can do it. If they somehow have Drake May slip a spot, or they somehow have Marvin Harrison Jr. go with one of those first 2 picks, which I really doubt happens.
Right.
I think Marvin Harrison Jr. is going to be on the board at 3.
And you're taking him.
That's not my desire, but it's a possibility. That's what is now in play with that 3rd pick. But they have their pick of the top 3 quarterbacks in the draft if they so choose. They have real options. They landed a top 3 pick. They finished the year 4-13. If only they had not faced Mitch Trubisky in Pittsburgh, we'd be talking about the 2nd pick in the draft. If only they had seen Mason Rudolph a week sooner, they would have been picking 2nd in this draft. That's the reality of the situation.
That moral loss.
Oh, moral loss like you read about. All right, so that's good news. Good news today. They're picking 3rd. Be excited about that. We're going to have a lot of fun with that one leading up to the draft, and it's a good pick, and they'll have good picks in every round this year. Who runs the draft board in 2024? Who's in charge of this team in 2024? We turn our attention to Bill Belichick. If you watched the game yesterday, you watched the Fox broadcast crew just inundate you with the Goodbye Bill broadcast. I mean, that's what that was yesterday on TV.
It was not subtle.
It was not subtle at all. And they really leaned into Jay Glazer's report that Belichick is done, that he will not be the coach of this team in 2024, that the only question left was, will he be traded or will he be outright fired this week? Bill spoke this morning, spoke of the meeting or meetings that will be taking place today, maybe tomorrow. I don't know. I don't know what left there is to be talking about if you're firing the guy. If you're set on moving on, I'm not sure how long the conversation has to be. But he did say this, which is catching a lot of attention today as it relates to running personnel for the Patriots.
Wondering if you've given any serious thought to relinquishing the personnel, maybe some of the draft responsibilities, and coaching the team, which you were saying yesterday is something you still really want to do.
Yeah, I'm for whatever, collectively we decide as an organization is the best thing to help our football team. And, I have multiple roles in that, and I rely on a lot of people to help me in those responsibilities. If somebody's got to have the final say, I have it. I rely on a lot of other people to help, and, however whatever that process is, I'm only part of it.
Wow. Wowzers. I almost drove off the road when I heard that. And I heard him last night in the press conference say, I really enjoy coaching. I like coming in. I like coaching the team. I like game planning. I like getting into the X's and O's. Didn't once hear him say I like the GM part of it. He really emphasized the coaching yesterday and then sort of doubled down on it today. Like, I'm fine.
And you think it's all genuine? That after 24 years on the job.
I think it's a game. I think it is a game that has just begun playing, that may have caught some people off guard down there at One Patriot Place, and now it's time for counter move. He's also asked, do you meet with ownership? Yeah, I meet during the course of the year. That was also Ted. Everybody's like, well, they haven't met or spoken. No, we do. We meet.
The jousting has begun. That's what I took away from this. The jousting is beginning.
I'm under contract, by the way, too. Yeah, so.
Yeah, I'm under contract, and I'm ready to give up all my GM duties. Yeah, right.
Yeah, we're starting to divvy up the miles.
Yeah. That is
talked
exactly
about this
right.
Friday.
We are divvying up the airline miles. And you know what? What did we say? We said most endings are messy, right? Any divorce? How often do you see a nice, clean breakup? Not that often, and this is what you've now started to see, the messy divorce. I don't buy it. I think it's a PR play. I think it's that he's not going to go down looking like a guy who walked out on the team. He's not going to do it. He's not going to play their game. He's not going to be willing to make them look good. He knows he's on his way out, and he's not partaking in it. He's not going to be an active participant in his firing.
It's like Leonardo DiCaprio in what's the name of that movie? Wall Street? Not Wall Street.
Wolf of Wall Street?
Wolf of Wall Street. I'm not leaving.
Sweetie, I'm taking miles.
Yep.
I'm not leaving.
They're trying to divvy up the airline miles. That's what it is.
That whole mutual parting of the ways thing that we've kind of floated out, that's not happening.
That's out the window.
Yeah.
Bye-bye.
That's out the window. That's what's going on now.
At least we're getting some answers as to, and I love all the reporting on it. Hey, there are 3 things that can happen here. Update. Like the Jordan Schultz had it last week, and then somebody else got it. Yeah. It's either getting traded, it's getting released, or you're finding a way to make it work. Duh. Is there a 4th? Is there a 5th? No. But at least we know we're not agreeing to this nice quiet exit here.
No, he's
Game
not.
on.
No, he's not.
Game on.
And with this, he's trying to create more leverage is what he's trying to do in this situation and more control. And that's what's going on. 24 years on the job, and on the final day of that 24th season, he decides, you know what?
Okay.
I'm not into being a GM anymore. Yeah, no, I'm into giving it all up. Really? Today?
How many job opportunities are out there already?
Today's the day. You decided after 24 years. Today's the day. You thought, well, if it's in the best interest of the team, you go ahead.
The team benefits from it, Beetle.
And you know what else he also did in that answer, which I thought was kind of weaselly, was him trying to pretend that he is not the final say. Right?
Yeah.
I mean, that is a weasel move. And you know what it also speaks to? That collectively word, right? When he uses that word.
When Mac got picked.
Bingo. He's going right back to the Mac pick.
Yep.
That's exactly what he's doing there. No, I didn't pick that. I didn't pick the.
How many?
I didn't pick the quarterback, right? I mean, that was collective, guys. Don't you remember?
How many job opportunities are open today? 8 to 10?
You got the Falcons.
5.
Commanders.
So 5 open.
So there's 5 right now, with more to come probably. So if they get their ducks in line and they're ready to get going, aren't they picking up the phone and calling Gerard Mayo? Because through the process, you have to go through the Rooney Rule, where you have to hire minority candidates, and he is one of the top, if not the top. So they've got to deal with that if somebody calls. What if somebody calls tonight and say, hey, we want to talk to Mayo?
Well, there could be a 6th opening coming, as Jordan Schultz reports. Sources tell Bleacher Report that as the Titans weigh head coach Mike Vrabel's future this week, he's interested in the idea of returning to the Patriots should New England part ways with Bill Belichick. That just dropped.
Wow.
More on that coming up. More on Bill and his future as he goes into the meeting with Robert today. What happens in that meeting? What is the right move now? What should Robert do now after today's statement from Bill? What should he do? The response. We'll get into that and your calls after the Patriots wrapped up the season yesterday with 4 wins on the year. 617-779-0985. Don't go anywhere. We're off and running here on Zolak and Bertrand.
Zolak and Bertrand. Middays. 98.5 The Sports Hub.
Our individual voices are powerful, but not everything has a voice. Let us be a voice to the voiceless. It's time to speak up for nature.
N. That's right. There are 2 N's.
Volume catching you by surprise.
N. That's right. There are 2 N's.
With Next Gen TV and Dolby, there are no more sound surprises.
Oh, it's about to be a party in here. BetMGM's got all the sports betting in one place. And it's live, baby. We're placing money lines in real time. We got second half spreads and third set winners as they happen. Overs hitting in extra innings. Live is where the action is at. And with BetMGM, I got the best seat in the house.
The name to know when the trains don't flow. John Sewer, we get the job done.
Leave your drain pain to the experts. John Sewer is on call 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. We do the dirty job so you don't have to. Visit our website today at johnsewer.com.
John Sewer, we get the job done.
Each day, researchers make new discoveries that bring us closer to the moment when all cancer patients can become survivors. Some days they take small steps. Others, huge discoveries lead to giant leaps forward. This progress, both small steps and giant leaps, happens with the help of clinical trials. Clinical trials are a fundamental path to progress and the brightest torch researchers have to light their way towards better treatments. And if you've been diagnosed with cancer, they may be your brightest ray of hope. Clinical trials introduce new hope in addition to the current standard of care by allowing researchers to provide participants access to cutting-edge and potentially life-saving treatments. So if you're interested in exploring new treatment options while helping to light the path for other patients, clinical trials may be the best choice for you. Speak with your doctor and visit standuptocancer.org/clinical trials to learn more about clinical trials. Together, we can stand up for all of us.
Every Tuesday, Tom Curran talks about the Pats and other stories from around the league.
They're just thin in too many spots, and it didn't have to be that way. I don't like it.
Quick Slants, tomorrow at 6 on NBC Sports Boston, presented by your local New England Honda dealers.
They're the new home for the most unfiltered coverage of your favorite team. The NBC Sports Boston app. Get the latest news from the insiders you know and trust.
Can he be the impactful player that we saw?
This is the app for Boston's authentic fans.
We all want our kids to grow up safe and healthy, so we show them how, and we tell them with honest conversations that let them know what we expect. That's especially important when it comes to alcohol and other drugs. Kids need to know the dangers and how to avoid them. And when it comes to pain medications, opioids, they need to know that they should never be taken without a prescription and never shared with friends or family. It's dangerous and illegal. So talk with your kids, because when you talk, they hear you.
Free health care. Hundreds to more than $1,000 per month in disability compensation and tens of thousands for college tuition. These are just some of the U.S. Department of Veterans Affairs benefits that may be available to veterans. VA is focused on customer service like never before. Choose VA and see why veterans' trust in VA reached an all-time high. Claim the benefits you've earned at choose.va.gov.
Their head coach. Handoff to Hall running left. He gets outside. He's got a burst on the left side. Only Bryant to beat. Hall on the run to the 10. Hall gets away to the end zone. A game sealer for New York. Touchdown Jets. And a streak ender as well for the Jets, who've lost 15 in a row to the Patriots.
Crying, he keep calling me crime. Dance how you killed this. I understood the assignment.
If I'm Bill, I go into the meeting today and say, guys, I got us the top 3 pick yesterday. I swallowed my pride and didn't beat the Jets. Did you see that? Did you check that game out? Did you see what I did for you? We have the number 3 pick now. I would have led with that coming in there today. Yeah. Look what I did. Look what I did yesterday.
You could say thank you.
Yeah. Some thanks I get. All right, so the meeting, which we assume is taking place right now. We assume there's a meeting going on at this moment. What's the right move today for ownership? What do you do? How do they respond?
Explain your press conference to me. First and foremost, it's 7:30. When did that all come from?
Explain the existence or that one quote that we've been talking about?
Yeah, not so much the contract one, but the one, if you were willing to relinquish, the GM decisions and final call, the final say on a roster. Because if that's in play, then we weren't thinking the same here. We thought you would never relinquish that or give that up. But then back to that contract says that you have final say. So what do we have to do then? Do we have to redo the contract? Are you going to take a pay cut? And see, this by him just stating those two things. We have a contract, and I'm open to change. Well, if you're open to change, well, then we got to adjust the contract.
By how much?
I don't know.
Is that even worth it? If you want him back, you want to sit around and worry about what you're paying the coach? There's no salary cap on coaches.
Throw him a number. Make sure, he doesn't call your bluff on it. Like really lowball it, right? I don't know. Depending on what they want to do. Because now you got a guy here starting to play, getting in a game of chess here that you got to be careful with. He's smart. Bill knows what he's doing. But you just feel the whole vibe of yesterday. Yesterday felt final. Just by the people that were there. Friends of, family of. It felt like it was a goodbye. But man, it felt like 7:30. We're off to week 19. Get the film done, have player meetings, and get ready for next year. That's what he's doing. Like, you're going to go down to his office. Is he already watching film of the playoff teams? Starting to chart them?
No.
Or are we doing road teams? Because those road teams are all set for next year. Start doing film on them. Got both LA teams coming in here for home games. We could start studying them.
So the response is to ask him about giving up control of the roster.
Why did you bring that up?
And then if he says yes, and I mean it, then what?
Who does the talking after that? Does Robert do all the talking or does Jonathan do it?
I don't know. Does it matter?
Yeah, I think it does.
Well, if they're not in lockstep, this organization is a mess. That's how I feel about it. You can't go into the meeting with the two of them and not have a plan as to what the hell you're doing in this meeting.
I don't know this, and I just said, like, watching the way these guys operate and knowing how they are personally, like, I could see Robert being interested in him wanting to relinquish some of the power and readjustment and somehow make this work out. And I see Jonathan saying, no, we're good. We're good.
And you think that's going to happen in the meeting where they're both doing and saying separate things? I don't think
I think
you
got to be on the same page. You got to be on the same page. Maybe that's what they're trying to study right now, making sure that. You got to rehearse it. We got to rehearse it going in there. You talk, I talk, you talk. Okay, now let's go in. Because that was a doozy this morning, a little bit. I didn't expect that.
Yeah, what I would say is it's too late for that, Bill. It's too late. It's too late for giving up control of the roster.
Okay, then pay me.
And you're only doing it because you're trying to save the gig and you don't want to leave. But you were in charge. We put you in charge. And now we think it's time for a change. That's what I would do. I don't know if they're going to do it as swiftly as we would like for those of us who want a new change and new direction here. They're probably going to hear him out.
See, the oddest thing is Bill wanted to come here, 24 years ago. He was traded here. I just don't see him at the end wanting to be traded after what he's accomplished. I think he views himself differently now than he did. He was a guy desperate for an opportunity 24 years ago because it felt in Cleveland, and he's trying to get back in and do it the right way. And he got a relationship with Robert, and it worked, and he hated the Jets and hated what Parcells did to him. And he said, just get me out of here. Trade me to New England. I don't think he's in a situation right now where he's acceptable to being traded. I think if you're ready to move on, I think he'll say, okay, then cut me. Release me.
Do you think there can be a change in the decision? Do you think the Crafts are open to changing their mind? Is that on the table?
Tim, I don't know anything anymore. I really don't. I'd like to think that those type of men, those powerful men, are pretty swift at their decision making. Once it's out there that they've made a decision and they're wavering one way, shouldn't take much to get them to, or should take a ton to get them to even consider swinging back the other way. And I would say no. I'd be shocked if they swing back the other way, but I don't know what they're thinking.
Yeah,
I don't even know if the meeting's taking place today. Like, Reese reported that the meeting is today.
Yes.
I've not heard that.
So what are they going to spend their Monday doing exactly the day after the season ends?
I don't know.
It's got to happen today. There's got to be a meeting today.
Has to.
Must have the meeting today. Can't wait on this.
Bill goes just full office space, just doesn't leave.
Takes his red stapler. Gold helmet. Army gave him from 62, 63.
You got to meet today.
The Jolly Roger one.
You have to. What are you spending the day doing?
I think Bill's got the Jolly Roger hat on right now, and he's watching film in his office.
No. I think he's sitting up in a boardroom with Robert and Jonathan Kraft right now. That's what I think he's doing. Like you said on Friday, that meeting will be taking place when we hit the airwaves on Monday. If it isn't.
I assumed it.
Yeah, you should continue to assume it. I'm assuming it too. What are you doing today if you're not doing that? You've had all year to think about this meeting. You've had 2+ months to get ready for it. You knew the meeting was happening. Get in there and meet. Do the thing. Start talking. Waste no more time. There is no time to waste.
It's almost lunchtime.
The rebuilding of the Patriots begins today. Today. Day one.
I mean, if you're in that meeting, it's already at 10:30. Call Panera Bread, right? Send a little stack of sandwiches, some soup.
Oh, no. Qdoba. You got to call Qdoba Catering.
Well, Panera Bread's
they're bringing in, they'll set it up for you.
150 million flavors.
Yeah. I mean, flavor combinations like you wouldn't believe so. Yeah. Qdoba.com/catering. That's where you go.
Drop here. I remember that.
Sure did. And Milliken can't say Qdoba, which is one of my favorite things.
No, you're not.
He can't pronounce it.
Qdoba.
You know that?
Wow.
Thank you.
You can't put him on the spot, though.
You know how bad the season
like
is?
when he needs to tell you what the read is. Hey, Beetle, you have Qdoba.
You know how bad the season is and how people feel, and sort of how I've talked of try to be nicer, and do things.
Yeah.
So as you know, I go to Panera right on this block here, and I get my coffee. I want a little bit of cinnamon in there, a little bit of nutmeg, and a little muffin, and lady just pushes it to me. I said, "Okay, how much? Here, I got to pay for it." No. Sorry for losing. You're a good man. Sorry for losing. You come back next year and you're a winner. You pay. I love you. Have a great day. And that started off a great day to me. Want to smell that free coffee?
No, I'm good.
Okay.
I'm all set.
You deserve that after yesterday's game.
I did.
You deserve that.
But I think it's karma coming back. They say karma comes back, right?
They gave you the muffin for free, too?
Oh, yeah.
Free muffin and coffee for Scott Zolak. You see what it's like to be Zoe?
She used to feel bad. Thank you. Sorry for losing.
He's not even in the SIP club?
No. I got to get in that thing.
Yeah, no.
He's in it.
Yeah, it's good.
I'm in it.
How much you got to pay to sign up for that?
About $1 million.
About right.
Yeah.
Like Peacock.
617-779-0985. Let's get some of your calls coming up next.
Sports Hub headlines.
All right, the Patriots closing out their season yesterday with a 17-3 loss to the New York Jets. Bailey Zappi throwing for just 88 yards in the loss. He also had 2 picks. The Patriots finishing 4-13 on the season. They have the 3rd pick in the draft. Elsewhere in the NFL, Black Monday underway. Ron Rivera has been fired by the Washington Commanders. Arthur Smith is out in Atlanta, and the Panthers have fired their GM. Bruins on the road tonight visiting the Avalanche. You can hear that game right here on 98.5 The Sports Hub. Duncan pregame begins at 8:30 with Judd Surratt and Bob Beers. The Celtics back in action tonight as well, visiting the Pacers. Sean Grandy, Cedric Max will have you for that one, beginning at 6:30 on the BetMGM Rock 92.9 Celtics Radio Network. Sports Hub headlines brought to you by Rodenheiser Home Services. Need a new heating system? Get it fast with Rodenheiser, offering free consultations with upfront pricing and emergency next-day installation at Rodenheiser.com. I'm Tim McConan, Boston's Home for Sports, 98.5 The Sports Hub. Your next update, 30 minutes.
Stay tuned for more Zolak and Bertrand on the Sports Hub.
Tip off.
Awaken 180 has given me kind of a new lease on life.
I would, and I have recommended Awaken 180, even to my doctor.
Awaken 180 weight loss has changed my life forever. First couple of weeks, I lost 20 to 30 pounds.
Today, I feel fantastic after my 10 weeks on Awaken 180.
I'm actually lighter now than I was in high school.
Being able to tell people I'm half the man I used to be.
You can recapture what you want to be and who you want to be if you just strive for it with Awaken 180.
Online at awaken180weightloss.com.
The most rewarding sports book is here. With Fanatic Sportsbook, you can earn fan cash back on every bet you make. 5% on same-game parlays, 3% on parlays, 1% on straight bets. You can spend fan cash on jerseys, hats, bonus bets, and more. Plus, sign up, bet daily, and get up to $200 in fan cash. Welcome to the most rewarding sports book.
Looking for a new set of Michelin winter tires? Get to Town Fair Tire and get them at the guaranteed lowest price. Michelin cross-climate tires offer a design that delivers an exceptional level of long-lasting performance throughout the tire's lifespan. And at Town Fair, you'll enjoy more free services for life on your Michelin tires than anywhere else. For the guaranteed lowest price and the most free services for life, nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody!
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Life. It's full of moments that make life special. Now, life can also bring us difficult and disruptive moments like a cancer diagnosis, which is why the groundbreaking work of Stand Up to Cancer is so vital. They bring together top minds from different fields to find new and better treatments so patients can thrive. Please join Stand Up to Cancer and Myrtle Beach to help families get back to where they belong, making new memories for years to come.
Welcome to Red Sox Winter Weekend. So great to have you all here in person. Give yourselves a hand tonight. We gather once again to welcome a new baseball season together.
Pan pizza is Domino's best-kept secret. It's handmade with fresh, never-frozen dough, has 2 layers of cheese, toppings to the edge, and a crust that's golden and crispy. Well, consider the secret out. Carry out any one-topping medium pan pizza for $7.99 at Domino's.
From meat-free Monday to sizzle pan Sunday. So many ways to save. Life ready, wallet happy. That's 365 by Whole Foods Market.
It was 50% off, or 60%, or 20% guaranteed with free installation, or maybe not. Honestly, I can't remember what the deal was, but I do know that National Florist Direct beat their price by 15%.
At National Florist Direct, we offer next-day installation of beautiful luxury carpet and flooring, and we'll beat anyone's price by 15% or it's free. Call 888-40-FLOOR.
It was just a great experience.
National Florist Direct will beat anyone's price by 15% or it's free. Call 888-40-FLOOR. We'll bring the store to your door.
What's it gonna be?
All right, 60 seconds to draw the perfect gift. What's it gonna be?
A bottle of Don Julio 1942 delivered.
Delivered with Drizzly. Gifting without the guessing. Drizzly.
What's it gonna be?
Welcome to Camp Jabberwocky, a summer camp community on Martha's Vineyard for people of all ages with disabilities. Camp Jabberwocky values friendship and self-expression. All counselors are volunteers and paired with campers for the best summers of their lives. We rely on the support of people like you to make this possible. To learn more and donate, please visit campjabberwocky.org.
You to coach the football team. Would you be okay with that?
Yeah, I just answered that question, dude.
It's too late to apologize. It's too late.
Belichick this morning indicating that he'll gladly just coach the football team.
Yeah, I just answered that question, dude.
He's got no interest in doing that front office stuff anymore. On what's rumored to be his final day on the job. All of a sudden he decides, no, you know what? I'm just coach now. I don't need to do all that other stuff. No, I'll just coach. That's good. He's not only speaking to there, and he's not only creating some leverage in his conversation when he goes in with Robert and puts him in a tough spot. It's also about if other teams are looking for a coach, just know I'll gladly just come and coach your team. I don't need to run the thing. I'll gladly go to, name a team, Washington, who just hired a new person to run the thing. I'll go coach the team. I don't need to be the whole thing. I don't need to be the whole operation and final decision maker. No, whoever needs a head coach, just know that I will come in and just coach. I don't need to run the roster.
Would you be okay with that?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd be good with that. Yeah, sure. Yeah. What do you got?
Nothing. I got nothing.
What you had something there.
That's something between me and Tyler. That's all.
Oh. Diana Rossini reported this morning Bill Belichick is still the head coach in New England, but the Atlanta Falcons are a team to watch if Belichick is available. They are interested per sources.
Bert was on this last week. That's a team with Arthur Blank. Yeah, do you want to go young? Do you want to go older? That's another guy that's getting up there, sort of desperate to win. There's a quarterback. Got to get one.
That follows a report yesterday that the Raiders and Commanders are among the teams that hope to meet with Bill if he becomes available.
None have quarterbacks. None of them. None of them have quarterbacks.
No, the team he currently coaches doesn't have one either.
Right. How'd that work out? How'd these last 2 years work out? Yeah, not good. Not good. You need quarterback post-Brady. Need somebody to help him get a quarterback post-Brady.
Yeah, you need all the other positions, too. It's not just quarterback on this team.
Tight end, tackle, maybe guard,
receiver,
maybe 2 tackles, maybe 3 receivers. Ooh, still need a backup tight end. Jesus, you want a third down back this year? I do. Little scat back, little change of pace. Boy, the to-do list is a lot. That's a lot on your plate.
Let's grab some of your calls. 617-779-0985. Jim in Virginia. Hi, Jim.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Morning.
Great to talk to you. I would not be surprised if both Bills get fired. That's Belichick and O'Brien. And if they don't fire at least one of them, it's going to make the Crafts look weak.
Okay. Not sure why you think both will definitely be fired, but I think if Bill Sweet talks his way back into the job today, then the Crafts do look weak. They do. The right thing for them to do today is move on. It is time for that move.
Mm-hmm.
And if they don't do it, then I think it's worthy of criticism because of all the things that they have said leading up to this point. That's what I think. I think the right thing to do is move on from Bill. You guys, you two guys here, McCone and Zoe, think the right move is to keep Bill.
With help, yes.
Yeah, I would keep him.
Yeah.
They're not going to. I'm with you. Like, the writing's on the wall here. He's gone. But, yeah, I would do everything I could to keep him.
I don't think they're going to do that.
But keep him. I bring back Josh, help him, assistant head coach, make him help out with the offense with Billy and fix the offense. Go fix it, and then you go work on that defense.
If you do move on from Bill, though, like keeping Bill O'Brien, you read that Herald article last week, and they talk about how kind of like the infighting within coaches and like the different factions and stuff like that. Aren't you setting yourself up for that if you hire a new head coach and it's not, let's say it's not Gerard Mayo, and hey, we're keeping Bill O'Brien, that's going to be your offensive coordinator, but you're the new head coach? Yeah. Aren't you kind of setting that up where there's infighting within the actual organization? It's just more of the same of what you had this past year?
Not if you actually let the guy go build out an offensive staff that's his. That's where those problems came from. It was all on that side of the ball. It wasn't like the defensive coaches were fighting with offensive coaches, right?
Right, yeah, but if your head coach isn't on board with Bill O'Brien and you're like, no, you got to keep him and that's your guy moving forward, isn't there already, aren't you creating rifts on the coaching staff?
If that's true, yeah, you would be.
Well, I think the timing.
I don't know if that's true, though. Yeah. I don't know if that's the case.
The expedited timing of it, too, would benefit you if you definitely know Mayo's the guy. Like if Gerard's your guy, then flip the switch. Like that's the thing, because The longer these days progress, the more these other teams are going to covet him and have him go through the process. You may risk losing him. Seriously.
Not only that, so what if they wait? What if they wait 3 weeks before they make this move to go to Gerard Mayo? How does that make him look to start his pro coaching career, his head coaching career? How does that look?
Oh, I think he
doesn't look like you were the guy they wanted to make a move for and targeted and wanted to put in power. It looks like you were a backup plan.
If I'm him and I see this dragging out, I'm taking every job opportunity that I can get. Go, you want me to run? Hey, Carolina, you wanted me last year. I turned it down. I'm ready to go. I learned a lot this year. And that dude will pay. Job security, money, guarantees. There's a lot of money out there for these guys that take over as head coaches. Then I get to bring my own staff? Hell yeah. Not forced to work with this guy, that guy, this one, that one, this one. You know?
They've got to move today. They've got to make a move here. They've got to get this meeting going. Mike Giardi writes on X, I can't stress enough how in the dark staffers feel in Foxborough right now. They're operating as they would under normal circumstances, but have a cloud of uncertainty hanging over their heads. A number of coaches are in the final year of their contracts. So between that and Belichick's situation, they don't know if they should be shipping off resumes and getting boxes to clean out offices or if it's time to hunker down for one last chance to fix this. There are a lot of other people that work there and are coaches and staffers that need to have some level of clarity on what the hell is going to go down here.
I said that last away game. You sit there and you watch them get on the plane, off the plane, and see where they're sitting. Like, holy crap, half of this is going to change. That's just, you find... It's a hell of a nut, man. That's one big paycheck, man, for all of those people. And then you're bringing in more people to pay. But they got it. There's no doubt about that. It's how you want to spend it. They got money.
Jason's on the Cape. What's up, Jason?
Hey, guys. How we doing today?
How you doing?
Good. Well, I talked last week about, Belichick saying, and this is kind of like a little sneak attack by him saying, you know what, I'll lay down on the GM responsibilities, but there's no way that this is going to work. This is a Band-Aid rip and a clean. They need to clean house and turn this dumpster fire.
Turn this mother out, inside out.
Well, it's a dumpster fire.
It's all about. Party on.
Isn't it a dumpster fire of personnel, staff, players? It's a dumpster fire.
Dumpster fire is a strong word. It just didn't work. You picked the wrong personnel. The personnel was a disaster. I think the personnel department's a dumpster fire. Yep. We know he can coach.
They're just not good.
Yeah. It's talent. I just finished my 11th season calling games. And I talked about this with Bob, when it's over, and I said, imagine we went into every single one of these games. And then about 3 quarters through it, the disparage in talent, the separation in talent is like nothing I've ever seen before. Even going back to our days.
Who's the best player on the roster that they drafted and developed?
Drafted and developed?
Barmore?
Barmore's a good one. Duggar. Jonathan Jones. It's good.
Are any of those players, and I would put Barmore pretty high on that list. Maybe
Wise, Teachers Wise.
Are any of those players the best players at their position in the sport? Top 5?
No. But what else are we also doing here? We're talking about defensive guys. We haven't been named one offensive guy.
Well, they don't have them.
That's the key.
Those guys, you're not even close. You don't even have anybody worth
That's
mentioning.
where your dumpster fire is.
I'm just saying, though, even their best defensive players, and they're good. They're good players. Christian Barmore, good player. Kyle Duggar, I love him. Good player. Do any of those guys register as in the conversation? Maybe not necessarily definitively in that top 5, but do any of them register as a top 5, top 10 player at their position in the sport?
No.
No, they don't.
Judon sort of does, but he was a free agent.
He went out and spent a boatload of money on him. And I would say has underperformed at the end of seasons multiple times.
See, I've got to even go back to like our 2-14 teams back in early 90s. We had talent on offense. We just poorly coached. We had bad coaching. And somehow you got to make them both work. Like there's an in-between, there's a middle where you get the right combination of players and you get damn good coaching. And I think that's what you've had here for over 20 years. And it's worked. It's kind of worked. And this is the one where, it's been a 3-year bad choice of talent. Even through free agency. Jonnu Smith was catching touchdowns yesterday. Is he a total bust? Like he went out elsewhere and became productive. Nelson Aguilar, I see him running around out there for Baltimore, the number 1 seed. Why does it work there? Fit. It's fit of the player.
We'll get to more of your calls next. X's and Zoes coming up at 11. Stay tuned.
Zoe and Beetle, 98.5, the Sports Hub.
Zolak and Bertrand is brought to you in part by Awaken 180 Weight Loss, the ability to change the term used to into I am. I am feeling great. I am pain-free in my joints. I am playing sports. Or I am keeping up with my grandchildren. Put more light in your life. Fast and sustainable weight loss at awaken180weightloss.com.
Hi there, Matt Noyes. All right, the cleanup goes on for a number of folks here. We're talking about temperatures today that help out a little bit for most of us, getting above the melting point of 32 degrees and doing it with some sunshine. So if you can get even just patches of the pavement or the walkway showing, those patches will at least expand a little bit today. And then that all stops tonight as we drop well below freezing. Tomorrow gets up near 40 degrees, but we do it with a lot of clouds moving in. And then we look at a combination of rain and snow that's going to come in for late tomorrow. In fact, here's the map at 5 p.m. Rain in green, snow in blue. Yep, a little bit brief period of it outside 95, 495, and then a little bit longer period in northern Worcester County, though by 7 p.m. you're done. Ski areas do great out of this thing. It's going to snow all the way into the overnight tomorrow night. You're going to end up with probably a foot of snow in some of the mountains in New Hampshire and Maine. The rest of us end up with a lot of water, and that's going to mean some flooding, street flooding in particular, during the overnight Tuesday night and early Wednesday morning. The wind will be strong enough that it may knock out power in spots, particularly the closer to the coast that you are, but it does improve over the course of the day on Wednesday.
Oh, what's up? You watching the game? Or maybe the one later? Put a little BetMGM action on it, and now any game becomes the game. When you got overs and unders, you're in it every time they throw the ball, kick the ball, dribble the ball. Maybe it's not even a ball.
Who needs a ball?
Now that bet's got you watching every inning, half, round, period, set, hole, a lap. Right from the edge of your seat.
When it comes to your health, you do you. You ping and pong that body. You plunge that body. You green that body. You brain power that body. You practice and practice that body. You make it rain that body. You flu shot that body. And now you Spikevax that body. Because even though the pandemic is over, COVID-19 isn't. Spikevax by Moderna is a vaccine to help protect you against COVID-19. You shouldn't get Spikevax if you've had an allergic reaction to Spikevax or its ingredients. Rare cases of inflammation of the heart muscle and outer lining have been reported. The most common side effects are injection site pain, redness and swelling, tiredness, headache, muscle pain, chills, joint pain, and fever. Make vaccination against COVID-19 a part of your health routine. Spikevax that body with Spikevax by Moderna.
At Honda, hybrid is more than fuel efficiency. It means sporty and fun to drive, style that enhances functionality, and technology that's paving the way for tomorrow. No wonder it made Car and Driver's 10 Best list for the 37th time. The Accord Hybrid. Hybrid. Defined by Honda.
This winter, make Smuggler's Notch Resort Vermont your home away from home. Smugs is home to 3 big mountains, 78 trails, terrain for all abilities, and 300 inches of average snowfall with top-to-bottom snowmaking. Smugs, your home away from home with daily access to heated pools, hot tubs, tubing, Nordic trails, and endless indoor play at the Fun Zone 2.0. Plus, enjoy a variety of dining and shopping options in the village with weekly activities for the entire family. Visit smugs.com and book your home away from home winter vacation today.
All right, Sheila, are you throwing a dress like a dad party, a birthday brunch, or a vow renewal for your dogs?
Yes!
Whoa! The right drinks delivered for any party. Drizzly.
Why trust your dinners to anyone else but the meat experts at McKinnon's? From prime rib to pork roast, along with poultry, prepared foods, and the freshest seafood, McKinnon's has you covered. McKinnon's is more than a super butcher shop, with all the groceries, baked goods, deli, and fresh produce that will make your gatherings a hit this year. And check out our vast selection of craft beer and fine wine. McKinnon's Supermarket, Danvers, Everett, Wilmington, Portsmouth, and Salem, New Hampshire. Find us online at shopmckinnons.com.
because we have to. We do the right thing because we want to. Arbella, here for New England, here for good.
The father is...
Background stealing the scene.
The father is you, John.
With next-gen TV and Dolby, dialogue is crystal clear.
The future of television has arrived. Next-gen TV is here with stunning video, movie theater quality sound, and enhanced internet content. Learn more at watchnextgentv.com.
Their head coach, Bill Belichick, as of this moment, is still the head coach of the Patriots and held his annual day after very early morning press conference this morning. Belichick struck a very specific tone. He noted that he remains under contract. He was asked whether or not he would give up personnel control, if that's something that owner Robert Kraft would want, to which Belichick responded that he is for whatever is best for the organization. And Belichick talked about continuing to do his job the way that he does every year. One way that you certainly could read those Belichick comments is after months of speculation about what Robert Kraft might want to do, what Bill Belichick might want to do, potentially going and coaching someplace else, which he dismissed as a hypothetical that he would not address. By making those comments, I'm under contract, I'm continuing to do my job, I'm for whatever is best for this football team. That now puts the decision back on Robert Kraft's plate. In other words, Will, if I'm not back as Bill Belichick as head coach, go ask Robert Kraft why it didn't work.
Six 617-779-0985. Bill Belichick had a press conference on Zoom at 7:30 this morning. We assume he's also meeting with players today as they depart, as they wrap things up and put things in their trash bag. Whenever that whole thing wraps up, he's got to get upstairs for a meeting. That's my take. Got to have this meeting today. You think it's dinner at Davio's at Patriot Place again?
No, I don't think so. I think you call down and said, hey, put a prime rib on to the stadium cooks. Now, they do a nice job there. A horseradish on the side, maybe baked potatoes.
Yeah, do dinner there.
Like baked potato, Tim?
Not a potato guy. Out on potatoes.
Shocker. You just want a jar of mayonnaise. What do you eat, like, with your meat?
We'll go like fries, something like that.
So you're like four.
But like mashed potatoes. Mashed potatoes and baked potatoes, they do nothing for me. Yeah.
So you're like Dennis Knudsen, pretty much.
Yeah.
Just bland. Just
no. Mashed potatoes are bland. A baked potato is bland.
Chicken fingers and French fries.
Not if you load it. I get loaded.
Well, deep fry it, and then we can
talk. You ever been to Morton's and have the loaded baked potato?
No.
You should try it with your girlfriend one day. Oh.
Yeah. 617-779-0985. Joe's in Woburn. Hi, Joe.
Hey, Joe.
Hey, guys. How you doing? I'm probably in the minority here, but I'm one of the ones that really doesn't want to see Bill tossed out of the building. I mean, I don't know what the big deal about Mayo is. I know he's a good guy and everything, but he doesn't even fully coach the defense. I think everyone just puts what we've been through with Belichick's face, and I get it, but I don't think everybody's thinking far down the road here. I mean, who are you going to plant in here that's going to be able to take care of players and know football like Belichick? I don't get it. I don't know what you guys think. I know what Beadle thinks, but I don't see anything really good coming out of that.
Well, the good news is there's nowhere to go but up, I think, at 4-13.
Yeah.
I think. I don't know. Maybe it could get worse. Maybe you win 3 games next year with a new head coach. Maybe.
I just worry about keeping too many people around. If you're going to make a move, like I've always been under the impression of make the move. Clear it. Get the pressure washer out. Clear the deck. Get the new ones in. New people.
I agree with that, but I just
see. I mean,
when weighing the realities of it, what's better in your mind? What's better, keeping everybody intact or removing the head coach and trying to put a new head coach and empower a new head coach.
I don't remove the head coach because I think the head coach can still coach. I would remove the coach if I don't think the head coach could coach. That's the difference here. Can you lose a room? I don't think he's lost the room. I think he can still coach. I think the player picking is an issue. Talent is an issue. So if you're going to keep people around them, why not entertain keeping them around and changing the front office? What's wrong with that? Or are too many guys on the team not going to want to play for him? Look to me like they want to play for him here at the end of the year. I mean, yesterday was ugly.
That was an
embarrassment on offense.
Yesterday, yeah. I thought they really looked like they were.
You got City So playing left tackle. Jesus Christmas against that front. I wouldn't want to go in there.
But you don't see any issues with what was reported last week when you say he can still coach. Why is it that he's letting things fall apart so badly on the offensive line when he did have an unfortunate thing happen to one of his coaches in season where that coach is no longer there? And then you have an assistant coach and like a player coach taking over and reverting to a completely different system. How does that not reflect poorly on the coaching aspect of Bill Belichick? He did not coach that unit. He did not make sure that the unit was being coached properly and that there was no top-down philosophy that ran through the offensive coordinator, even if the offensive coordinator couldn't get all the assistance that he wanted.
Why you miss a guy like
Why is it that the head coach could not then take control of the entire situation and say, this is what we're doing? Because he apparently didn't do that.
Yeah.
So what has he been doing this year in a 4-13 year? What was he doing?
That's some of the questions that should be answered today in this meeting and asked.
How do you let that happen?
Again, it's Calvin Anderson, Riley Reif, Trent Brown, unmotivated.
Yeah, but it's not even about the talent at that point. It's about they reverted back to what Scar used to do when Adrian Clem was coaching in an entirely different manner and style and system. And then he has to leave, and they go back to something else. At whose direction? Who made that call? Certainly wasn't the head coach. It seems like he was, not fulfilling the job duties at that point.
The offense
that's clearly a coaching thing, not a talent thing there.
The offense has to be fixed. But to Zoe's point, I think the best part of the operation you currently have right now is the head coach. So if you are going to move on from Belichick, I do think you have to blow the whole thing out. If you're going to keep Gerard Mayo and elevate him at that point, I would keep Bill Belichick, retool the offense, take away player personnel from him, and move forward with Belichick. The offense was a disaster, no question about it.
Should they have concerns about Bill Belichick's approach and attitude towards someone else making the call on the roster?
Yes.
Okay. So you can understand why in reality they might think to themselves, even if he gives up the ability to make the picks, we don't trust him to fully embrace what those picks end up being.
Yeah.
So that's a fair, legitimate concern of theirs. To where they say, we'd rather have a coach who's more open to accepting what the front office decides to do. Did Arthur Smith deserve to get fired today as head coach of the Falcons?
Seems like a zilch.
Bill Belichick has been exactly one game better than Arthur Smith over the last 3 years.
But he's Bill Belichick.
One game.
Arthur Smith's Arthur Smith. Sounds like a fish and chicken place down south. Hey, come on down to Arthur Smith's.
No.
Monday special.
It's just to illustrate the point.
Arthur Treachers.
It's to illustrate the point that in the NFL, you don't, even with your success, like
Atlanta.
You don't, exactly, which means there's less pressure to win there than basically anywhere.
Right.
And that'll get you fired there. I mean, even Arthur Smith won 7 games this year.
With those quarterbacks, yeah.
He got 3 years. Bill Belichick's in year 24. You know, and even with his success, at some point, the record determines whether or not you keep your job in this league. It just is what it is. That's how it works. That's the game. That's the game they all signed up for. So I still think they're firing him. I still don't think he's going to survive. Even if he goes in and offers them complete control of the picks and the board and personnel, I still don't think he's going to survive it. I don't. But they need to act sooner rather than later. Gerard Mayo's going to get calls to go interview for other jobs.
You said this last week, too. We come in on Monday, and then say Tuesday comes, and then say Wednesday comes. You're like, The hell's going on down
Wednesday night is when I get nervous.
Okay.
Because they need to make it look like they had all these thoughtful conversations and really dug deep and thought long and hard about what they wanted to do.
So you got to drop that day Wednesday.
Wednesday night, I'm starting to get nervous. That they're starting to think like McCone. It's the best thing we got, so might as well. Okay.
Well, to Zoe's point, though.
But I'm with you guys. The right thing to do would be clear everybody out.
Yeah.
Start over, fresh, really fresh.
It's going to be a weird feeling retaining some of the people under him, but telling him you're not good enough.
I hate half.
And that guy is the best coach in that room. That's half-assing it.
It is. I would actually, in this situation, take the half-ass job over nothing.
No job.
Over doing nothing. Doing nothing at this point is, I'm sorry, you've gotten to a point where you have to act. You have to do something.
You got to do something soon. Like Raheem Morris already requested permission to talk. Like if I'm Mayo, I'm like, hey, what are we doing, guys?
Yeah.
Like, and if you're another, if I'm trying to make Mayo's agent, my phone's ringing.
And if you're another coach on the staff, I'd be looking to get out and trying to find other jobs if your contract's up. And if your contract's not up, you're like, hey, if something's going to change, can I know? Because I'm getting fired along with someone else. I'd like to try and find a new job. I don't want to be unemployed. All of that. Headlines here in 90 seconds. We'll come right back and we'll get to X's and Zoes. Yes, stay tuned.
WBCFM 91 bus from the Town Fair Tire Studio, the home of the Bruins, Patriots, Revs, and Celtics.
Come on, Maxi, step back three is good.
Boston's home for sports is 98.5, the Sports Hub, the Beasley Media Group station.
All right, time for a Chevrolet Sportsnet Central update. Michael Holley here along with Tommy Curran, Ted Johnson. Patriots lose to the New York Jets 17-3. But the big story, Tom, is the future of Bill Belichick. What do you expect?
I expect that the Crafts will stick with the decision that they made earlier this season, and Bill Belichick will be done. There'll be a parting of the ways with Bill, and certainly this is not the way that it was supposed to end, on a snowy, miserable, quiet, sad day at Gillette Stadium with the team finishing a 4-13 season. But it does help to remove any ambiguity about where the team is right now.
Yeah, the snow's killed, any real kind of celebration for Bill, and that's disappointing for sure. But buckle up. It's going to be a fascinating next few weeks. Just kind of disappointing to have, Bill's career end with a game like this one. Very, very, just not a fun game to watch. But what's going to happen in the next few weeks should be fun, so hold on tight.
Ted Johnson says a fascinating next few weeks, maybe a fascinating next few days. That's it for this Chevrolet Sportsnet Central update. Now back to Zolak and Bertrand.
Found that they could play one position really well, but another position pretty good. That you could put them there and they could make it through when somebody else wasn't there. But you could count on them to play there and get you through a game without, causing any catastrophes and lose a game for you.
Shut up. Michelle. X's and Zoes. It's time for X's and Zoes, brought to you by QC Kinetics. Get rid of those nagging joint pains without drugs, no surgery. There's a better natural solution called QC Kinetics today, 617-644-PAIN. Guess what I'm going to talk about?
What?
Offensive line. We've talked some time about it here already today, but let's just go through the list. So in the offseason, I always was under the impression that Trent Brown had to stay here, that they weren't going to bring him back at that number, that they were going to go in a different direction. I was actually kind of shocked that he came back. Even more shocked that they gave him that bump at the end of training camp to sort of, hey, we got you here. We need you to play hard. You've also enabled the player. And then you had playing time bonuses that you put into his contract to where he could even make more money. He ended up missing out on, $6 million of that. But then he went and he gave Riley Reef $6 million. I remember, I think I saw him in Green Bay in a preseason get hurt in a game. But I was told that he had 12 snaps and there were no pressures on the quarterback in those 12 snaps. That was the best we've seen of Riley Reif. Then he went to the IR. And then you never saw him again. That guy made a lot of money. Then there was Calvin Anderson, who just took ill. And again, without getting into detail, I don't know what the illness is. But somebody's sick, you're sick. No, you can't play. We thought it was COVID at the time. No, it wasn't COVID. Something else. And now all of a sudden, you're down to having to move Michael Onwenu back out to tackle where his ideal position is really right guard. So he kicks out to tackle, struggles early, had a couple holding calls, but I thought he really fit in well once the season got going. Once you get about 4 games under his belt, that dude can play inside, outside, left, right, you name it. Then Trent Brown just cashing in here at the end of the year. He ended up having to go with Vidarian Lowe on the left side. Barely could play right. Even more difficult to play left side because that's the backside of both quarterbacks, Bailey Zappi and Mac Jones. And then Cole Strange goes down with the knee injury. When he finally started to play some good football, and I thought the right side of the line settled down with Sidy Sow and Mike Onwenu. Your problem all year was left. And David Andrews didn't miss a snap. Proud of that guy, proud of the way he played. I hope he comes back. I think he's got stuff left in the tank. I know there's been some people talking in the building. Maybe it's not only Slater, but maybe that's it for Andrews. But I mean, if I look at one thing that really failed the offense this year, it was the offensive line from day one. Because once Pop Douglas got going, he was okay. He could help you. Hunter Henry developed a nice rapport with Bailey Zappi until he got hurt. He had no backup tight end. He really had no third tight end. Farrell Brown was more worried about hitting people after the whistle than he was hitting people during the whistle. But he did catch everything you threw at him. I give him that credit. You had no explosive receivers on the outside. You had no third down back, no switch up back. So one big thing I'm looking at going into the season or this offseason, we got to revamp the tackle spot. You got to sign Michael Onwenu back. I don't know if he's going to do that. He may go elsewhere and get paid. You might be out of that pay category because that guy's earned it. He should be one of your higher paid right tackles in this league. And he could play to that level. Now you might need to get 2 tackles. So then what blocking scheme you going with? You going to bring a fullback back for this offense? This offense might need a fullback to help in run situations. Why? Why not? Philly has one. San Francisco has one. Baltimore has one. Oh, all playoff teams, right? Doesn't Miami even have one? He flexed him out. Didn't he have a late hit late in the game because he had a blindside illegal hit? The Miami freaking Dolphins, the high-flying Miami Dolphins, have a fullback. You need to get toughness back up front. You need to find new tackles. You need to correct this scheme to where you're going to have to keep somebody in to help. You're going to need a scan back. And I'm talking about a real third down back, not Zeke Elliott. And I like Zeke in the way he played. But I'm talking about that change-up back that everybody, the high-flying offenses in this league have. Third down back, James White type back. Saw him in the stadium yesterday. It's great seeing him. I go, boy, did we miss you. I said, amazed we don't have a third down back? Yeah, a little bit. So, I mean, from an X and O standpoint, and with the quarterback troubles that you've had, Mac Jones ended up getting cabin fever because of your troubles up front. You'd say Mac Jones stinks. He doesn't have confidence, this and that. When you get hit the way he got hit, you try to throw balls off your back. I mean, while guys aren't separating, it was just a compounding problem that started up front, that then went to the throw, then went to the inability to separate, to have a defender, make a play on the ball, maybe pick it off, and you never really got going on offense. This was a really, really bad offense in summary. And Billy O'Brien says, put it on me. I coordinate it. I'm the play caller. That's your job to say that. But then you see the stuff where, offensive line coach had it with Matt Groh because of the talent at tackle. Yeah, I believe all that. Because, damn, yeah, you want us to coach these guys? Give us somebody to coach. You know? Kendrick Bourne somehow figured something out from 2 years ago to now. Bourne was really helping you this year. I'm pissed he got hurt because I would have liked to see him here a whole year. I'm kind of open to bringing him back next year. But you got to go out and get a big-time guy. You know what I mean? Whether you're drafting Marvin Harrison, third, then you got Pop Douglas, then maybe you bring Bourne. Jesus, are you hamstrung with Parker? Because of the contract, you got to bring him back?
You're highlighting so many different positions where they need help.
But it starts with the offensive line.
You don't even know who their coach and who their coordinator will be.
Correct.
So I think you have to kind of start there before you decide what pieces you need. I mean, you need tackles. You need receivers and tight ends. I mean, those will happen. But like a fullback, third down back, well, in what style?
Well,
What's the offense?
Who likes using it? Josh does, right? I can see Billy and Josh working together here if Bill stays.
Yeah, and you know what? And then call up Charlie Weiss and get him back. Call up Romeo Crennel to help with the defense and help draw. I mean,
shoot, I'd call Ivan Fierce. Get Dante. Let Dante coach on a golf cart.
Sure,
right
go
around.
ahead. Yeah, no, just bring everybody back who's ever been here. Bring them all back.
What's Ray Nitschke doing? Can he make it back?
Just get them all back. Keep trying to cling to something that just isn't happening anymore.
Let Steve Nelson coach the linebackers. Yeah, let's
Why
go.
not? No, please. Hey, Patriots Hall of Fame Coach of the Week. Every week, a different team legend to come onto the sidelines and do some coaching. We'll get back to your calls coming up. Read and React happens at 11:36.
Zoe and the Beatles. 98.5 The Sports Hub.
Previously on Felger and Mazz, presented by DraftKings Sportsbook.
I'm starting to believe that the owners of the Red Sox are preparing the team for sale because the circumstances now are a lot different than they were. Turning the business of the Red Sox into a bigger thing, there was plenty of room for growth. Now, I think there's significantly less.
He's a linebacker coach who hasn't done anything in the league at this level. How could I possibly get excited about that?
And he's also from the Belichick tree. Like, it would just feel like more of the same.
Like, it's just facts are facts, or like, it's just obvious. He's a linebacker coach who's never coached an NFL game.
The only way Bill survives is if Kraft wusses out.
That's it.
There's no way he can survive based on merit, based on
logic.
Any sort of plan you want to come up with to make it work.
Thank you, New England, for supporting Music Drives Us. We've proudly supported more than 200 schools and donated upwards of 1,000 instruments. Our work is made possible through your continued support of our musical mission. Whether you donated, volunteered at our events, attended our concerts, or engaged with us on social media, thank you. We hope you'll stay tuned with what we have in store for this year. Visit us at musicdrivesus.org or follow us on social.
STEM is everywhere. Like here, behind the scenes of The Walking Dead. Cut, we got it. And for every moment like this, there's a crew of people using STEM to bring the dead to life.
We had 30 minutes to make one of Norman Reedus' outfits. Look 7 years old. When we break down clothes, we tumble it with trisodium phosphate, rock salt, and dish detergent.
We stitched together images of our model and created a 3D set that could be walked through in a VR headset. It looked like you were actually standing in the room.
There's so much technology involved in directing. We're able to turn 12 walkers into 1,000 walker horde.
That idea became this design, which turned into this set, and that costume worn by that walker who was having a really bad day. STEM can create new worlds on and off the screen. What will you make with STEM? Get inspired at shecanstem.com.
Here it is. Look how cheap it is.
Go for it, Steph. Be careful what you buy online.
It's finally here.
Counterfeit products are illegal. They are fake and can be damaging to you, your property, and your wallet.
It looks real, but I don't have a good feeling about this.
No, get out! Buying fake products can cost you the health of your face, skin, and eyes, or scar you for life. Real products are tested for safety. Buy the brand. Protect yourself. This message is brought to you by the National Crime Prevention Council and the United States Patent and Trademark Office.
You're smart. Buy smart.
Go for real.
Go for real.
Go for real.
Do you worry about how much someone drinks?
Do you feel angry or depressed most of the time?
Do you feel neglected or unloved?
Do you feel that if the drinker loved you, she or he would stop drinking?
If you answered yes to any of these questions, you are not alone.
Not everyone trapped by alcohol is an alcoholic.
Families and friends are suffering too. Al-Anon and Alateen can help. Call 1-866-200-0223 or visit alanon.org/help.
Free health care, hundreds to more than $1,000 per month in disability compensation, and tens of thousands for college tuition. These are just some of the U.S. Department of Veterans Affairs benefits that may be available to veterans. VA is focused on customer service like never before. Choose VA and see why veterans' trust in VA reached an all-time high. Claim the benefits you've earned at choose.va.gov.
We were entertaining a client, T-Bone.
Shut up, T-Bone.
Zoe's day just went from like a 4 to about a 7.
Got the coffee in the muffin earlier. The scoreboard just came in.
Scoreboard, Woburn, unannounced.
New wings, slap shot wings. Go up there, say, I play hockey.
Love it.
With the dynamite.
Love it. Thank you,
Sausage
Tyler
and
Milliken.
peppers.
Scoreboard Bar and Grill located in the Crowd Plaza Hotel in Woburn, right off exit 53 on 12895. A premier venue for private events, including birthday parties, reunions, corporate events, and sports banquets, offering customizable menus and packages. You can try their new and exciting menu at lunch or dinner anytime. Full breakfast buffet.
Of course.
Every day.
You stay at the hotel, you're going over there to get breakfast.
Every day.
It's
So stop in, catch the local bands they have playing every Friday and Saturday. Scoreboard Bar and Grill, the perfect place to gather for the next big game. And Joe Murray will be there tomorrow night broadcasting live.
Eating everything.
From 6 until 9 at the Scoreboard in Woburn. Slapshot wings. Chicken wings, teriyaki, sriracha, sesame. That's what you got there.
Sexy.
That's what you got.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you. Thank you, Jared. Go up there and say hello to Jared, who you may recognize as the guy on this show who did a recreation of a very famous movie line. T-Bone, do you have that in the system? Maybe we could pull that up. Got to get that at some point.
He looks so fancy now. Like
Cathedral.
all important. You got a tie
Cathedral
on.
of Boston.
The Cathedral of Boston.
That's him, T-Bone. He's right there.
Right there.
He's here.
Dumbass.
In the flesh. Let's go to your calls. What do you say? Get to read and react.
TikTok.
Alan's in California.
Hey,
what do you got, Alan?
Hey, guys. Do you guys think the Patriots are going to be any good in the next 5 to 10 years? I mean, what's out there? What's out there? What's different than what we've seen and what we had? What's going to make things better? What does Bob Kraft have in mind right now? What is he going to do?
You know what would excite me? The amount of mediocrity in the AFC and how some of these teams got in, that you're not that far off from that to being 9-8. Now, you ain't going to be 13-4. I know that. You know, Kansas City and that coach and a quarterback that's 28, they're going to be leading that league. Look at Buffalo, 4 in a row. 4 in a row since everybody thought, ooh, they lost their coach. No, they're back in it. They won the division. They got a home game. Josh Allen's a badass. Lamar Jackson's a badass. Baltimore's going to be really good for years. Why can't you be 5, 6, 7? It's a 17 playoff. Why can't you beat Green Bay, who elected to go away from Aaron Rodgers, dealt him away, and trusted Jordan Love with it? And that kid took it and ran with it.
Isn't that the best argument against Bill right now? Talk about these teams that, the Patriots don't have the quarterback. They don't have the quarterback. Well, okay, fine. They don't have the quarterback. The Steelers don't have a quarterback either, and they're in the playoffs.
Mike Tomlin,
okay.
4 weeks ago, people were talking about getting fired.
The Browns had a quarterback to start the year. He gets hurt. They lose him. They go sign a guy off the street, and they just keep winning games. They finish 11-6, and they're in the playoffs with Joe Flacco.
The worst ones that hurt Bill are Tampa and the Rams.
Tampa in the playoffs with a guy.
Those are the ones Bill singled out. Well, if you look at the Rams and Tampa, who loaded up to go for Super Bowls, they're paying for it now.
Oh, are they? The Rams are 10-7.
They're in the playoffs. They're both in the playoffs. That's the one where the ownership should go, well, tell us about these two teams that you singled out that we kind of laughed at, for going for it. We're loading up for a Super Bowl. They're back in it to play for it.
Yeah, the Buccaneers won their division.
Yeah, with Baker Mayfield.
With Baker Mayfield on a short-term deal. Right?
You're going to need a bigger boat.
Yeah, going to need a bigger boat.
Took like 8 minutes.
No, he didn't know I was calling for that. I had to tell him on the air. Then he went digging for it.
Nice. Almost as long as it took you to get back from the break.
Oh!
All right.
Larry's at home. Oh, no. We can't do that, Larry. Get to a place where you can shut the windows.
Get off the beach.
John is in Foxborough. John.
Hey, guys. How are you doing?
Good.
I'm really, Belichick can go unless, we've all here lived long enough to know if you don't have a Bradshaw, if you don't have a Starbuck, you don't have an Allen that's in Buffalo right now or Mahomes, you got nothing. You got a 500 team. I think Belichick would have done very well this year if he had a quarterback. And the quarterback that kind of makes my eyes pop is Penix. And we're going to see him tonight. Michael, I never say his name right.
Michael Penix Jr.
What is so? See, I'm a Mad Bomber guy. I believe going downfield. If it was up to me, I'd throw the ball down the field 20 times a game.
I don't think it's close. I think he's the best pure thrower in the draft. Now, you may have to argue whether or not he fits your system. The kid could spin it. I've been impressed every time I've watched him play. I like his attitude. I like his leadership. He's dynamic. Let's see if he can do it one more time tonight against really good competition. He gets ripped because of the Pac-12 stuff and that competition that they face out there, but he beat Oregon twice. He won the other night. Let's see if he wins the big one tonight. Let's see if he beats Michigan. At Michigan defense, it's stacked.
Even still, there are teams without great quarterbacks that are winning games. We just talked about some of them. I don't think the guy who's the number one seed in the NFC is a great quarterback. Oh, you don't have anything unless you have a guy like Brady. Well, the 49ers are the Super Bowl favorites, and they've got Brock Purdy playing quarterback. Brock Purdy doesn't fit into the category of great quarterback talents. At least that's my personal opinion. I don't know. I know you sort of feel similar to that. So
yeah,
he's good. He's efficient. He's smart. But is he?
It's super team though. That team's built phenomenally.
Okay, but it just proves that you can be something without a Tom Brady.
Yeah.
Or a Patrick Mahomes. You can be.
Sure.
And the Patriots, maybe not a Super Bowl team, but they could have been better than what they've been the last 2 years. Yeah. Couldn't they have been better than what they were?
Yes.
Okay. So we all agree on that.
Yeah, of course we do.
Yeah. That they've underperformed even with their talent deficiencies. Yeah, and that their coaching was not good enough.
But to the question, like the guy that asked about Penix, this is why I'm not like gaga over the top too. I see other guys that can play too. There's no one bona fide guy, runaway, surefire guy. Look at your Trevor Lawrence people. Where's that guy at in year 3? He carrying anybody? Real quiet on the Lawrence front. Real quiet. That guy should be popping right now. Year 3, number 1 pick overall.
He's been playing hurt for big chunks of the season.
Darn. Yeah.
I don't know.
Chalk it up for injury.
I mean, he's played through injury. He's not been his.
So is Brady. Yep.
The best version of himself.
Yep.
Well, I mean, you make it out like he stinks, and
I
the
didn't
guy
say he
doesn't
stinks.
stink.
And just everybody thinks, that you just put that one guy in, and that's going to be the answer, getting you back, resurrecting your program.
You've always had a thing against that kid.
Never liked him coming out.
Yeah, I know.
Thought
You
he
don't
was
like
stiff.
him.
Thought he was
Really?
stiff.
Yeah, he doesn't like Trevor Lawrence.
No problem. I like Fields coming out. What do we do?
Trey Lance, the only guy from that class in the
Like
playoffs.
Trey Lance.
Yeah.
Joe's in West Virginia. Hey, Joe.
Beetle, I say, first of all, I'm with you as far as I just feel you need a clean break. I mean, I'm not going to people are going to say, hey, Bill, you can stay as the coach, but not the GM. No. Adios, muchacho. And Zoe, by the way, congratulations on season 11 calling games for the Pats.
Thanks, Milk Boy.
I know you know something. I'm telling you something you already know. But job one, the most important job in all of professional sports anywhere on the planet is the NFL quarterback. They had one of one in Tom Brady. Bills had the last 3 or 4 years post-Brady to get it right. He hasn't gotten it right. So, Zoe, you got to have that quarterback or it doesn't happen for you.
Yeah.
Hey, guys, thanks a lot. Always enjoy the show.
Joe.
All right, Joe, thanks. He's had 4 years. He's had ample opportunity to figure it out. And his plan post-Brady was garbage. No, let's pick Cam Newton up off the street last minute and see if that flies. He could have just made things right with Brady. He could have just allowed Brady to bring the massage table down to the locker room on Sundays and then pay him like $30 million a year, and they would have had 2 more years of Brady.
Or maybe just not get pissed at Jarrett Stidham and let Jarrett Stidham actually play and see what he can do.
And you know what he would have been? He would have been a lot closer, if not already have broken the record had he done that. Okay, had he made nice with Brady, he would have already broken the record, maybe. And he would be close. He'd be a lot closer, if not already past it by now. And he'd still only be 2 years into post-Brady, and we wouldn't be talking about him needing to go elsewhere because he'd still be allowed a couple more years to figure this thing out. He's now been given 4 years.
No, that was the play.
Yeah, that would have been a better play. Better play. Let Alex and his stupid massage table come down here on Sundays on game days and let Brady get the rub down. Okay? It's working. I don't know if you noticed, Bill, but it's been working.
He feels pretty good. Bill hated the word pliability.
Like all these. Did he? Hated that word, huh?
I hated that, but more like availability, not pliability.
Oh, okay. Pliability seemed to be working. Like that never gets brought up too. Just the last 2 years is what's being focused on. How about the time that Tom Brady quit the Patriots and Rob Gronkowski quit football because of this head coach? Does that not count for anything? The 2 greatest players at those respective positions in Patriots team history. The greatest tight end to ever play for the Pats, the greatest quarterback to ever play for the Patriots. Those guys didn't want to do it with this coach anymore.
At the top of their game.
Maybe not the top, but still at a high level.
We were playing for Super Bowls every year. That's the top of your game.
That's the guy
every year.
Oh, yeah, no. Gronk's last catch was to win a Super Bowl, set them up to win the game, and then he said, I'm done with football until I can go somewhere else.
Yep.
When you're the leader of the organization, it's on you to figure out how to make it work with those 2 guys, and you didn't.
Yeah, and Bill instead was trying to trade Gronk to the Lions. That never seems to get brought up anymore. Read and React is coming up next. Stick around.
Sports Hub headlines.
All right, the Patriots closing out their season yesterday with a 17-3 loss to the Jets. Bailey Zappi throwing for just 88 yards in the loss. He also had 2 interceptions. Patriots finishing 4-13 on the season. They have the 3rd pick in the draft. Elsewhere in the NFL, Black Monday underway. Ron Rivera has been fired by the Commanders. Adam Schefter tweeting out that Washington's requested permission to interview Rams defensive coordinator Raheem Morris for the head coaching job. Arthur Smith out in Atlanta, and the Panthers have fired their GM. Bruins on the road tonight visiting the Avalanche. You can hear that one right here on 98.5 The Sports Hub. Duncan pregame begins at 8:30 with Judd Surratt and Bob Beers. And the Celtics back in action tonight visiting the Pacers. Sean Grandy, Cedric Maxwell, I have you for that one beginning at 6:30 on the BetMGM Rock 92.9 Celtics Radio Network. Sports Hub headlines brought to you by SwingJuice.com. Streetwear-inspired fashion for the modern golfer. Right now, Swing Juice is running their biggest sale for ever with 40 to 70% off everything. Explore top-tier performance polos, quarter zips, hoodies, t-shirts, hats, and more at SwingJuice.com. I'm Tim McConnell, Boston Social Sports. 98.5 The Sports Hub. Your next update, 30 minutes.
Zolak and Bertrand returns after these on the Sports Hub.
Awaken 180 has given me kind of a new lease on life.
I would, and I have recommended Awaken 180, even to my doctor.
Awaken 180 weight loss has changed my life forever. First couple of weeks, I lost 20 to 30 pounds.
Today, I feel fantastic after my 10 weeks on Awaken 180.
I'm actually lighter now than I was in high school.
Being able to tell people I'm half the man I used to be.
You can recapture what you want to be and who you want to be if you just strive for it with Awaken 180.
Online at awaken180weightloss.com.
The most rewarding sports book is here. With Fanatics Sportsbook, you can earn fan cash back on every bet you make. 5% on same-game parlays, 3% on parlays, 1% on straight bets. You can spend fan cash on jerseys, hats, bonus bets, and more. Plus, sign up, bet daily, and get up to $200 in fan cash. Welcome to the most rewarding sports book.
Now that I've hung up my skates, everyone wants to know what I'm going to do next. After 19 years on the legendary team, I'm grabbing some legendary Sal's Pizza.
Think you can flip a pizza as good as you can flip a puck?
I mean, I've sauced a lot of passes in my career, so I'm sure I can sauce a pizza.
You stick to hockey and I'll stick to pizza.
Sal's Pizza is Boston's hometown pizza.
And Sal's tastes great with Pepsi.
Now that's a... Find Sal's Pizza at your local pizza shop, arena, college, or grocery store.
They're a part of Bill that wants Bailey Zappi, and I think absolutely he would. Any coach would. He took the coaching last year.
BST with Felger and Holly, Monday through Thursday at 10 on NBC Sports Boston. Presented by Town Fair Tire.
Welcome to Red Sox Winter Weekend. So great to have you all here in person. Give yourselves a hand tonight. We gather once again to welcome a new baseball season together.
Why trust your dinners to anyone else but the meat experts at McKinnon's? From prime rib to pork roast, along with poultry, prepared foods, and the freshest seafood, McKinnon's has you covered. McKinnon's is more than a super butcher shop, with all the groceries, baked goods, deli, and fresh produce that will make your gatherings a hit this year. And check out our vast selection of craft beer and fine wine. McKinnon's Supermarket, Danvers, Everett, Wilmington, Portsmouth, and Salem, New Hampshire. Find us online at shopmckinnons.com.
As a family member of someone who utilizes the VA, it's been very supportive for our family.
The VA hospital, in comparison to the private sector, is very different. We can show up and he can be seen quickly, and they take very good care of him.
The care that they needed was all there in one location. There was no making an appointment to come back another time for care.
I would tell a veteran to register in the VA. It's health care, and it's health care at its finest.
Connect with the benefits you've earned and deserve. Call 844-VA-CARES.
Every Tuesday, Tom Curran talks about the Pats and other stories from around the league.
They're just in too many spots, and it didn't have to be that way. I don't like it.
Quick Slants, tomorrow at 6 on NBC Sports Boston. Presented by your local New England Honda dealers.
They're the new home for the most unfiltered coverage of your favorite team. The NBC Sports Boston app. Get the latest news from the insiders you know and trust.
Can he be the impactful player that we saw?
This is the app for Boston's authentic fans.
We all admire the frontline workers and first responders for their life-saving work. You, too, can help save a life. The simple act of blood donation takes only about an hour of your time, but it can mean the difference between life and death for patients facing COVID, cancer, surgery, or trauma right now. In fact, every 2 seconds, someone in the U.S. needs blood. Please, help a patient in need by making an appointment to donate blood. Go to redcrossblood.org today.
When COVID-19 hit, I lost my housing and didn't know what to do. Without help from VA, I might be homeless.
If you or a member of your household served in the military and are facing financial hardship caused by COVID-19, VA has resources that can help you stay in or obtain housing. Call the National Call Center for Homeless Veterans. Due to COVID-19, calling is the best and fastest way to get help. Veterans without access to a phone should visit their closest VA medical center.
It's time to read.
Martha got the filet mignon.
And react.
Mom, shut the f*** up. I'm trying to play the piano.
With Zolak and Bertrand.
Now let's talk about the rattling of me home.
On 98.5, the Sports Hub.
Why don't you suck on that, Morgan?
Read in, react. Read and react.
Go, McCone.
All right, Read and React brought to you by Next Day Molding, Boston's largest selection of molding boards and stair parts downstairs in the gym. Still doing it.
It looks
4
puffier.
locations, Braintree, Woburn, Shrewsbury, and Sharon. Get immediate pickup or next day delivery at nextdaymolding.com.
Does it look puffier like he puffed it up? It's not a slick back like Pee Wee Herman like.
We're trying some things.
Okay.
We're trying some things.
Read.
Wow.
React.
All right, we'll start Saturday. Texans punch in their ticket to the playoffs after a 23-19 victory over the Colts and an emotional C.J. Stroud reacting to the game.
Welcome to the playoffs. How does that sound to you?
Man, it's a blessing. I can't do nothing but just thank my Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, man. I'm sorry. I put a lot of work in. My team has everybody counting us out from the start. So, man, it's just special to see the city of Houston just on the come up again. And I'm just blessed enough to be the vessel that Christ picked to lead this great franchise. So I can do nothing but just thank the Lord.
What do you want me to do with this?
Okay, so when he was going to walk across that, the Sea of Galilee.
Oh, here we go. So that was going to do it for us.
Why just walk when you have your choice of vessels? I mean, you are Jesus. You could pick, like, hey, man, I'm going to go over on this half a tree that's factioned into a raft. Like, what if he would have fallen in? Good for him.
I would have really blown their mind if I were in that spot. I would have been like, you know what? You guys ever seen a nuclear submarine? That's what I'm going across the water.
He's right, though. Yeah, nobody picked them because you were the Texans. It's a bad franchise. They were down in the dumps. That post-game locker room with him and D'Amico Ryans and to watch how they went nuts, that was awesome. Freaking Texans, man.
Yeah, and you know what?
The Texans.
Rookie head coach, rookie quarterback that was not selected first overall. We've covered that. And also a rookie head coach who is not an offensive-minded head coach. It's almost like if you can run a program, you can leave the offense up to another individual and still be a good team. It's almost like that could happen for the Patriots, whether it be Gerard Mayo or Mike Vrabel or anyone else.
Diana Rossini floated out this weekend that maybe Caserio returns to New England if they blow things out. If you're Caserio, why would you leave Houston?
Why would you do that? You've done a great job there so far. You're getting the credit you deserve for that great job, and you're on your way to building a winner.
Roots.
Yeah, start over again?
Made a lot of money. Roots.
Hey, did he sell that house yet? Didn't. He still hung on to that. These guys, no, he's Dedham.
Dedham.
It's in Dedham.
Same thing.
The properties that these guys hang on to.
It's a big house.
He built it, too.
Oh, really?
Oh, it's nice. Yeah, it's nice.
Wife's from here, too. So.
I know, but still. Hey, Houston's not a bad place to live. It's a city.
Yeah.
There's things and
I
people
get sick
there.
of barbecue all the time. Eating brisket.
No, you wouldn't.
Riding horses.
No, you wouldn't. We could go for barbecue every day. You just let me drive, so. What'd you learn that day?
Never let Ralph drive.
Always let Beetle drive.
Jesus. Ralph almost took us to the border.
Welcome to the Hotel California.
React rejoins are so good.
All right, to Philadelphia, the Eagles playing some good football. They lost again, 27-10 to the Giants. They've lost 5.
Oh, that was condescending, right?
It was.
Okay.
One more time. How many points did the Giants score?
27.
Oh, my God.
I got home late from our game. I texted you guys. I said, did the Eagles just sit all their starters? And Tom replied, no. And I'm like, oh, my God. Tell you what, I like Tyrod Taylor.
Well, Jalen Hurts had a terrible finger injury. Yeah.
This is his middle finger, too.
They've now lost 5 of 6. Quarterback Jalen Hurts says the team isn't lacking any confidence going into the playoffs.
Well, that's good.
Think about weathering it all, man. You know, we get a question like that or a question like this. It's about not riding waves. Never getting too high, never getting too low, and keeping the main thing with that. Right now, regardless of what's going on outside of us, anything external, it's about controlling what we can, you know. And I truly believe this team is more than capable of taking advantage of what's in front of us.
He's got to put on that front. I understand it. He's a leader on that team. This is a team coming off a Super Bowl a year ago that should have everything figured out. That added to what they had. This team was loaded.
Is this a delayed hangover?
This is. I don't think it's a hangover.
You've been out
pretty good.
all Saturday night. You're banged up, so you're
peaking.
And then you get up the next morning. You're like, let's hit that brunch and grab those. Get those Bloody Marys going, and you're like, I feel good again.
I feel like eating syrup today.
Syrup. Because the hangover really only hits when you stop drinking. That's what they say, right?
Yeah.
The science behind it is.
Bite the dog to pitch it.
So the more you can keep the alcohol pumping through your veins, the better you are.
Get up and bite it.
Then,
Keep it going.
3 o'clock rolls around, and you're like, oh, God.
Cannonball. Come on, cannonball.
Is that what that is? Is that what happened to the Eagles this year on their Super Bowl hangover?
Yeah, it's after brunch. Yeah, that's tough.
Yeah, Matt Patricia is the headache that no Tylenol will cure.
Breathe.
Want you to hold.
React.
All right, the Bills won the AFC East once again after beating the Dolphins last night, 21-14. Dolphins coach Mike McDaniel had been banned from Read and React, but it might be appropriate to hear what he had to say.
Okay, fine.
Why was he banned?
I don't think it's a funk. I think it's reality. Like I've said time and time again, I get out in front of narratives because you know that they're going to exist because it's reactionary. So if you lose to two good teams down the stretch, you leave yourself vulnerable for people to say that you can't beat good teams, which will be the case until you do. So it's, my opinion on winning football games against, records that aren't above 500, it's irrelevant. That narrative will occur until you do things to change it.
There? Yeah.
Why did we unban him from Read and React?
I get a kick out of him.
I don't think it was
I didn't know he was banned.
Yeah, we had banned him because we were playing sounds of him every week just to hear how ridiculous he sounds.
How about that?
And he still does.
He still does.
I say bring it. Bring it on right here. F it, man.
I'd like for you to do something. I would like for Scott Zolak to apologize to the Buffalo Bills.
Apologies.
Thank you.
Apologies.
I fought back on Zoe with this all year long. All year long, he kept telling me, no, Bills aren't right. Hardy, wish he were here because I'd make him apologize too. Because Zoe and Hardy all year have been telling me, oh, no, Buffalo, no. There's something not right, dude. They're falling apart.
They were.
And look at where they are. Atop the AFC East with the number 2 seed.
Yeah.
Turns out they did okay this year.
They're back. They're hitting. They got more physical.
And they've had struggles. I'm not telling you it's been their best year. No, they've had issues.
Since Sean McDermott brought up 9/11, his team ripped it off. They have not lost since. Got his back. We got your back. Jeez. That team's on a roll. See, that's how you want to be playing, unlike the Philadelphia Eagles. I think the Eagles peaked early. They came out of the gate flying. Like team to beat. And they just sat on it. You got to find a way at the end of the year to be playing well. And I tell you what, Miami is getting banged up. They got guys dropping left and right.
I'm worried about them. You see the forecast in KC on?
-10.
Yeah.
We always do that. Miami would come in and have their hands in their pants.
Bring the gear. Bring the weather gear. Yeah. You're going to need it. You're going to need the base layers for this one.
Scuba suits, they call them.
Yeah.
Yep. Remember Brady would try 3 different scuba suits? One's thick, one's thin.
The good news is Tyreek Hill is used to it, played there for a long time, but they got issues.
So cold you can make your own vape smoke.
Wow. Is your lipstick?
Breathe.
Thank you, Gordy.
React.
Not only that, it's easy to be blowing into your hands all day because it's expected. Oh, so cold.
Yeah.
That's true. That's not smoke. That's not smoke. That's my breath.
So good when you warm up your hands.
Did your lipstick to a vape pen?
Tastes like melon.
Mint. It smells like minty.
All right.
I love artificial grape flavor.
Best story of the day yesterday. Saints Falcons.
This is my favorite thing all day.
Saints ruffled some feathers when they lined up in victory formation. They were up 24 points with a minute left. Jameis Winston under center.
Is he not right in the head?
They decided to go for it. Trick play to end it for the touchdown. Jameis Winston. Explain the decision.
I apologize to DA because the play was victory. But I also explained to DA that it was a team decision. And I think when you have a team morale, and I asked the guys, I said, guys, like, what do you want to do? We know how much Jamal means to this team, and I understood from DA's perspective. So I give him that. But DA didn't condone that at all. You know, he didn't.
Do you think it's the kind of thing, though, that is forgotten fairly quickly? Or, you know what I mean?
I think it should be forgotten, especially when the score is already 41-17. So I don't know how much worse it can get.
It's the most I've ever liked Jameis Winston.
That dude's crazy.
I love this answer.
Victory formation, go in and kill it, kneel down, and the game's over. Nah, we're going to take a vote as a team of an offensive side.
Actually,
team decision.
Actually, we're going to do something a little different here, DA. Do something a little different. Yeah,
I've changed the play twice before, but, I mean, not when you're told go in and kill it at the end of the game. 41-17.
So you know what set this up? Tyrann Mathieu had a pick.
Yeah, a pick.
And ran all the way back to the one.
Yeah.
And part of the much longer answer from Jameis Winston said, well, if he had scored, was that going to be disrespectful too? There's only one thing that I feel like the Falcons should be a little pissed about, and that is you made it look like you were lining up to take a knee, and then you ran it
like
you ran a trick play.
Exactly.
You ran a trick play.
Yeah.
What Jameis Winston should have done if he was going to change the play on his coach was, hey, F that, and then call a play to run the ball in the huddle. That's the only thing that I think he should have done. Who cares? A 41-17. You're getting your ass beat.
No. But you're lucky.
Like, you can't just say, why don't you stop him?
You're lucky somebody on Atlanta's defensive interior didn't get hurt. Because when you line up in that victory formation, the double stack with the deep guy, and the quarterback's getting ready to go down, the refs are even up there talking, hey, guys, he's taking a knee. And everybody just kind of eases and touches each other and takes the play off.
Right.
They fired out and blew him off the ball. And if I'd have got my knee rolled up after I'm taking off a play,
yes,
that's a bitch you could go to the league with and get the Players Association involved and everybody.
Yeah, that's a little bit of a bogus thing. So I get why they were mad about that, but
don't
the
get
fact
pissed.
that they
Next
scored,
time we dive at a quarterback.
Can't be mad that they scored. Can't be mad about that.
Stop
it. But their thing is, well, line up and run a play then, which I agree with. Line up and run the play. I have no issue with the touchdown though.
How about Jamal Williams scored the touchdown on that play? 17 touchdowns last year. It took that play to get him one this year.
But he means a lot to the team. So Jameis made a call with his boys, and got.
I heard you, DA. But
let's go, guys. What do you guys want to do? I love that. I don't hate that. I don't hate that he did it at all. That's having fun. Make football fun again.
I have to say, your vulnerability is really freaking me out right now.
React.
Jameis Winston, it's a team decision. We just didn't include the head coach in it.
He's good with it, though.
He's fine. He'll get over it. He'll get over it. Oh, so great. I love that. Sounds of Sunday at 12:50. I can't wait to hear what it sounded like on the play-by-play of that one. Yeah, Sounds of Sunday at 12:50. We'll get back at it on the latest on the Patriots and the latest on Mike Vrabel. Another report on his future in Tennessee. We'll tell you about it next.
Zone and Beetle, 98.5, the Sports Hub.
Zolak and Bertrand is brought to you in part by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. The ability to change the term used to into I am. I am feeling great. I am pain-free in my joints. I am playing sports. Or I am keeping up with my grandchildren. Put more life in your life. Fast and sustainable weight loss at awaken180weightloss.com.
Hi there, Matt Noyes. All right, the cleanup goes on for a number of folks here. We're talking about temperatures today that help out a little bit for most of us, getting above the melting point of 32 degrees and doing it with some sunshine. So if you can get even just patches of the pavement or the walkway showing, those patches will at least expand a little bit today. And then that all stops tonight as we drop well below freezing. Tomorrow gets up near 40 degrees, but we do it with a lot of clouds moving in. And then we look at a combination of rain and snow that's going to come in for late tomorrow. In fact, here's the map at 5 p.m. Rain in green, snow in blue. Yup, a little bit brief period of it outside 95, 495, and then a little bit longer period in northern Worcester County, though by 7 p.m. you're done. Ski areas do great out of this thing. It's going to snow all the way into the overnight tomorrow night. You're going to end up with probably a foot of snow in some of the mountains in New Hampshire and Maine. The rest of us end up with a lot of water, and that's going to mean some flooding, street flooding in particular, during the overnight Tuesday night and early Wednesday morning. The wind will be strong enough that it may knock out power in spots, particularly the closer to the coast that you are, but it does improve over the course of the day on Wednesday.
Oh, it's about to be a party in here. BetMGM's got all the sports betting in one place. And it's live, baby. We're placing money lines in real time. We got second half spreads and third set winners as they happen. Overs hitting in extra innings. Live is where the action is at. And with BetMGM, I got the best seat in the house.
Let's see what's happening in the aisles today. Uh-oh, Julie and Adam are shopping hungry again.
But look at all the sales.
Jules, you don't like spicy.
Yeah, but they look so good.
Barbecue, sour cream, classic.
Gotta try the ranch.
Okay, now I'm hungry. A roast? You sure about that?
Teriyaki sauce.
That's your hunger talking. You don't cook.
We do today.
We do today.
Whatever the moment, we'll meet you there. Stop and shop. Feed the moment.
Over 13 million Americans were affected by identity theft in 2022. And the threats go way beyond just credit card fraud. Today's identity thieves can open loans, transfer home titles, and even commit crimes in your name.
Someone got my social security number, made a driver's license, and it was used for criminal activity.
Your information is exposed through online shopping, banking, even corporate data breaches. No wonder there's a new victim of identity theft every 3 seconds. Only LifeLock alerts you to the widest volume of threats all in one place.
I clicked, "That's not me," and LifeLock took it from there.
If you become a victim, a dedicated U.S.-based restoration specialist will work to fix the issue. All LifeLock members are backed by the LifeLock $1 Million Protection Package, including reimbursement for stolen funds.
I will be with LifeLock forever.
Enrollment takes just minutes. Call now or go online and use promo code GET25 to save 25% on your first year. Enroll now.
What's it gonna be? All right, Tandy, what's it gonna be? The drink made from whatever was laying around? Or the one made with your Drizzly haul? Drizzly! Stock up today, sip well tomorrow. Drizzly! What's it gonna be?
This winter, make Smuggler's Notch Resort Vermont your home away from home. Smugs is home to 3 big mountains, 78 trails, terrain for all abilities, and 300 inches of average snowfall with top-to-bottom snowmaking. Smugs, your home away from home with daily access to heated pools, hot tubs, tubing, Nordic trails, and endless indoor play at the Fun Zone 2.0. Plus, enjoy a variety of dining and shopping options in the village with weekly activities for the entire family. Visit smugs.com and book your home away from home winter vacation today.
Welcome to Red Sox Winter Weekend. So great to have you all here in person. Give yourselves a hand tonight. We gather once again to welcome a new baseball season together.
Ladies and gentlemen, a mop like this does not happen by genetics alone. Call Leonard Hair Transplant Associates. Dr. Matthew Lepresti will straighten you out at any of 5 locations throughout New England. 1-800-GET-HAIR.
There's only one way to save money on luxury carpet or flooring. Buy direct.
At National Floors Direct, we offer next-day installation of luxury carpet and flooring, and we'll beat anyone's price by 15% or it's free. Call 888-400-FLOOR. We'll bring the store to your door.
Josina Anderson having a busy day reporting things. She is told that the Carolina Panthers at a high level
have made informal inquiries regarding Patriots head coach Bill Belichick and its head coaching vacancy. Additionally, I'm told there's been a desire in the Falcons building to at least determine if Belichick would be a good fit. When I asked a source within the hour what's the latest vibe in the Patriots building so far, they said, quote, everything is status quo. As of now.
Lunchtime, Monday.
Yeah? You think that's what the focus is right now?
I think we'll be here by Wednesday. I think we'll be here at the same positioning Wednesday. Oh, by the way, both Detroit coordinators, Aaron Glenn and Ben Johnson, have been requested for head coach interviews by the Commanders. Nice. So people are already reaching out to potential candidates for head coaching spots.
I think Aaron Glenn would make a good head coach. You know him. What do you think?
I think he learned how to play the position really well. Hung in there at the beginning with the Lions when things weren't great. And people were sort of chuckling at it and stuck it out and ended up being one of the better defensive coordinators in the league. I think he's damn good.
I think he's the type of guy who could make a better head coach than coordinator.
Yeah.
In terms of personality. And
he's not a goofball. He's D'Amico Ryans type. Yeah.
But a guy who I think is well-liked, isn't he? Okay. I think that's probably why he didn't get fired last year when that defense was struggling.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well-liked guy.
Because he's a really well-liked guy. Also, Josina Anderson, league source to me just now on whether they feel Titans head coach Mike Vrabel continues with the organization amid questions about whether everyone's on the same page and direction of the future. They said, in their opinion right now, I'd call it 50-50. 50-50 shot that Mike Vrabel goes back to Tennessee. That follows an earlier report that if he is not in Tennessee, Mike Vrabel would be interested in returning to New England.
Isn't that the street the movie theater is on?
Oh, come on now, T-Bone. Let's not do that to him. He might be interviewing for the job next week.
Movie theater.
Now, that follows a report back in November. Ben Volen, that the Patriots would be interested in Mike Vrabel if he were to be available. And Tim McCone is shaking his head over there.
What?
Saying, no.
I hate that move.
Why?
You're hiring Bill Belichick. You're hiring a defensive head coach whose offense hasn't figured it out, who's struggled. They haven't figured out the quarterback position. They've taken step backs on offense. You're trying to fix the offense, right? You're bringing in Bill Belichick. At that point, don't just keep Belichick.
Then why aren't you? Are you in a Mayo? So if you're out on Vrabel, you should be out on Mayo.
Yes,
okay.
I am.
All right, he's consistent.
That he is.
And here we are, noon on Monday.
And you think by Wednesday nothing's happened?
Well, I anticipate nothing to happen.
Well, let's go. All right, percentages now. Let's re-up the percentages. Percentage that Bill Belichick gets fired.
I'm going 50-50.
Oh, my. You are all over the map.
Yeah, well, days change. Things happen.
Well, I'm playing this like an odds maker, and based on what happened today with his public comment about willing to hand over everything, I'm gonna downgrade him to 95% chance he gets fired.
Whoa.
Yeah,
95.8.
Yep, 95.8 instead of 98.5.
95.8. The sports.
I'm gonna go to. It's only a 95.8% chance he gets canned now.
94.
Thank you, McCone. Thank you.
It's happening.
McCone believes it's happening still. He believes it's the wrong move. He will be critical of the Patriots and its owner following the move because he will remain very consistent on this. I will be critical of the owner if he does not make the move. That's where I'm going after this. That's where this goes from here. Tim is in San Francisco today. Thanks for hanging on, Tim.
No worries. Hey, guy, Beetle, I think it was like around week 9, and even the conversation then was around like whether Bill should be fired in season or not. And you were talking, I think it was like with Burt Breer, you were emphatic that if there's one, you were talking about the end of the season or how does the Belichick era come to an end? And you were emphatic that there's one thing that Belichick never gives up, and it's his leverage. And I don't know how anyone can see this press conference today and not see it as him using his leverage by making it 1,000% clear that I'm under contract. This is calculated. It's a chess move on Bill's part that forces Kraft's hand, because if we're being honest with ourselves, over 20 years of Bill's career, has he ever given us any indication that he's willing to give up his power? This is the end of the era, and you called it mid-season that the way it's going to end would be with Bill using his leverage. I think all things can be true. It's time to move on. But this was, Bill's departure is going to be the most Bill departure ever.
That's why I take the trade ability out of it.
He never gives up the leverage, ever. And in fact, he tried to create more of it this morning when he said, I'll give up whatever's in the best interest of the team. He knows that Robert cares how this looks.
Yes.
And he just declared, I'm not going to be an active participant in my firing. In fact, I'm going to force you to do something you don't want to do. In
fact,
which is look bad.
I'm ready to work. I'm ready to come back, work, and do what I have to do to help the team.
And by the way, he only looks bad to the yahoos that don't think there's anybody else who could ever coach the Patriots ever. That's the only group he looks bad to. He's not going to look bad to the people that believe in rational expectations for an NFL team to have success. He's not going to look bad to me. I think Robert Kraft's going to look great. In fact, I'm sort of interested in how difficult Bill makes it on him, and if he just responds appropriately, saying, well, thought we could be nice about this, but I guess not. You're fired. I would applaud Robert for just having the stones to do that and deciding that he's seen enough and that he wants his team to be a lot better. He doesn't think 4-13 is acceptable. He doesn't think a roster being this bad is acceptable. And that in, like everything else, someone pays a price. Lack of success, failures, someone's held responsible. That's life. That's business. That's everything. Even if you were the greatest head coach of all time, it's not a Supreme Court appointment. You do not get a job for life. Robert is not being disloyal to Bill in any way by saying it's time for us to go in a different direction. Doesn't mean he can't be friendly with him. Doesn't mean any of those things. Just means that he feels it's in his best interest to go in a different direction.
I do wonder if this happens faster now because of this morning, right? Like, rather than, hey, let's craft this mutual parting of ways statement. Let's wait a couple of days, let this thing breathe. You kind of throw down the gauntlet like Belichick did this morning, do the crafts like you said, just say, all right, you know what? Then we're done. This is it. Just rip the Band-Aid off.
Do I think it happens? No, I don't think.
You still think they're going to let this thing breathe a little bit?
I think they're going to let it drag out here for at least 48 hours. Yeah. 48 hours from, yesterday. So at least until Tuesday. Tuesday night. You might get, what are you smiling about over there? Your phone's blinking. It's blowing up. It's beeping. What do you got going on over there?
Nothing. Status quo.
Status quo. You co-sign the Josina Anderson report that things are status quo.
Status quo.
Early in the day. We just hit noon.
Well, lunch is already starting to fade here. If you
what do you mean starting to fade?
I mean, last time we checked in, it was like 10:28. Like, hey, do you start ordering Panera?
What time are the meetings with the players done?
They could last all day.
Okay, well, then that's why they haven't gotten upstairs yet and gotten everybody in the room.
Yeah.
Everyone has their checkout. What do you call them? The wrap-up meetings today? Exit interviews?
Exit interviews. Sign off. Yep, get your Super Bowl tickets. Let's go. Yep. Give me my 2. Right now. Lower level. Come on.
Well, the good news is Patriot players can make their travel plans now. Once they can get off the mountain from all the skiing they'll be doing over the next month.
It was a bitch cleaning off your car yesterday. When I get to the car in the parking lot, and I look over and I see some of them, like, with the sports cars, and they're out there with, like, credit cards, trying to chip away at it. And I'm like, you're going to be here forever. Like, I literally had to crank my car, and I got a big truck, and I let that thing on heat up for about 10 minutes till I could even start chipping the windshield. It was like 2 inches of ice caked on it. That was tough. That was tough getting home yesterday. They're going to go to warmer places. I'm thinking, ooh.
Going somewhere tropical.
Sandals. Nice place.
Nice place.
Notice how they never have Sandals North? Sandals, New Hampshire. Yeah, it's always islandy.
We're going to get a check of the headlines. We'll come right back in 90 seconds.
WCFM will bust from the Town Fair Tire Studios, home of the Celtics. Patriots.
Left side, touchdown, Patriots.
Boston's home for sports is 98.5 The Sports Hub. Beasley Media Group Station.
All right, time for a Chevrolet Sportsnet Central update. Michael Holley here along with Tommy Curran, Ted Johnson. Patriots lose to the New York Jets 17-3. But the big story, Tom, is the future of Bill Belichick. What do you expect?
I expect that the Crafts will stick with the decision that they made earlier this season, and Bill Belichick will be done. There'll be a parting of the ways with Bill, and certainly this is not the way that it was supposed to end, on a snowy, miserable, quiet, sad day at Gillette Stadium with the team finishing a 4-13 season. But it does help to remove any ambiguity about where the team is right now.
Yeah, the snow's killed, any real kind of celebration for Bill, and that's disappointing for sure. But buckle up. It's going to be a fascinating next few weeks. Just kind of disappointing to have, Bill's career end with a game like this one. Very, very, just not a fun game to watch. But what's going to happen in the next few weeks should be fun, so hold on tight.
Ted Johnson says a fascinating next few weeks, maybe a fascinating next few days. That's it for this Chevrolet Sportsnet Central update. Now back to Zolak and Bertrand.
Over. Do you have any regrets about the way you assembled this team, or do you think the struggles were more due to injuries and bad breaks and things like that?
I think we have some things that we can build on. I think there are some things that we need to fix and change.
Bill admits for the first time this season that things have been bad. I've already heard some of it today. See, he knows they have to fix the problems. Oh, really? At 4-13 and scoring the fewest amount of points in the NFL? Now because he says that it's unacceptable? He knows he's going to fix everything now. What are you talking about? Like, stating the obvious.
Sauce Gardner yesterday ran around, knocked 2 balls down, did nothing else. He didn't want any contact. Oh, my God. Talk about a guy just want to put his hands in his pants and get through the motions out there. Like, oh, they only got 3 points. I'm not going to have to play in this game. Just going to stand out here and jog around. That's the way it felt.
Yep. How'd you feel the offense played yesterday, though?
On a scale of 1 to 10?
Yeah.
-2.
Okay, good. Good. -2.
I thought they were terrible. Absolutely terrible.
Yeah.
Quarterback was terrible. But why I threw in some snow flurries? Yeah, but you're a professional quarterback. Get out there and you chuck it. Throw with authority. Get your feet up under you. Can't be that wide stride in it. Can't run around. Hard to throw those speed outs. And what was driving me nuts was everything was out and to the side, to the boundaries. Like, where's your money throws? Right here over the middle. 0 to 12 yards right in front of you, right between the numbers. Stick makers, let's go. Drive movers. None of that. Even the Jets did a lot of that too. Throw it to the outside. Throw it to the outside. Not a good plan. They didn't have anybody either. Rager gave you the most. That's where we're at. Jalen Rager.
Yeah.
Out there running around with you.
Yeah.
I looked one time real quick.
Yeah.
It was Farrell Brown, Mike Gesicki, Jalen Rager, Pop Douglas, and Kevin Harris in the huddle with him. NFL huddle.
That's correct, yeah.
Watch all these other teams yesterday. Yeah. Watch that team tonight. See how many of the receivers from Washington you'd take. Watch how they run routes. Watch how they get open. It's frustrating.
Frankie's in Stoneham. Frankie.
Hey, fellas, how we doing?
Good.
Listen, I just wanted to say, Kraft already let Brady leave, see him go win. What's it going to do to his legacy if Bill walks and he goes win somewhere else? It would be the second time that they've seen him with his pants down, and the third time if you count the massage parlor. I'll listen.
Just going to move on. Go to Tommy and Milton. Hey, Tommy.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Good, Tom.
Hey, listen, I got a question for you guys. Zoe, I noticed that you're not too keen on Jaden Daniels. Every time I see Beetle mention his name, you shake your head no. I don't know why.
No, I've never seen him play.
Oh, I have. Not a lot, but I really like his talent. I think he's better than Penix.
That's your savior, though. That's your savior, franchise savior.
I know, but you know what, Joe? Penix has got those knee injuries, and that scares the living hell out of me. It really does, and he's got that awkward throw, but
yeah, I like the way he throws.
Scares me. Yeah. Anyways, do you guys, with so many holes on that team, Zoe, your opinion? Do you trade back from like 3 to 6, maybe the Giants, and pick up a couple more picks?
Oh, I'm taking calls.
Get Daniels.
Sure, I'm taking calls. I'm taking calls here. I'm trying to fill out what other teams are doing. Let's see what Chicago does at number 1. Let's really see if they take Caleb Williams.
Right. Hey, Zoe, I appreciate your work on the radio all day long. Pro again. Keep it up, Zoe.
Work hard. Thank you. Working man. Maybe some bench pressing today.
There you go. Tony's and Lawrence. Hey, Tony.
Hey, guys, 2 things. First of all, he's under contract for $25 million for next year.
Oh, is he?
Isn't he?
I forgot about that.
Yeah, so I would imagine it would have to be a trade for somebody to take that contract out from under the Patriots. But the other thing is, I like Flores and McDaniels. Flores to be the head coach and McDaniels to come back here. I think that would be your best option.
I love it. Institutional knowledge. Bring them all back. Bring them all back, Beetle. Everybody, like you said, we'll get Dante, we'll get Ivan Fears. What else? That Chad? We could call Chad O'Shea too.
That's you. You want to bring back everybody.
Well,
you're bringing back.
Said Josh and Flores.
You're bringing back McDaniels. So explain this to me like I'm 5. If you brought back McDaniels, how many wins would the Patriots have had this year with Bill O'Brien and McDaniels?
I don't know. But I would think Mac would be a better player because of Josh.
Okay.
Because they connected. I don't know, 3.
3 more wins.
Yeah.
So they would have been a 7-win team. Okay.
Then 7 put you in the mix 3 weeks ago. I don't know. Like I said, you don't need to beat the Chiefs. The AFC blew this year. And you couldn't be relevant in a year where the conference sucked at its worst than I could think. I called it 11 years. The conference has never been this bad.
Can we stop
Teams
talking
8,
about the
9, 9, what?
I'm sorry. I thought you were done.
No, good.
Can we stop talking about the money on Bill's deal? The Patriots are worth $6.5 billion.
they got money.
What are we worried about the salary of Bill next year for? That should be irrelevant in the conversation.
And it doesn't
Who
mean they
cares?
have to trade him.
Who cares?
That doesn't mean all of a sudden puts them to trade. They have to trade because he's under contract.
If you decide the right move is to not have him as your head coach anymore, then that's the right move. You don't have to worry about the money. How much did they pay Devontae Parker the last 2 years?
Oh, my God.
How much did they pay Juju Smith-Schuster this year?
How about that? How about the guaranteed money to what's his name? Jonnu Smith.
How much did Riley Reif get?
6.
Oh, great. And we're worried about Bill's money for next year? Like, what are we doing? What are we talking about? Let's stop talking about that.
Yeah.
Michelle in South Carolina, go ahead.
Hey.
Hey, how are you?
Good.
Hello.
Oh, hey, Beetle, I got something coming for you.
Oh, thank you.
Lucky guy.
You're welcome. Hey, Zoe.
Hey.
So I'm not talking about the money, Beetle, so don't hang up on me. So, Zoe, is Belichick on contract for next year?
Yes.
Okay, so my question is, can he go in there and so he has his contract for next year. So can he go into Bill? And do you think if he's on contract, do you think he says, okay, I'll play out my contract and you...
I don't know what to do with that. Can Bill go into Bill and say, hey, play out my contract? He doesn't play, and he's not going into himself. And I'm not really. I don't know.
You know what?
You know,
It's such an intriguing question. I'd do that on your next podcast and like talk it through.
Let's get more on that.
Yeah, do some more digging, see what other options there are.
Good idea.
What the outcome potentially could be.
Yep.
Wow.
Hey, man. Well, those things.
Yeah, baby, make a move.
617-779-0985. I have a question. What? Which opening in the NFL is the best one right now?
Oh.
Which one of those openings would
I
be
like
best?
that question.
And if you're Bill and you get fired, where would you want to go? But also just which one's the best? We'll get to that coming up next.
Zolak and Bertrand. Middays. 98.5 The Sports Hub.
I know it is the best, right?
Previously on Felger and Mazz, presented by DraftKings Sportsbook.
I'm starting to believe that the owners of the Red Sox are preparing the team for sale because the circumstances now are a lot different than they were. Turning the business of the Red Sox into a bigger thing, there was plenty of room for growth. Now, I think there's significantly less.
He's a linebacker coach who hasn't done anything in the league at this level. How could I possibly get excited about that?
And he's also from the Belichick tree. Like, it would just feel like more of the same.
Like, I'm just facts are facts, or like, it's just obvious. He's a linebacker coach who's never coached an NFL game.
The only way Bill survives is if Kraft wusses out.
That's it.
There's no way he can survive based on merit, based on
logic.
Any sort of plan you want to come up with to make it work.
Our individual voices are powerful, but not everything has a voice. Let us be a voice to the voiceless. The caretakers our home deserves. If there's one thing we've learned, it's that when we all come together, the sky is the limit. It's time to speak up for nature.
Here it is. Look how cheap it is.
Go for it, Steph. Be careful what you buy online.
It's finally here.
Counterfeit products are illegal. They are fake and can be damaging to you, your property, and your wallet.
It looks real, but I don't have a good feeling about this.
No, get out! Buying fake products can cost you the health of your face, skin, and eyes, or scar you for life. Real products are tested for safety. Buy the brand. Protect yourself. This message is brought to you by the National Crime Prevention Council and the United States Patent and Trademark Office.
You're smart. Buy smart.
Go for real.
Go for real. Go for real.
In America, millions of families are facing hunger. Many are forced to choose between food and other necessities. I'm stuck between paying for medications or paying for food. John from Maine. After rent and power, I can get groceries. It's sad to say food comes last. Anna from Texas. The Feeding America network of food banks helps provide over 6 billion meals to people in need each year. I thought pantries were for less fortunate people, but anybody could be less fortunate in a day or even a second. Claire from Virginia. Now I can provide food for my family again. It's not a handout, it's a hand up. Liam from Ohio. No one should have to worry where their next meal will come from. Together, we can end hunger. Learn more at feedingamerica.org.
The COVID-19 pandemic has taken a toll on all of us. But for those who have a history of adverse childhood experiences, this may be a particularly difficult time. Adverse childhood experiences, or ACEs, are traumatic events that happen to us as children, yet can impact us for a lifetime. And I want you to know there are some resources that can help. Visit numberstory.org for tips on helping yourself and your children.
Decided that moving on from you would be best for the football team?
I'm going to focus on what I am going to control and focus on, and that's, my work ethic and my, effort to do what I can to help the Patriots organization, which I'm heavily invested in.
Black Monday in the NFL. No more coaches have been fired since last check, right?
Nope.
None that we know of. So we know the jobs at this point then. The Carolina Panthers are reportedly checking in at high levels on the availability of Bill Belichick. That's from Josina Anderson a short time ago. Their job is open. The Commanders fired Ron Rivera. No surprise there. That job is open. The Falcons fired their head coach in Arthur Smith. He's out after 3 years and 3 7-10 records. That job is open. It's been a couple of weeks since the Chargers blew out their head coach and fired Staley. That's an opening. And then there is the Raiders gig, which is open. And we know that Mark Davis likes Bill Belichick, and Bill Belichick very much likes the facilities in Vegas.
Taj Mahal.
The Taj Mahal. Other jobs that could become open. New England could become an opening. Apparently Tennessee could be an opening with Mike Vrabel's status there up in the air right now, despite still being under contract. All right, so of the 5 that we know of, which one, if you were a head coach, would you pick? And therefore, which one do you think Bill should pick?
I'm going Raiders number 1. I'm going Chargers number 2. And you could figure out the rest, and I put Washington at the bottom because I think that's a long rebuild. That's a bad karma. That's a bad team. Barely just got a uniform, barely just got a name. Stadium sucks. Interesting ownership group. Tepper down there in Carolina, not great.
Yeah.
We've been down there. That's a stadium that needs an overhaul. Situation's okay. They don't have a great facility. I'm interested in what's Atlanta's facility look like. Got the dome there. Tough fan base. They don't back you much. Raiders, you got the ear of the owner. I think that guy will give you anything because he's crazy. Not so much with L.A. L.A., cheap ownership group. Probably won't pay you and give you the control. I think Raiders would give him everything. I would do this for my dad, Mark Davis would tell him. Could you imagine that coming here full circle with the NFL, everything you meant it, everything my father, Al Davis, has meant it, and have that marriage come together with the new stadium in downtown Las Vegas? I'd do Raiders. AFC West?
I have a different order. Right now, I would pick the Chargers number 1. Chargers would be the team that is ready to win day one.
They're the best team.
They've got pieces. They are ready to win games as you walk through the door. That would be number 1. You put Washington at the bottom, right?
Yes.
I'd put them second on the list. They have the second overall pick in the draft. You'll have your pick of anybody not named Caleb Williams. You can get the young quarterback that you like. You're dealing from a position of strength in the draft, and you've got the most cap space in the league. You can make it your own there pretty damn quick. So I would put them high on the list, and it's a place that if you go there and you win, there's such a large yet dormant fan base for the Commanders right now.
You could wake them up.
But man, you could wake them up in a hurry, and you would
be like Cleveland.
You would be hailed as a hero for decades to come for turning around that team and winning. You would have an additional thing tacked onto your legacy at the end of your career that could make you be remembered far better than it would be otherwise. no matter who you are as a coach.
See, I saw Joe Gibbs with the owner in the owner suite yesterday, and I'm just, I don't think Gibbs likes Belichick.
Really?
I don't think there's that relationship. And if he's relying heavily on Gibbs is going to tell him no on Bill. No. That's the only thing that I think would scare me off that. But I just think you got your facility at the Raiders. He'd be happy there. Like at this stage, it was like happy. Be a fun coaching them out there in those fields. Got a dome stadium. You got an ownership group or owner, crazy-ass owner that'll give you anything. And wouldn't have a quick switch on you. Wouldn't have a quick trigger on you like he did with Josh because of out of respect. Yeah. You would tease Brady to go there.
Do you remember how old Joe Gibbs felt at the end when he was coaching?
Yeah. This is after he did the race car stuff, right?
When he came back for the second stint. Do you know how old he was in his final year?
No.
Late 60s?
He was 67. And he seemed ancient.
Yeah.
Detached from the game. See, I don't feel Bill's detached from the game. You could say he's detached from picking offensive
Well, he also
personnel.
never left. He hasn't left the game, which is the biggest thing that helps him. So I'd put Washington second. I'd put the Raiders third because they do have some pieces and some things to work with there.
Mm-hmm.
And they do have a great facility. They do have that.
It's gorgeous.
Yeah. Falcons, I would put fourth. I'd put Carolina fifth on this.
Mm-hmm.
I would want nothing to do with that owner and that team.
I'm saying, yeah.
I'd say, no, I'm not working for that guy.
What's the Atlanta attraction?
You just need the quarterback there, right? Like there's pieces on offense.
Feels like you need more.
Defense is pretty good.
That's a team that I don't know a lot about. Ignorance on my part, because I don't really dig Atlanta and I don't like the Falcons. I don't really like watching their games. I think they're boring to watch. Like every time I turn a game on, here's Atlanta. I'm good. I move on.
Yeah.
It's not Dallas. It's not Philly. It's not Baltimore. It's not Cincinnati. Like those teams intrigue me. I like watching Tennessee every once in a while. See if Derrick Henry get it going.
All right, now we gave those five that we know are open. Now you've got to add in New England and Tennessee. Where do those teams rank in those openings?
Tennessee needs a lot of help. They're getting a new stadium, though. It's an attractive market. It's up and coming.
It's really about the team and the roster, though.
Yeah, at this stage for him.
It's about money and roster and what pieces are there.
So then you got to recategorize what are Bill's priorities. You know, what's important to him? Obviously, money. You're going to be able to afford me. Control roster. Money, control roster.
I mean, if you put it to a head coaching candidate, and this is not just about Bill, it's about any head coaching candidate, and you say, listen, you've either got to go work for a good owner who will have some patience with you, but it's going to take much longer to build and much longer to win, or you can go work for an owner who might be a pain in the ass, but you're going to have a good team and win a lot of football games in your first 3 years on the gig. Which one do you pick? Or which one do you think most of them would pick?
Ownership?
They'd pick winning. They'd pick the team with the best roster and the best chance to win because in their minds they say, well, I can always leave. If you have success, you're in control. If you have success, you're desirable. And if it blows up with the owner, it doesn't matter.
See, that's part of the lure with Harbaugh. That's why Harbaugh is a candidate, but a candidate to bounce at some point. And I'd go in 4 years and boom, I'm out.
Who has more pieces, the Falcons or the Patriots?
Falcons.
How do you put
I don't even know the team, and I know they got more pieces.
It's like, well, what makes the Patriots more attractive than the Falcons? Not much.
They need a quarterback. That's it.
Not much.
Like they got receivers. They got good tight ends. Pitts and freaking Jonnu together. Like, Jesus.
I think I'd take 4 teams ahead of New England right now if I were just a free agent and had no bias and didn't care about any of the teams involved.
Which ones are you putting ahead? Which ones are you putting ahead? Chargers,
Falcons, Washington, Raiders. They all have more pieces. They all have better rosters. They're all going to win sooner than the Patriots. Or win, a respectable amount of games.
Yeah. And at AFC West, who knows what's going to happen in Denver? Chargers aren't always the winner. Say you do go to the Raiders. Like at some point, Kelsey's going to be gone. It's just going to be Mahomes trying to carry the team. He's always had good defenses against him. He's always had good defensive strategies against Patrick Mahomes. Good game plans against them. You'd scheme that up.
Who knows? AFC West.
Bill reunited with Jack Jones out there. Huh?
Maybe. Never know. Makona's headlines right now. We'll come right back. Sounds of Sunday at 12:50.
Sports Hub headlines.
All right, the Pats closing out their season yesterday with a loss to the Jets. They finished the year 4-13, so they have the number 3 pick in the upcoming NFL draft. Elsewhere in the NFL, Black Monday in full swing. Ron Rivera has been fired by the Commanders' Adam Schefter, tweeting out that Washington's already requested permission to interview Rams defensive coordinator Raheem Morris and Ravens associate head coach and defensive line coach Anthony Weaver for their head coaching opening. Commanders have also asked for permission to interview 49ers assistant GM Adam Peters for their general manager job. Arthur Smith out in Atlanta. The Panthers have fired their GM. Bruins, meanwhile, on the road tonight visiting the Avalanche. You can hear that one right here on 98.5 The Sports Hub. Duncan pregame begins at 8:30 with Judd Surratt and Bob Beers. And the Celtics are back in action tonight visiting the Pacers. Sean Grandy, Cedric Maxwell have you for that one beginning at 6:30 on the BetMGM Rock 92.9 Celtics Radio Network. Sports Hub headlines are brought to you by SwingJuice.com, streetwear-inspired fashion for the modern golfer. Right now, Swing Juice is running their biggest sale ever with 40 to 70% off everything. Explore top-tier performance polos, quarter zips, hoodies, T-shirts, hats, and more at SwingJuice.com. I'm Tim McCona, Boston's home for Sports 98.5 The Sports Hub. Your next update, 30 minutes.
Stay tuned for more Zolak and Bertrand on the Sports Hub.
Hey, it's Beetle.
Do you cringe every time you hear heavy rains in the forecast? Are you tired of cleaning up puddles of water? Stop bailing out your basement and contact CrackX. CrackX can also stop leaks around pipe penetrations, tie holes, and other voids in your concrete wall. Go to crackx.com for details.
New England is the home of champions. Hockey in the 70s, basketball in the 80s, baseball in the 2000s, not to mention the 6 rings won down in Foxborough. And that whole time, Sokolov Law has been winning for the people of New England, too. So if you were in a car accident, hurt at work, maybe injured because of somebody else's mistake, then you want a local champion fighting for the compensation that you deserve. That's Sokolov Law. Hire a team that knows how to win. Call Sokolov Law, 1-800-CALL-JIM.
Over 13 million Americans were affected by identity theft in 2022, and the threats go way beyond just credit card fraud. Today's identity thieves can use your information in ways that are easy to miss by just monitoring accounts and credit, like opening loans, transferring home titles, even committing crimes.
Someone got my social security number, made a driver's license, and it was used for criminal activity.
You can do so much with a social security number that I didn't know could happen. They drained my bank account. It was terrifying.
You're even more vulnerable than you realize. Your information is exposed through online shopping, banking, even corporate data breaches. No wonder there's a new victim of identity theft every 3 seconds. Only LifeLock alerts you to the widest volume of threats all in one place, like someone trying to use your social security number, open a new loan in your name, or even commit a crime in your name.
There was a big yes button and there was a big no button. I clicked, that's not me, and LifeLock took it from there.
If you become a victim of identity theft, a dedicated U.S.-based restoration specialist will be assigned to your case and work to fix the issue on your behalf.
If something happens, you have somebody fighting for you.
All LifeLock members are backed by the LifeLock $1 Million Protection Package, including reimbursement for stolen funds, personal expenses, and coverage for lawyers and experts up to $1 million. It can be dangerously easy to steal your identity. With LifeLock, it's easy to help protect yourself.
I will be with LifeLock forever.
Join the millions of people already protected by LifeLock. And for a limited time, save 25% on your first year with promo code 25TV. All plans include a 60-day money-back guarantee.
Call 800-710-4620.
Or visit LifeLock.com/25TV to save 25% on your first year of identity theft protection. Enroll now.
What's it gonna be? All right, 60 seconds to draw the perfect gift. What's it gonna be?
A bottle of Don Julio 1942 delivered.
Delivered with Drizzly. Gifting without the guessing. Drizzly. What's it gonna be?
Every Tuesday, Tom Curran talks about the Pats and other stories from around the league.
They're just thin in too many spots, and it didn't have to be that way. I don't like it.
Quick Slants, tomorrow at 6 on NBC Sports Boston, presented by your local New England Honda dealers.
There's a new home for the most unfiltered coverage of your favorite team. The NBC Sports Boston app. Get the latest news from the insiders you know and trust.
Can he be the impactful player that we saw?
This is the app for Boston's authentic fans.
Communities across our country are in crisis. And when disaster strikes, Team Rubicon responds. Whether feeding families, providing medical care, or bringing relief to the most vulnerable, our volunteer gray shirts show up. And right now, you can join their mission. Stand with your community. Answer the call. Join Team Rubicon today.
Every Wednesday on NBC Sports Boston.
Tommy Kern joining us from Foxborough. And of course, we're going to hear from Bill Belichick and the Patriots.
The Game Plan, Wednesday at 6 on NBC Sports Boston. Presented by your local New England Honda dealers.
We are looking at a very cold week ahead here, folks, especially in the morning. So we want to make sure the kids have their hats and gloves while they're at the bus stop. It's really a stinging cold every morning this week, so we want to be bundled up while they're standing out there. The good news, it's looking dry every day, though.
That was actually more than I was expecting from Bill Belichick this morning. And I think the thing that struck me was he mentioned that he's under contract. Bill Belichick almost never mentions his contract status. He also talked about that he wants to continue as Patriots coach. He said he was open to potentially bringing on a general manager, someone to run personnel and have him only coach if collectively that is what is viewed as helping the team. He said he's going to keep doing his job basically as long as he has it, which, you know, when you talk to people there, they say he has not changed one bit, has not referenced the future, has done his job the same way every single day, no matter what, despite the team really struggling. What that said to me is kind of puts the ball in owner Robert Kraft's court, saying Bill Belichick is under contract and wants to stay. If the Krafts do not want him to stay, then there's a move they could make, essentially firing him. What this did was basically, in a kind of an odd way, put them on notice to make. If you want to change, you're going to have to make it. I thought that was a fascinating way to handle it, and I think anyone who knows Bill Belichick and has known him for the last 2 decades, as we all have had, I kind of raised the eyebrows a little bit.
617-779-0985 is the phone number. Tyler's in Fort Myers, and he's got us on hold. Call us back, Tyler. Matt's in Rhode Island. Hey, Matt.
Hey, first, guys, I like this McCone kid, but
you do?
I keep a close eye on him. If he says he's out on potatoes, that's crazy stuff.
Kind of sneaky, anyway, right? Slimy.
Yeah, it's a little weird.
But he likes French fries, yeah.
He's a good kid.
French fries.
Listen, the playoff picture in the AFC, I think the games might be okay, but the teams, besides Baltimore, I mean, if you have a great draft, you fill in the free agents, I mean, you're not too far off. It's not unrealistic. Next year, you could be back there. Thanks, guys.
Quickly back in the AFC playoff picture. Possible, because the AFC sucks.
That's your
which is an
only
indictment
caveat.
of this team and this coach.
Yeah. Which makes this year feel that much more worse. In a year where the league is down. Look at Kansas City, how down. Everybody's down. And you couldn't have been in the mix. You couldn't even get close to being in the mix. Like, you weren't even one of those outliers. When they started to do playoff projections like 7 weeks ago, here's who's got full control. Here's 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And then they do that 4 in the hunt. You never got the 4 in the hunt. Only be is in the hunt. Turn the dogs loose. Let's go hunting. Be in the hunt. That got taken away this year. When have you ever not been in the hunt? At least you're in the hunt a little bit last year. Year before, you're the number 1 seed going into week 14. You're in the mix. Did your dog go outside in the snow?
Dog loves the snow.
Does it?
She loves the snow.
Yeah.
How'd you do in the snow?
Little, who?
Beetle.
What do you mean?
You didn't fall or anything?
I did fine. Thank you very much.
I almost fell today. Taking garbage cans out. I mean, our driveway got plowed, but then it just turned to ice overnight. Almost went right down.
That's what happens when you don't take care of things yourself. You just leave that up to one swipe with the plow.
He double swiped it.
Well, yeah, but he can't keep coming back if there's more icing and things happening after that.
So how many times I want to go out there, though? I don't want to go out there.
Put any ice melt down?
No.
It's because you just didn't. It's because you're not taking that. You're not taking.
Driveway looks ugly, and then you bring it in the house.
And makes your driveway look ugly?
Yeah, all
that's
white.
why you're not using the ice melt?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
You see the rain? We're getting torrential rain on Wednesday. This will all be gone Wednesday.
Yeah. Well, in the meantime, don't fall on your ass. Put a little ice melt down. You know?
I'm going to get out of my car and crawl into the house. I'll be fine. What do you got, McCone? You got a parking space? You got a garage?
Makes your
We got a parking
driveway
space.
look ugly.
Yeah.
Who's we? You and you. Oh,
Yeah,
that's right. You live
yeah.
together.
We got a
lady friend.
You got a space. So who gets
Two
the
spaces.
space?
2 spaces.
Yeah. What kind of car you drive?
Ford Escape.
Nice.
Do they make those anymore?
Nope.
I don't think so.
I was going to say.
I don't think so.
I think the Fiero, they have the Fiero. When they stopped making those, Pontiac stopped making the Fiero. They stopped the Escape.
No, they do make them. They just don't look the way they used to look.
Right.
Yeah. I think of the Escape. I think that like real boxy look to it.
Oh, no. And this is more rounded.
Okay,
More
then you've
rounded
got one of the
SUV.
newer
Yeah.
ones. Yeah.
Ah, fancy.
Yeah, no, they still make them, but I would not be able to recognize it as a Ford Escape anymore. Like it just looks like you ever notice that every car on the road is starting to look like every other car on the road?
Yeah, the same body.
Like other than like maybe, I don't know, like what's really truly unique now? Like a Tesla?
Yeah,
Like you see a
even
Tesla,
electric ones all look the same.
The Ford Bronco.
That's a pretty unique looking vehicle. But look at this. Look at this. This is like every generic SUV on the road now. Yeah. They look just like that.
It's white toast, no question.
Right.
There's
Everything's starting to look exactly like everything else. You're right. The Bronco definitely stands out. Bronco
Nice
stands
truck.
out.
Who's he talking to?
He's on the line. He's talking to someone.
Who are you talking to?
He's talking to a caller.
That long. We're jam lines.
Tom's in the car today.
Hey,
What's
Tom.
up, Tom?
Hey, guys.
Yeah.
Okay, I know Coach Belichick is the story right now, but we don't know. And one thing we do know is that in the AFC next year, it's going to be Rodgers, Josh, and Tua. The fastest way for the Patriots to get into that conversation with a quarterback that can at least rub shoulders with them is to do everything they can to explore getting Russell Wilson.
Not the day for that. We've covered it. You guys are against it, I believe, from when we did it last week. I'm open to the idea, but under a very particular set of circumstances that would allow for that to be workable. Yeah, not the day for that.
No.
Yeah.
No.
He also forgot to mention a guy by the name of Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah.
Don't forget him, please.
I think it goes without saying. Like, that's the 1 seed.
Who are you rooting for in that Dolphins-Chiefs game?
Dolphins-Chiefs? I'm rooting for... Oh, that's a good question. I'm rooting for Dolphins.
So am I.
Just get rid of them right away. Just put it into him and his stupid girlfriend stuff.
I'm rooting for the Dolphins in this game because it's good to have some new blood advancing in the playoffs. But also, the Chiefs need a wake-up call.
Yeah.
They do. And they got another soft landing
right.
with a home playoff. They need to get right off season. And get it back together.
Well, at least they only get one playoff game at home. Yeah, they got to go on the road this year. First time Mahomes ever been on the road in the playoffs if he wins.
Yeah, but I'm saying that wasn't even a sure bet.
Right.
I mean, he ends up with the landing of being at home. We didn't know that was going to be the case again.
Lucky.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe it'll hurt more if they lose at home. Right?
Interesting how the league put that game on Peacock, huh?
Why is it so interesting?
Well, because you got the most popular quarterback in the league on Peacock.
Well, that's why. That's what they're doing.
Yeah.
They're taking care of a partner that paid them a
would've
lot of money for that game.
I thought they would have jammed Texans, Cleveland in that spot.
No, because that doesn't pay back all the money that NBC had to give them to get the game.
That would have been a perfect game for them.
I don't know. Like, if you don't know how to sign into Peacock, last night they told you about 17,000 times every break how to do it. You know, Mike Tirico, you get to take a snapshot of the QR code right there. And yeah, I'm just getting like, oh, I'm good. Beatle's going to help me get on it later.
It's so easy. So easy to do.
Okay, good.
All right. Sounds of Sunday coming up next.
Zoe and Beetle, 98.5 The Sports Hub.
Hey, it's Beetle at My Banks.
Zolak and Bertrand is brought to you in part by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. The ability to change the term used to into I am. I am feeling great. I am pain-free in my joints. I am playing sports. Or I am keeping up with my grandchildren. Put more life in your life. Fast and sustainable weight loss at awaken180weightloss.com.
Oh, what's up? You watching the game? Or maybe the one later? Put a little BetMGM action on it, and now any game becomes the game. When you got overs and unders, you're in it every time they throw the ball, kick the ball, dribble the ball. They just not even a ball. Who needs a ball? Now that bet's got you watching every inning, half, round, period, set, hole, a lap. Right from the edge of your seat.
Awaken 180 has given me kind of a new lease on life.
I would, and I have recommended Awaken 180, even to my doctor.
Awaken 180 weight loss has changed my life forever. First couple of weeks, I lost 20 or 30 pounds.
Today, I feel fantastic after my 10 weeks on Awaken 180.
I'm actually lighter now than I was in high school. Being able to tell people I'm half the man I used to be.
You can recapture what you want to be and who you want to be if you just strive for it with Awaken 180.
Online at awaken180weightloss.com.
Over 13 million Americans were affected by identity theft in 2022. And the threats go way beyond just credit card fraud. Today's identity thieves can open loans, transfer home titles, and even commit crimes in your name.
Someone got my social security number, made a driver's license, and was used for criminal activity.
Your information is exposed through online shopping, banking, even corporate data breaches. No wonder there's a new victim of identity theft every 3 seconds. Only LifeLock alerts you to the widest volume of threats all in one place.
I clicked, that's not me, and LifeLock took it from there.
If you become a victim, a dedicated U.S.-based restoration specialist will work to fix the issue. All LifeLock members are backed by the LifeLock $1 Million Protection Package, including reimbursement for stolen funds.
I will be with LifeLock forever.
Enrollment takes just minutes. Call now or go online and use promo code GET25 to save 25% on your first year. Enroll now.
Bob's Discount Furniture is doubling down on new with my signature mattress. Temperature regulating threads, Bobapedic memory foam for pressure relief in 3 feels. When you can have a new year for less, there's only one thing to say. Oh my Bob!
Hey guys, are you tired of figuring out what hat to wear that matches your outfit? I got tired of that, so I saw my boy, Dr. Matthew Lepresti, and I don't have to worry about wearing hats backwards or forward. Go see my guy, Dr. Matthew Lepresti.
All right, Sheila, are you throwing a dress like a dad party, a birthday brunch, or a vow renewal for your dogs?
Yes!
The right drinks delivered for any party. Drizzly.
Icy hot. Ice works fast. Heat makes it last. Feel the power of contrast therapy. So you can rise from pain. Icy hot.
Are your tires ready for the harsh winter roads ahead? Then go to Town Fair Tire for the guaranteed lowest price on Michelin winter tires, offering shorter stopping distances on ice and snow, thanks to their exceptional grip, along with predictable handling in cold, dry, and wet wintry conditions. For the guaranteed lowest price on Michelin winter tires and the most free services for life, get to Town Fair, because nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody!
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Peacock is streaming your NBC local station now. Get your local news and weather.
And some wet conditions out there.
Plus, your favorite NBC shows from morning till night, live.
You make a great team, huh?
Streaming now on Peacock.
Our story was begun by someone else. Our story was often shaped by generations before them. Our story was forged and maybe even defined by the experiences of our childhood. But it doesn't need to be. You can be the author. Learn how at numberstory.org.
Presents Zolak and Bertrand's Sounds of Sunday.
You know what's the end of rainbow balls? Big pot of gold.
Big pot of gold.
So pretty. Play me the sounds of Sunday. Play me the sounds of Sunday. Play me the sounds of Sunday. Play me the sounds of Sunday.
It's a good one.
I don't know if you heard yesterday. They played long Rick Astley song. Bumping back from a TV timeout. Never going to give you up. I can see Reese bumping up and down and little guy up there having a good time. He went to see Rick Astley live a year ago. What do you got, McCone? Let's get in the pocket.
All right, Sounds of Sunday.
Hey!
Brought to you by Boston Vision. Book a free evaluation online today at bostonvision.com. Mention 98.5 The Sports Hub and receive $500 off your procedure.
Sports!
Visit bostonvision.com because your best vision is Boston Vision. All right, we'll start with the Jaguars and the Titans. Jags missed the playoffs after they can't convert on a fourth down late in the game.
Audible, right?
Yeah. We have to hear the Titans radio on the call.
Fourth down and 2. Lawrence in the shotgun. Looking. Firing. Incomplete! Yes! Hell yes! Pass was intended for Evan Ingram. Edmonds had good coverage, and the Titans take over on downs at the 32, only needing to kneel to win this game. Mike Keith, I'm really happy. I get that.
I would not have been happy. Could have lost that game.
Yep.
Could have been in a better spot going into the draft. Am I crazy to say that? I'm pretty sure that if the Tennessee Titans had lost, they'd have the 5th pick.
It's a team broadcast call.
They would have moved up. Now they're going to pick 7th
Don't
instead.
think about that stuff when you're a team broadcast. Root for the team.
Not that much. It's a little too much. Too much rooting.
They're going to have to restart in Tennessee anyways. Derrick Henry going to be a free agent. Looks like he's played his last game in Tennessee. So we actually grabbed the stadium mic and thanked the fans after the game.
I saw this is awesome. You have
Titan fans, I just want to say thank you for the greatest 8 years of my life. The ups and the downs. Y'all been there for everything through the adversity. Watching me grow as a person and a player. Always supporting me. I love y'all. I love seeing the 22s in the stadium. Hopefully I was an inspiration to all the young kids.
Nice job by the player. Classy move. Knows he's gone. Been there for 8 years. Got him to pay him. It's no bad blood here. He knows he's leaving.
Where's he going to go?
Pittsburgh. See that dude in the Steeler backfield? Oh man. Are those receivers?
He's going to turn 31. No, he just turned 30.
Yeah.
Right. So he's 30. This will be his year 30, age 30 season.
Wow. Dallas.
Get it together.
Change up with Pollard. Oh, man.
A lot of miles there.
Yeah, a lot of miles. No doubt about it. He's not going to make 14 or 12 million like he's making.
He's one of my favorite players of this generation.
He's fun to watch, man. I love him. I love watching this guy run. He's an angry runner.
All right, so he thanked the fans. He also took time to thank a lot of people in the organization.
Oh, Jesus.
Definitely want to thank our equipment staff, Matt, Joey, Jerome, David Manor, Jordan, Justin, and Trey, and even our security, Jeb, that's my main man, and him and John is making sure I'm set, anything that I need. The kitchen staff, Elon and her staff, Jeff, I'm going to thank everybody. Jeff, Johnny, Pam, Miss Marilyn, Chris, just all of them, just making sure that I had everything that I need, and all our teammates, because I'm very specific on what I eat every morning, but, and Bob with the avocados, making sure that I have my avocados every morning. So I want to say I appreciate them, to the cleaning staff, to LaCoya, Johnny, Leroy, cleaning our locker room when it smelled like the Nashville Zoo. I appreciate them as well. So, just want to thank even Robbie waiting on me 2 hours after the game. Dwight, Puff, my guy. I'm just thankful for everybody who's been a part of this journey.
What do you think Puff does?
How many people did he name?
We could sit here and poke fun of all the names.
We're going to counter on that?
Put it to a montage, but how about understanding the first name of everybody he's come in contact with?
I was going to say, you couldn't name that many people here.
I couldn't name that many people here.
That's a lot of names. That's why I asked how many.
There's board
Ron
ops.
Renicky.
There's board ops at work here, and I don't know who they are. I'm like, I remember the intern's name. We don't even have an intern, do we? When we lose the intern?
At least a month ago.
When do we get another intern?
Next Monday.
Oh,
Camila and Dariel.
Good for Derrick Henry remembering every first name. That's tough to do.
That was genuine, too.
Yeah.
Sandy Alomar Sr.
Senior. Not the junior, the senior. But
Thank
everybody
you,
had
Jim
a role.
Stouch.
But like to Derrick Henry's point, everybody had a role. Avocado Bob. Puff.
Yeah.
Bill, the security guy.
Even Robbie.
Yep.
Waiting there 2 hours for me.
Kelly Pedroia.
All right, let's get to it. The highlight of the weekend. Saints blowing out the Falcons. Looks like they're going into victory formation. Jameis Winston says, not so fast.
So they do take a knee. It's victory formation. Jameis. Now he gives it to Jamal Williams.
Oh, wow.
And Jamal Williams gets the touchdown.
Oh, wow.
And there it is, the 1 yard gain. Oh, that's what he did. No way. So Tyron was going to go down anyway?
No, Tyron wasn't going down.
He just
Tyron was
it.
trying to score.
Right. He wasn't trying to score.
No, Tyron was trying to score.
No.
Tyron was trying to score.
Well, then why didn't he just run it in? It was like he was waiting around for
He
people
wasn't
to catch
trying. He got caught. That's what he was doing.
So they had an argument after that about whether or not Tyrann Mathieu could have scored. And if he was in on it to set it up. They obviously didn't know the full story yet.
No.
And that is Jameis Winston
Executive decision with
got
the team.
everybody together and was able to
But DA's cool with it.
gauge the group, come together and make a team decision without the head coach involved, of course. A team decision.
Dial up the trick
If you're
play.
Dennis Allen, how are you not running out there going, what the F are you doing? You know?
Well, Dennis Allen apologized at the podium first thing post-game. Apologized for the play.
So how's he good with it?
He's not.
Of course he's not. Jameis Winston is nuts.
Jameis Winston for the win yesterday.
Yeah.
That's 41-17.
You don't play that much, you know.
Shut up.
I'm going to be relevant. I'm going to get relevant for the day. That's how you get relevant for the day.
Great job by him. Way to rally the troops.
Should have just drop kicked it.
Not that they needed a rally. Again, up 41-17, but still.
He's right. What's the difference?
Way to pull everybody together.
Yeah.
Get them all going in the same direction.
Football. Yeah.
All right, we got some Patriots calls, but we want to do those after headlines?
Yeah, we'll do it right after.
Yeah, sure.
WBCFM HD1 from the Town Fair Tire Studios, the home of the Patriots, the Celts, the Revs, and the Bruins. Boston's home for sports is 98.5, the Sports Hub. Beasley Media Group Station.
All right, time for a Chevrolet Sportsnet Central update. Michael Holley here along with Tommy Curran, Ted Johnson. Patriots lose to the New York Jets 17-3. But the big story, Tom, is the future of Bill Belichick. What do you expect?
I expect that the Crafts will stick with the decision that they made earlier this season, and Bill Belichick will be done. There'll be a parting of the ways with Bill, and certainly this is not the way that it was supposed to end, on a snowy, miserable, quiet, sad day at Gillette Stadium with the team finishing a 4-13 season. But it does help to remove any ambiguity about where the team is right now.
Yeah, the snow's killed, any real kind of celebration for Bill, and that's disappointing for sure. But buckle up. It's going to be a fascinating next few weeks. Just kind of disappointing to have, Bill's career end with a game like this one. Very, very, just not a fun game to watch. But what's going to happen in the next few weeks should be fun, so hold on tight.
Ted Johnson says a fascinating next few weeks, maybe a fascinating next few days. That's it for this Chevrolet Sportsnet Central update. Now back to Zolak and Bertrand.
All right, we got a few items from Patriots Radio for the last time this year. First off, Zoe, you and Bob had a discussion about snakes.
And squeezing through with a carry for the first time today, all the way to the New England 21-yard line. Israel Abanikanda.
Anaconda, one of the scariest snakes out there. If I had to rank my top 5 snakes, the Diamondback Rattler, Copperhead, King Cobra, Black Mamba.
So I should say he slithered through the left side with that rush, with a 3rd down and 5 coming up. We've got a corn snake in our house, though. Got a receiver to the left, 3 to the right. Short motion by Gibson. Simeon with a change of the play at the line. And the Patriots late in getting out a defender. They had only 10 guys out there. Jalen Mills had to run off the far side for New England. And the Patriots forced to burn a timeout.
First screw up in a while as far as not being accountable. They've been so good on substitutions, running 5 on, running 5 off, late to the substitution. But back to your corn snake here. Do you have it in a tank, or
it's in a tank?
You let it run around the house?
Once in a while it gets out. When it comes to plumbing, heating, and air, no.
Oh, we're just going to leave it right there? That's where that ends? We're going to go on to plumbing, heating, cooling, and electric with 128? Oh, my God.
You sit at the table, have dinner with it?
Ryan Williams was listening. He said, no, forget promoing 128. More on the corn snake.
Right. Even Ryan would want to hear more.
You just let that thing get out every now and again?
Sometimes you let the snake out of the holding cage. Let it go play a little bit. Wait, you play ball with it? Roll the ball down the hallway?
Now, they're not venomous, though, right?
Corn snakes, though.
Yeah, no, they're not venomous. You don't have to worry about that.
Doesn't matter.
That's not what you're worried about. Again, I'm not worried about that. Yeah. You just let it get out and get loose, and you're going to go looking for your snake?
Then it goes under the couch and oh, man, now it's out of eyesight. You ever watch those Florida videos of
a wild Sosi Saturday night? Where'd you hide the snake?
You ever watch the Florida videos with the bulging wall, and there's a python stuck in the wall? And they cut the wall.
It just falls out.
And it's a foot thick. And that sucker comes out. Oh, man. Oh.
Milliken, in or out on snakes?
Out.
Very in, as you guys know. Come on.
Big snake guy.
Ken just started this.
Massive snake guy.
Snake as a pet is a giant red flag.
Yeah, I had a roommate that had a snake. He had to go to the pet store and buy the little white mice and feed it every once in a while. That snake don't want to be in there. Got a hot rock. It doesn't do anything. Thing will shed its skin every once in a while. That's about it. They call that molt.
Snakes freak me out, man.
Yeah, I'm not a snake guy.
Nah.
Nope. What else you got, McCullough? That's it?
All right, you also mixed up a phrase.
It'll be a 3rd down and 3.
I don't know if you remember that. Was it an NFC title game or a playoff game many eons ago? Tom Coughlin on the sideline in Green Bay.
Green Bay.
It was sub-zero.
And?
That was neat.
Play that again.
You guys missed it?
Yeah, what was messed up there? Said Tom.
It'll be a 3rd down and 3.
I don't know if you remember that. Was it an NFC title game or a playoff game many neons ago? Tom Coughlin on the sideline in Green Bay.
Green Bay.
It was sub-zero.
Many neons ago?
Eons ago.
Sounded like you said neons. That's what it was. I didn't catch it at first.
Could hang a neon sign on McCone's forehead. I don't know who would have more room to advertise on forehead, you or Peyton Manning?
They're very similar foreheads. Yeah.
It's a good looking forehead.
You also had an all-timer of a fake promo. Take a listen.
Oh, let's hear that.
Really moving the ball here. And that's the tough part there. You hit the one that got you down there because of the snow and the angle in which it's blowing right now. Everything's coming in their face right now.
So the Jets have it 1st and 10 from the 25.
I totally forgot about that.
It's white out.
I didn't realize that. Oh, there's white everywhere.
All right.
You're just painting a picture.
Yeah. He sprayed that kick everywhere.
Oh. Right. Right in the face.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's it for sounds.
You saw that missed field goal. Slippery balls out there.
The people that benefited as fans yesterday that brought goggles to the games, you kept it all out of your eyes all day long.
Oh, good job. Did you see people wearing ski goggles?
In front of us, yes. Yeah. Smart. Because it was like a stinging sleet. It was rain and it was snow. Then it was sideways and it was coming into the booth. The snow.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
No. I know what you mean.
We never had snow in the booth, ever. Never had snow blow in the booth. It was snowing in the booth. Ralph was sick.
Ooh, that was fun. All right.
You guys are sick.
Yeah. Let's go to Mike. He's in Malden today. What's up, Mike?
Hey, gentlemen. Good afternoon. Hey, I was watching the Jaguars game yesterday and had a little bit of an innate curiosity. So Trevor Lawrence has got 2 more years really under team control. I wonder whether or not they're at a point where they maybe don't want to give him that next contract. And I would wonder whether or not he could be a guy that would be available if you had that 3rd pick and could dangle a controllable quarterback for 5 years. So long term, A, would you be interested in trading the 3rd pick and maybe a little more to get Trevor Lawrence? And B, do you think that's something the Jaguars would be open to doing?
I would not be interested in trading for him. And I think you're Jacksonville, and he's a big name. He's down that area. You have no choice but to pay that guy. I think you're stuck with Trevor Lawrence.
Stuck. You say that like it's a bad thing. Yes, I would do the trade, and no, the Jaguars would not. They're not trading him. They're not trading him. Yeah. And he's going to break through, no problem. Okay? Battled injuries this year. In his one healthy year with a real head coach, he took his team to the playoffs. Right?
Yeah.
Okay. It's not a great sample on him to this point. What's the matter?
What's he laughing at there?
I don't know.
Cackle.
I don't know. Dave's in Chicopee. What's up, Dave?
Hey, how you guys doing?
Hey,
I
Dave.
think you're going to agree with me on this. For general manager, how about Scott Pioli?
No.
Bill Belichick stays as the head coach. Bring back Josh McDaniels as the offensive coordinator. And, maybe give Gerard Mayo the defensive coordinator, because you know that Bill Belichick's going to have his hand on the defense anyways, no matter who's there.
Well, that sounds pretty similar to what Zoe's pitching. He definitely wants Josh McDaniels back. He does. He wants Bill and Josh McDaniels and would like help in the front office with someone who's been here before. I think that's what he said last week. Someone who's been in the mix before in the front office here. Someone that could do the job on their own, but be thinking in the style of Bill Belichick. I don't understand why anybody would want anybody thinking in the style of Bill Belichick running the front office. But I think you and Dave are seeing eye to eye on this one.
We're close. Dave's close to me. Yeah, the Chicopee, they have the same brains. Hey, this is something worth funny to keep a watch on. What
do you got?
A little ongoing thing. Dave Portnoy, we all know he's a big Michigan fan. $1 million bucks.
Yeah, big game tonight.
A week ago, he's hooked up with some betting site that is bringing 8 fans to the game with him. And you had to put in, and a lot of vets that were in Michigan and brought somebody from Afghanistan over, and Dave's personal guests at the games. He's currently stuck in Miami. His flight has been not only been delayed an hour, they pushed it back to 3 hours, now potentially canceled. Portnoy's losing his mind trying to get to the Naz. What time's kickoff? 7 hours?
It's 7:45 kick.
Oh, my God, so it's 6 hours away. Holy crap. Doesn't he fly private? Unless he's part of this package that he has to go with these. I don't know. Big money bags, Dave. I thought he would fly private there.
I thought he would fly a day before the game.
To the national tutty? Yeah, heck yeah.
To be ready.
You would think, being a Michigan man.
Flying
like
day of, that's risky.
Michigan men don't fly
I'm
day
sorry,
of.
That's risky being.
It's not like Dave's
day
running
of.
the line at Spirit here. Come on. Come on, Dave. We'll update you on that. But it looks like he's losing his mind. So this is great.
Daniel's at Burlington. Daniel.
Yeah, you mentioned scoreboards. You got to try the Ozfest wings. They're unreal.
Oh, the Aussie wings. What's my favorite up there?
I don't know that they're on the menu anymore.
They may have changed them.
I looked at the menu. I don't
big
see
into
them.
the slap shot.
Try the slap shot wings.
We're slap shot wing guys now.
Let me double check. Their menu,
I know they have breakfast. So they have a great breakfast.
Their menu has undergone a bit of an upgrade. You know, they're not just serving pub grub anymore. They're serving good food.
Steaks and stuff, huh?
Yeah, like you can look at the menu now and you're like, oh, this looks like they really upgraded what they're serving there.
Make you get up there, eat, take a nap, say, you know what? I got to get a room next door. Stretch out. They got a pool in that hotel? Holiday Inn? But they got a pool.
I don't know.
Pond be good for you, McCone.
Why a pond?
That's a pool pond. Caddyshack reference.
Oh. I was like, what?
Ice pond. Yeah.
Got it. Okay.
Oh, God. A lot of people like that segment.
Carlos in New Bedford. Hi, Carlos.
Hey, how you doing? So I have an opinion on this. We were talking about it yesterday in the radio, respecting Bill and what he's done and all that. But Bill didn't give the respect to Brady by letting him go, treat him like a rookie, not making him feel like he deserved to make decisions.
Okay, well, Carlos, I would just say this. It's not disrespectful or disloyal to break up with Bill. That's not disrespectful. You don't have to think that you get a job forever because you had great success in your time here. That doesn't make it disrespectful. If Robert Kraft decided today, this is the time to make a change, and he fired Bill Belichick, that's not disrespectful.
No,
that's how business is conducted in this league and in most other businesses.
Bottom line business. None more ruthless than the NFL. Comparative to other sports with non-guaranteed money. Average lifespan of a player, average age of a player, average playing career. Not many coaches last as long as this guy has. None do.
Most coaches don't go 5 years without a playoff win and get a big vote of confidence or keep their job.
No.
So it's really not about respect. It's not really part of the conversation. It's about results. So that premise that it would somehow be disrespectful for them to move on, I don't agree with that.
Real quick here, Bert Brewer has an update on 49ers assistant GM Adam Peters, and that's a name Bert has brought up on our show here
a number of times.
As far as being interested in potentially taking over for the Patriots. The Commanders are already on it, requested an interview for the head of football operations job. So other teams that's the thing, man. You delay, other teams get their plans in motion. You want to fall behind the 8 ball.
Yeah, and they're not, as Tom Pelissero wrote earlier, wasting any time today. They've already requested interviews, as you mentioned earlier, Zoe. You mentioned this tweet before. Ben Johnson, Aaron Glenn, they want both of them to come for an interview.
Yep.
They've got the...
This all took place from the moment he got fired until lunch. these requests. 3 big requests right out of the way after the firing. Wow.
Yeah, a lot of things are happening in the league today. They're not going slow in Washington. They've got the second pick and a lot of money.
They have to fix things.
They've got the second pick and a lot of money, and they're making moves today. The Patriots have the third pick and a lot of money, and they're not doing anything yet.
Lunchtime.
I'm waiting on the lunch to get delivered. We'll get back to more of your calls coming up after this on Zolak and Bertrand, presented by BetMGM, the king of sportsbooks.
Zoe and the Beatles. 98.5 The Sports Hub.
That's right.
Hey world, I have a quick message. It's about safe driving. All right, let's go. Anytime you're driving, have the seatbelt buckled tight. Both hands on the wheel and your phone out of sight. When not in your hand, trying to text somebody back. Because if you do, your car might get smacked. The moral of the story, just put your phone down. The people on the road will stay safe and sound. Put your phone down, put your phone down. People on the road will stay safe and sound. Yeah.
When COVID-19 hit, I lost my housing and didn't know what to do. Without help from VA, I might be homeless.
Many veterans are facing financial hardship caused by COVID-19, putting them at risk of losing their housing. But VA has resources that can help. VA Supportive Services for Veteran Families program provides eligible veterans who are homeless or at imminent risk of becoming homeless with financial assistance for rent and utilities and other services to help protect them from housing uncertainty during this pandemic. If you or a member of your household served in the military and need help to stay in or obtain housing, call the National Call Center for Homeless Veterans at 877-4AID-VET. Due to COVID-19, calling is the best and fastest way to get help. Veterans without access to a phone should visit their closest VA medical center.
In America, millions of families are facing hunger. Many are forced to choose between food and other necessities. I'm stuck between paying for medications or paying for food. John from Maine. After rent and power, I can get groceries. It's sad to say food comes last. Anna from Texas. The Feeding America network of food banks helps provide over 6 billion meals to people in need each year. I thought pantries were for less fortunate people, but anybody could be less fortunate in a day or even a second. Claire from Virginia. Now I can provide food for my family again. It's not a handout, it's a hand up. Liam from Ohio. No one should have to worry where their next meal will come from. Together, we can end hunger. Learn more at feedingamerica.org.
Here it is. Look how cheap it is.
Be careful what you buy online. Counterfeit products are illegal and can cause damage to you, your property, and your wallet.
It looks real, but I don't have a good feeling about this.
No, get out! Get out! Go! Fakes cause real harm. Real products are tested for safety. Protect yourself.
You're smart. Buy smart.
Go for real.
Go for real. Go for real.
Free health care. Hundreds to more than $1,000 per month in disability compensation and tens of thousands for college tuition. These are just some of the U.S. Department of Veterans Affairs benefits that may be available to veterans. VA is focused on customer service like never before. Choose VA and see why veterans' trust in VA reached an all-time high. Claim the benefits you've earned at choose.va.gov.
(617-779-0985). McCone, What do you make of Bob Myers, the guy who built the Golden State Warriors dynasty?
Stud.
What do you make of him taking over the Washington Commanders? What do you make of this move? Brilliant?
He's advising.
Stupid?
He's not actually taking over. He's advising whoever's going to be taking over, which is interesting. And, just the success that guy has had to put that team on the map and to maintain and to, quote unquote, go for it every year. It's kind of what you want in an executive. I remember when they won, and this dude was standing on the court with them. I'm like, who the hell is this guy? Looks like a well put together guy. Got a nice tight haircut. I'm like, this guy's different. Who is this guy? Oh, he's the guy who put the whole thing together. Thought he was owner, not owner. What do you make of him, McComb?
Smart as hell. He's the best executive in the NBA for a decade. So does that translate? The only thing I could think of.
Success does.
Was, remember the Browns?
And by the way, it sounds like even though he's on the advisory committee, that he's going to be.
Got his hands on it.
It sounds like he's going to be on retainer.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Right? Like he's a consultant. He's going to be a permanent sort of.
You're going to run it through me.
He's going to oversee what they do, but he's a phone call away now at all times for the Commanders. Rick Spielman's going to be the other guy that they have on.
Yeah, Rick Spielman's been in the game for a long time. But if I'm a Commanders fan, you say, okay, Rick Spielman's involved, but now you got another guy with bigger input from a championship organization. I'd be, okay, we're serious about this then. And this new ownership group is serious about trying to do something to get something right here. Might not be great, but I'm going to try and build something.
Remember the Browns tried this, oh, man, maybe a decade ago now with Paul DePodesta,
Yep.
Billy Bean's right-hand man.
Yep.
Jonah Hill.
Jonah Hill, exactly. That's the only other crossover I can think of. But, yeah, Bob Myers, crushed it in the NBA for 10 years.
Difference being that Paul DePodesta was questionable in terms of how much success he was responsible for.
Fair.
Whereas with Bob Myers, you know that
he's the guy.
He's the guy. He is the guy. He was the guy that built the team, all of that, right? Bob Myers, by the way, and Adam Peters, who Zoe was talking about a segment ago, went to the same high school, and they both went to UCLA. And according to Mike Garafolo, they've had a relationship for quite some time. Peters a strong candidate for the Commanders' GM post.
That feels like a slam dunk, doesn't it?
Feels like a lock. Feels like there could be a quick hire there.
Yep, work hand in hand with that guy. Mm-hmm. Smarter man.
So the thing I wonder is,
they've stunk for so long.
If the Patriots were going to conduct a real head coaching search, which I don't think they're going to do. I think if they fire Bill, they're hiring Gerard Mayo. Yeah. But if they were to do it, who are the people that they would lean on? Who are the people that they would call up and say, be a part of an advisory committee for us in figuring out where we go next?
Or who do you want it to be?
John Bon Jovi.
And this is where I think maybe the Patriots have a problem as a franchise. They've had so much success. They've done things so well for so long.
The same way.
That they don't realize the problems they have on their hands. In that the Commanders, new owner comes in, franchise is an obvious mess. The last owner was a bad guy and ran a dysfunctional unit, and the whole thing is a mess. They play in a bad stadium. They know they need all kinds of fixes, and they need a new direction. So they come in with the idea that we've got to find a way to have success, as opposed to we know how to have success. And the reality is those two teams and where they are from a football perspective, just on the field, roster, management of the roster, building of the rosters, contracts, all that, they're not in dissimilar places. They're kind of in the same spot. They are. And so I wonder if that's something that might get in the way. The Patriots have been so good for so long that they think, oh, we don't need to take as a big picture look at it the way the Commanders do. When from a football standpoint, maybe you do. Maybe you do need to take some outside advice and people with different philosophies having voices.
Did you call Brady?
I might.
Who do you respect?
Yeah.
You respect in the league.
But when he was here for that game, there was a lot of intense conversation going on. They kept, the booth. I was seeing the internal shots, which means that you're not getting it every time they put it on TV. But there's times, when he talks, he's so demonstrative, and they're pointing, and he's talking. And you can tell he's talking about football. So, yeah, the way he has his hands and everything, and the way he's talked to the Raiders and stuff, and to see the way it was run down in Tampa, I'd be open to bouncing ideas off him. Why not? He's the most successful player in the history of the game. This guy's one of the most historical GMs. Run it the right way. Got a championship. Yeah. Sustaining. And for as long as Brady did it, sure. Did you see anything wrong when you were here, too? I mean, it doesn't have to be all, hey, how do we fix it? But, did you notice these problems were existing when you were here? And we know you covered a lot of things up. But how long ago did this exist? I think it's kind of eye-opening. Sure. Yeah, I'd talk to him.
617-779-0985. Let's go to Jim. He's in Boston. Hey, Jim.
Hey, guys. I just have a comment, and then I have a question, and then I'll hang up. My comment is we've had Bill Belichick here a lot of years, and many people who've had entire careers in football, many, dozens I've heard say he's the greatest coach of all time. Yet I've never once heard anyone say he's the greatest GM of all time. So that, to me, is all we really need to know. And the other thing I need to ask is, you people calling for a clean slate and a wipe, what gives you the resume to make that comment? And who are you going to get that's better than Bill to coach?
Well, it's a good question. It is talk radio. We take calls. Fans have opinions.
Gives you the resume to say you should stay?
I don't. Yeah.
What are we doing?
And when have we ever sat there and say, who's the greatest GM of all time? We never talked that.
Unless you've coached in the NFL,
it's players and
won
coaches.
6 Super Bowls.
Players and coaches.
What makes you be able to talk about Bill Belichick? Oh, I don't know, because it's a sport, consumer sport.
Colin, I don't know what gives you the right to sit here or Beto or me.
And that's what makes the whole thing kind of go. So,
Who do you think you are?
Compared to Bill Belichick in football? Nobody. Are you kidding me? How stupid of a statement is that?
This is going to get nutty.
No one talk about the Patriots anymore. All done. No more. I don't know if you're going to play that game. Who's Robert Kraft to hire or fire the guy? What's his resume coaching teams?
All of your contributors have been saying this, and it's been a witch hunt.
Oh, man.
Talk radio.
I think he is the greatest of all time. I do.
Yep.
I don't think that lasts forever. I don't think it gives you a job for life. And if you don't have the results, you don't keep your job. It's really kind of simple. It's really not that hard to figure out. You lose games, you don't keep your gig. Just in the last 5 years alone, 23 teams finished with 4 or fewer wins. 23 teams. 15 of the 23 fired their head coach. And the 8 that didn't get fired were in their first or second year. So anyone that was third year or beyond, gone. You don't survive it. Not in this league. Doesn't happen. Thank you, Neil Collins and the Zolak and Bertrand research team.
Good job, Neil.
Coming up with that.
Hey, coming up next, can we take calls, but can we also watch Milliken's head explode?
About?
Based on the new acquisition of the Los Angeles Dodgers?
Why is his head going to explode over that?
Because he thought the Red Sox had a shot. They were interested.
Oh, they don't have a shot at anybody.
I didn't believe they were getting him. Doesn't mean I'm not mad, though.
Milliken, just quit. Just give up.
What are you going to
I can't.
What are you going to do
This is my
year?
life. This is what I do.
No, seriously. What are you going to do this year?
Just hope for the best. When opening
do you
day
know how
comes
hard
along,
this
try
year
to be
was on me?
positive.
Covering the Pats?
When in doubt, tweet. That's Milliken's.
Tweet through the pain.
Tweet through the pain.
Do you guys know it's the off season? Like, do the Red Sox know that?
Sadly, we do. We talk about it for 2 hours every week. We suffer through it.
What do you talk about?
When's truck day?
That's a good question.
When's that stupid fan day? Like, everybody goes
January 20th.
Oh, that's
You're going to go?
Day.
No, I will not be there this year. It's my anniversary.
Oh, she would love that.
Just open another.
She might get to meet like
take her.
I'm glad
like Louis Tiant or something.
I tried to convince her, but she said she didn't want to see me in that kind of setting.
What did you? You're more gaga over them than her.
I thought
on your anniversary,
sexy and cool and charming, but I guess it's the opposite.
Let me show you how popular I am with baseball nerds.
Jeez,
we're a cool squad.
Yeah. All right, we'll get back to those calls coming up next.
Sports Hub headlines.
All right, Patriots losing to the Jets, so they finish 4-13 on the season. They have the number 3 pick in the draft. Black Monday in the NFL underway. So here's the latest. Ron Rivera out in Washington, as Joe Murray would say. Adam Schefter tweeting out that the Commanders requested permission to interview Rams defensive coordinator Raheem Morris and Ravens associate head coach and defensive lineman Anthony Weaver for the head coaching position. They've also requested permission to interview Niners assistant GM Adam Peters for their general manager job. Arthur Smith out in Atlanta, and the Panthers have fired their GM. Bruins on the road tonight visiting the Avalanche. You can hear that game right here on 98.5 The Sports Hub. Duncan pregame begins at 8:30 with Judd Surratt and Bob Beers. Celtics back in action tonight visiting the Pacers. Sean Grandy, Cedric Maxwell have the call beginning at 6:30 on the BetMGM Rock 92.9 Celtics Radio Network. And big news in golf. Big talker, Tiger Woods and Nike officially parting ways after 28 years together.
Talking about being synonymous.
Yeah, that's
right?
it,
With
right?
Nike, it's two guys, Jordan and Tiger.
That's it.
All done. All done. I wonder how that came to be.
I saw the deal. The 10-year deal was like $230 million that he signed in like 2013 with Nike. Oh, a lot of money.
Yeah.
Sports Hub headlines brought to you by Bentley University. A force for business, a force for good. I'm Tim McConnell, Boston's home for sports. 98.5 The Sports Hub. Next update, 30 minutes.
Zolak and Bertrand returns after these on the Sports Hub.
Awaken 180 has given me a kind of a new lease on life.
I would, and I have recommended Awaken 180, even to my doctor.
Awaken 180 weight loss has changed my life forever.
First couple of weeks, I lost 20 to 30 pounds.
Today, I feel fantastic after my 10 weeks on Awaken 180.
I'm actually lighter now than I was in high school.
Being able to tell people I'm half the man I used to be.
You can recapture what you want to be and who you want to be if you just strive for it with Awaken 180.
Online at awaken180weightloss.com.
Now that I've hung up my skates, everyone wants to know what I'm going to do next. After 19 years on the legendary team, I'm grabbing some legendary Sal's Pizza.
Think you can flip a pizza as good as you can flip a puck?
I mean, I've sauced a lot of passes in my career, so I'm sure I can sauce a pizza.
You stick to hockey and I'll stick to pizza.
Sal's Pizza is Boston's hometown pizza.
And Sal's tastes great with Pepsi.
Now that's a Find Sal's Pizza at your local pizza shop, arena, college, or grocery store.
We love the game because anything can happen. There's no sure thing. Every play, every shot, every swing is a risk if you bet. There's no easy money. There's no luck. And no one wins all the time. So if you bet responsibly and always set a limit.
The highest art is beautiful, timeless, inspired by the divine. Returning to Worcester, January 13th and 14th, and Providence in May. Tickets at genuine.com.
This is a hernia mesh legal alert. If you experienced problems following a hernia repair, which resulted in the need for the removal of the surgical mesh, you may have a case. Defective or recalled hernia mesh products have been used during many surgical procedures nationwide since 2010. Financial compensation may be available if your hernia mesh was removed due to severe abdominal pain, adhesion or erosion of the hernia mesh, infection, allergic reaction, or other complications. Call now for a free consultation and case evaluation. It is not necessary to know what type of hernia mesh was used during your surgery. The lawyers at Science & Kirk can help. There are no fees or expenses unless a recovery is obtained. Don't wait. Call now to find out if you have a case.
Call 1-800-269-1920 for a free case evaluation. Call 1-800-269-1920.
Around here, we don't do the right thing because we have to.
Dad!
We do the right thing because we want to.
you so much.
Arbella, here for New England, here for good.
Michelin Winter Tires offer confidence in all types of winter conditions, and Town Fair Tire offers every long-lasting, fuel-efficient Michelin tire at the guaranteed lowest price. Plus, Town Fair gives you the most free services for life with your purchase of Michelin Winter Tires that keep you going for years to come. With a guaranteed best deal on Michelin tires, nobody beats Town Fair Tire. And I mean nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
When stress shows up, it can be hard to see. Maybe you can't sleep. Or you feel sad and you don't know why. Or maybe it's worse. Because stress can knock you down. It can hurt your health and your relationships. If you've lost a job, worry about your next meal, or have trouble making it through the day, we can help. Text STRESS to 211-211 to find a solution.
Season. Is that true? Is it just that you haven't met to talk about your future? How frequently have you guys been in communication over the course of the season?
We met during the season.
And have they given you the public nature of the discussion around the team and you specifically?
So we do follow-ups here, Stacey. I don't understand what's answer the question.
Just wondering if he's given you any indications about your future, because there's been so much discussion about it, Bill.
Yeah, I've answered that question 3 times now.
Bill Perry at the end of the virtual gathering with Bill Belichick earlier today.
Come on, Phil.
What's wrong with Phil? Nothing. He said, come on, Phil.
Come on, Phil. The answer to hey.
Yeah.
This is going to get fun.
No follow-ups. I already gave you no answer. You want another non-answer, Phil? Yeah. Let's go to Ken. He's in Newton. Hi, Ken.
Hey, Ken.
Hey, what's up, fellas? So here's my thing. Like, I know Bill Belichick and Robert Kraft aren't thick as thieves, but I know they made each other a lot of money. I think they're both going to retire together and let Jonathan do the next move. That's my thing. Discuss.
I don't believe that's going to happen. Does anyone else here believe that will happen? No? Okay. Thank you. Scott's in Mansfield. Hi, Scott.
Hey, guys. Zoe, I had a question for you.
What's up?
Nobody seems to be able to answer this question. I think I know the answer, but, I'd like to hear it from you. There's so many pre-snap penalties going on these days, especially on the offensive line, right? False starts. Why is it that you can have teams that a guard looks back at the quarterback and he slaps his ass before the snap? That's motion. I know. I understand. A guard and a tackle. Gradually, you get a little bit off the line of scrimmage, a little up off the line of scrimmage. But why is it those guys can't move at all? A tackle or a guard hiccups and it's false start, but yet these teams can not only start looking at the line of scrimmage and slap the ass of the center, and that's not.
It's a good question. We've always been drilled this way. You can do it with a slow, deliberate motion to turn, to talk, or to touch. You can't do that quick twitch where you're trying to look like you're trying to draw somebody off. But if you just slowly look back, talk, and then you actually get set at the snap. As long as you're set at the snap, it's fine. But if you make a quick directive move and you draw a defender, that's on you then. Then that becomes motion. So, happens all the time, especially on the road. You got to communicate. You got to talk. And sometimes hand gestures are the way you communicate because you can't hear.
Don's in Carver. What's up, Don?
Oh.
Hi, guys. I'm second day out of 7 days in the hospital.
Whoa.
And,
whoa.
All you guys were on vacation, and I thought, they're going to miss me, man. It's like you didn't even know it. Hey, listen, big shout out to Tim McCone.
Yeah.
I once told him about his cadence and his knowledge and that he would go up the ladder. I'm a big fan. Also, I drive a 2014 Ford Escape, which is real weird. Zolak, I'll always have a different vision of me looking up at the wind hit me in the face after today's show. Hello?
Oh, yeah, no, we're just listening.
Well, it's actually the snow and the sleet.
You're still here.
Oh, we're still here.
Yeah. And finally, Tua. To me, an average quarterback without his tools. That speed is amazing. And what I saw finally out of him was that he really would be just an average quarterback with any other team. That's the way I feel. Hey, good luck, guys.
Thanks,
and
I hope you're feeling better.
This is the first time I've ever seen you guys. I've always called you from my Ford Escape. Every single call.
Oh, this is first time on TV.
Right, bye.
He's never watched on TV, huh?
Oh. Sit up straight then. Hi, Dawn.
Hey, Dawn.
These bad boys out, Dawn.
Ford Escape guy. Love it.
Do you?
You and Don and Carver. He's a big fan of Tim.
Party
McCone.
time. Yeah. Well, how do you help you on your cadence? Like football cadence, or you're just delivery on radio?
I think delivery on radio.
Delivery, yeah.
What was the problem? You're kind of the same guy since day one. Where did you get better? Where did it change?
I don't know if there's been much improvement. I'm kind of with you on that.
I think there has. I sit there like you carry some shows by yourself. That's hard to do. It's pretty impressive. I couldn't do that. Hey.
Tua. He was an average quarterback. And then he got Tyreek Hill.
Yeah. You see Mike McDaniels tell the story when Tyreek Hill became available and Chris Greer came to him, push everything into the middle. That's why I'm not a GM.
Let's make sure we get that guy.
Make sure we get this guy. Got a different offense in. It's kind of like the way Andy Reid jump-started out there with him. Yep.
Joe's in Boston. Hi, Joe.
Hey, what's going on, guys?
Hey, how you doing?
Listen, I just want to throw my 2 cents. I'm sick and tired of Bill Belichick. I'm sick of the press conferences where he doesn't answer any questions. He treats us like garbage. It's like, pack your bag. See you later.
I don't care one bit about his press conferences. Quite frankly, don't care.
No.
I don't cover the team. Doesn't bother me. I care about the losing.
Yeah.
And the crappy team. That team sucks to watch every week.
It's a tough watch.
I've never been more relieved. I've never felt this way ever. Yesterday, I was like, oh, thank God this is over.
Yeah.
I've never, ever, ever felt that way about this
It
team.
offensively hurts me.
It's like enough.
Offensively. Yeah.
There's so many better games in this league to watch than ones involving the Patriots.
It's been a long year.
It's bad football. It's a bad brand of football. Football being played in the Stone Age on offense.
Yeah.
Ryan's in Malden. What's up, Brian?
Hey,
Hey, what's going on, guys?
It's hanging out.
You ever visit your friend when he was in jail, or you call him? What happened there? You never got to that.
Yeah, I was going to finish my story. I was going to say my rear end is killing me. Yesterday I slipped because my dog. But yeah, I was going to finish the story. I was going to finish the story. Is that cool?
Yeah. What do you got?
All right, so I think where we left off is where it was a crime theft. So I'm just going to go right into it. He went to a stolen car with his 4 friends. I don't think he knew one of them that well, but he knew 2 of them well. They were looking to rob a pharmacy with medications in it that they may or may not need. Yeah. Let's say my friend was a lookout. He was a lookout. So when they got, so the guys, they went in the pharmacy, they got what they got. They got 2 of them on camera. The 2 people that went in, they got caught on camera. Out of the 2 people, they got 1. And then that one person flipped on all 3 of them. I tell you, if Whitey Bulge was down, he'd be disgraced. But that one person flipped on all 3 of them. And that's how my friend is in jail right now. Because, yeah, he did do a dumb thing of looking out, but he got caught with he aiding and abetting. That's what got him. That's what really got him. That's what really got him. And I honestly think that's wrong. I mean, I know he's doing a crime, and it's my best friend, so it's kind of, I don't know. What do you guys think?
Was it armed robbery?
No guns. They went into as far as I know and heard the story, they went up the ladder and they kicked in a glass window that was open, like one of those old school glass. I don't know what you call them, but they're like they can open and unopen. You have to get to it though.
All right. So what did he get sentenced to? What'd he get?
So he got 4 to 6, but
the other guys get?
I know the other guys got this similar, but 2 of them got 5 to 10 because they're the ones that went in, they got more.
Interesting.
Yeah. And it wasn't worth it. So you said it last week. Was it worth it? No. And by the way, he did not call me. This is the weird thing about the jail system. I sent a letter. He did not get that letter until a month and a half later. I don't know why. And I sent that letter. I mean, unless the U.S. the post system is failing, I mean, I don't know what. And we've talked once in the last 5 years, which sucks because he's my best friend. But, yeah, that's...
How come he doesn't call you?
Pretty much.
Can you...
You know what? He says he didn't remember my number. I got too much stuff going on in here. I go, you're in jail. How do you have too much stuff going on in jail? What do you mean you got too much stuff going on in there? I'm like, what are you doing in there? He's like, there's all the things I got to do. I'm like, what are you talking about? I'm like, what do you mean you got to do? I'm like, what's your routine? We talked once, but I don't know if he's kind of putting me on or what he's been doing in there, but I can't say what he's been doing because there's some stuff that's going on that I did not know that was going on, but I knew it was going on, but not to the level of...
Whoa, what are we talking about here? I mean, what are we even referring to?
No, God, no.
All right. Maybe he doesn't want to be his friend anymore.
I wouldn't know numbers, though. I couldn't tell you what your number is. Because I just press your name. I sure as hell don't know yours.
You don't remember anyone's number anymore.
Yeah, no Louth.
That's a weird you and Louth thing.
Yeah, I used to dial it, though. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yours, we become so advanced with the phones now. It's enter the contact and just press dial.
Yeah. Right.
That's scary. Scary for kids.
I think what Ryan's saying is the fastest way to get rid of a friend is to go to jail.
Rat him out.
No, but just go to jail and then say, I'm busy.
Yeah.
Can't talk.
Don't know your number.
I don't remember your number.
It's kind of a bummer type call there in the program.
Nah, we're not into with that. We're going to Chris in Worcester. Chris.
Thank you, guys. Latitude. I don't get many Mondays off. I drive in from Worcester, Boston every day. I work. I'm a working stiff. But thank you for taking my call. Latitude. So, please, 2 things. So, thank you for 17 games this season.
Welcome.
It's hard. I understand. Very hard. Wasn't a great season. I don't care about Bill Belichick. I love him, but move on and get us a quarterback. That's what I want. That's what I told the call screener. I just want a good quarterback, just like Bledsoe, and a backup like you. So, and thank you, and appreciate the year.
You better have 5 linemen. You better have a Ben Coach. You better have a Vincent Brisby. You better have a Curtis Martin. Better have Kevin Turner, Sam Gash. Keep going down the list of guys. I mean, Dave Wallabaugh, Will Roberts.
Raiders have now also. I'm sorry. So I just
like you all think you're just going to get a quarterback that's going to make everything easy. You need about 7 other things on offense, too.
Yeah, it's why they're not close. Raiders have also asked for Adam Peters for an interview.
Interesting.
So teams are lining up.
I'll scratch him off the list.
Yeah, it means he's not going to New England. No. Patriots are going to get around to talking to Bill sometime next week. See where it goes. Today's takeaways are next.
Zoe and Beetle, 98.5 The Sports Hub.
Zolak and Bertrand is brought to you in part by Awaken 180 Weight Loss, the ability to change the term used to into I am. I am feeling great. I am pain-free in my joints. I am playing sports. Or I am keeping up with my grandchildren. Put more life in your life. Fast and sustainable weight loss at awaken180weightloss.com.
At Domino's, we know life doesn't always go as planned, which is why we're giving you a free pizza.
Joy.
Thanks. An emergency pizza to use when you need it most. Here you go.
Thank you.
No matter the reason, Domino's has you covered.
Thanks. You're welcome.
Get your emergency pizza to use in the future when you order Domino's online.
When you think of Boston, you might think of its famous food, but I think of all the goats. New England is the home of the greatest of all time in sports and in the courtroom. For over 40 years, Sokolov Law has been the GOAT. And if you're the victim of a medical mistake, or say your child was hurt at birth, you want the GOAT law firm representing you. That's Sokolov Law. And like the GOATs, they're fighters, and they'll fight to get you the compensation you deserve. Dial 1-800-CALL-JIM and get that free legal consultation today.
Remember, Dad, we've got Greenlight Infinity. You can see my location in real time, so you know I'm safe.
When I was your age, it wasn't that easy.
Does anyone have a quarter so I can tell my mom I'm safe? Anyone?
Bring your family into the financial future.
Bob's Discount Furniture is doubling down on new with my Playday sofa, built-in bookshelves, storage chaise, drop-down table, and a pop-up sleeper for just $7.99. When you can have a new year for less, there's only one thing to say.
Oh, my Bob! What's it gonna be?
All right, Tandy, what's it gonna be? The drink made from whatever was laying around? Or the one made with your Drizzly haul?
Drizzly!
Stock up today, sip well tomorrow. Drizzly.
What's it gonna be?
Welcome to Red Sox Winter Weekend. So great to have you all here in person. Give yourselves a hand tonight. We gather once again to welcome a new baseball season together.
The future of television has arrived. Next Gen TV is here. Immerse yourself in stunning video. Feel the power of movie theater quality sound and consistent volume across channels. Get the most out of live coverage with enhanced internet content. Next Gen TV, designed to be upgradable with the advancements of tomorrow. The future of television has arrived. Learn more at watchnextgentv.com.
The father is... Background stealing the scene. The father is you, John. With Next Gen TV and Dolby, dialogue is crystal clear.
That's right, there are 2 N's.
Volume catching you by surprise.
That's right, there are 2 N's.
With Next Gen TV and Dolby, there are no more sound surprises. Make the sound decision and choose Next Gen TV.
Looking for Michelin tires at the guaranteed lowest price? Get to Town Fair Tire for Michelin's cross-climate tires, offering a design that delivers an exceptional level of long-lasting performance throughout the tire's lifespan. Plus, Town Fair gives you more free services than anywhere else. For the guaranteed lowest price and your best deal on Michelin cross-climate tires, nobody beats Town Fair Tire. And I mean nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Here it is. Look how cheap it is.
Go for it, Steph. Be careful what you buy online.
It's finally here.
Counterfeit products are illegal. They are fake and can be damaging to you, your property, and your wallet.
It looks real, but I don't have a good feeling about this.
Whoa, no, get out!
Buying fake products can cost you the health of your face, skin, and eyes, or scar you for life. Real products are tested for safety. Buy the brand. Protect yourself. This message is brought to you by the National Crime Prevention Council and the United States Patent and Trademark Office.
You're smart. Buy smart.
Go for real.
Go for real.
Go for real.
Brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Take away your excess weight loss for life. The official weight loss program of the Boston Red Sox. Haven't signed anybody. Well, other teams do.
That's right. They haven't done that.
Awaken180weightloss.com.
Today we were talking about Jameis Winston.
Yeah.
All-time clip. All-time quote from him after the game yesterday. And we reacted to it today.
It's crazy.
I love this answer.
Victory formation, go in and kill it, kneel down, and the game's over. Nah, we're going to take a vote as a team of an offensive team.
Actually,
team decision.
Actually, we're going to do something a little different here, DA. Do something a little different.
Yeah, I've changed the play twice before, but, I mean, not when you're told go in and kill it at the end of the game.
A 41-17. You're getting your ass beat.
No. But you're lucky.
Like, you can't just say, why don't you stop him?
You're lucky somebody on Atlanta's defensive interior didn't get hurt.
Right.
They fired out and blew him off the ball. Like, and if I'd have got my knee rolled up after I'm taking off a play,
yes.
Like, that's a pitch you could go to the league with and get the Players Association involved and everybody.
Jameis made a call with his boys and, got
I heard you, DA, but
let's go. Let's go, guys. What do you guys want to do? I love that. I don't hate that. I don't hate that he did it at all. That's having fun. Make football fun again. Jameis Winston, it's a team decision. We just didn't include the head coach in it. Oh, so great. I love that. I've never liked that guy more.
Remember
That's so great.
I think it should be forgotten, especially when the score is already 41-17. So I don't know how much worse it can get.
Remember when he used to eat the W's?
Yes.
Pre-game speech. Well, he's had a history, man.
His teammates love him, though.
Florida State, they love him, too.
His teammates love him.
Eat them crab legs.
It always seems like he's never had a bad day either.
Never.
You got to give him that.
He's always smiling.
Good positive attitude.
Yeah.
It never registered during that whole thing that maybe I screwed this up. Maybe I shouldn't have switched the play.
Oh, no.
Like,
no, God, no.
Cross his mind.
Watch his action.
Yeah. No,
he hands the ball off.
Which is what I love about it.
He hands the ball off, and then he fist pumps like it was a game-winning touchdown.
And then
But also explain to DA that it was a team decision.
Well, his head coach is a boob. He goes up there and starts apologizing.
Had to explain it to the head coach what we did. Took it into our own hands. Made a decision as a team, as an offense.
Yeah, well, the Falcons stink. They got blown out in this game.
Dennis Allen has such control over his players.
Yeah, no, he definitely doesn't.
Right?
Yeah.
Another coordinator getting a head gig. Made to be a coordinator.
Maybe.
Some guys are just coordinators.
Hey, what time do you think the meeting is going to happen there in Foxborough?
I don't think it happens today. Oh, boy. I mean, we're at 2 o'clock already. Break for lunch.
Lunchtime's over.
Got a lot of medicals you got to take care of and sign outs and that. Maybe we'll get back to it tomorrow. No rush. Other teams aren't doing anything right now.
Zo's been making references to lunch since 10:30. No, you can't meet now. Lunch. Now 2 o'clock. I don't know. You can't meet now. Lunch. How long is lunch in that building?
It's not like you have to leave to go lunch. You have the ability to have a lunch served down there. Like you could order it.
Okay.
We understand how lunch works, so.
What's with your obsession in the food in this meeting?
It's like,
is that because Zoe will attend no meeting without food?
Without food, right.
You think they have tongs for the cookies, or do you?
I just have a feeling it's not happening today.
Tomorrow?
Maybe. Hopefully. I mean, everybody else are getting their ducks.
Maybe.
By the draft. We'll take care of it.
Yeah, by free agency.
All right, Felger and Mazz coming your way next on a Re-Entry Monday. We'll do it again tomorrow. Michael Hawley in with us tomorrow, right? T-Bone? All right, we'll do that. See you at 10 a.m. Bye.
Previously on Felger and Mazz, presented by DraftKings Sportsbook.
I'm starting to believe that the owners of the Red Sox are preparing the team for sale.
because the circumstances now are a lot different than they were 22 years ago. I've told this story a million times. John Henry told me they would own the team for 20 years, he and Tom Werner. That's what they agreed to. They then extended it to 25. That was a long time ago. However, I just don't think the growth is there anymore.
I think that if Robert Kraft is going to make the decision that he should make at this point, then he would make the decision the way Bill Belichick would make the decision, which would be unsentimentally and without any regard for past accomplishment and what someone's done in the past, only how much they have left and what they would do for the team moving forward based on the current state of the team.
He's a linebacker coach who hasn't done anything in the league at this level. How could I possibly get excited about that?
And he's also from the Belichick tree. Like, it would just feel like more of the same.
Like, it's just facts are facts, or like, it's just obvious. He's a linebacker coach who's never coached an NFL game, who's been in Belichick's system that is, run aground. How could that possibly excite me?
The only way Bill survives is if Kraft wusses out.
That's it.
There's no way he can survive based on merit, based on
logic.
Any sort of plan you want to come up with to make it work, splitting the baby, taking away the GM responsibilities. None of it makes any sense. The only way he survives is if Kraft wusses out.
Felger and Mazz is presented by DraftKings Sportsbook. Download the app and get in on the action today. Use code NBCSB when you sign up.
It's Felger and Mazz.
Stupid, my God.
Presented by DraftKings Sportsbook on 98.5 The Sports Hub.
Well, I'll kind of follow up a couple things from yesterday. As I said, it was obviously a very disappointing season all the way around. Players, coaches, staff, organization, everybody's not anywhere close to what our standard and expectations are. So, obviously things that need to be fixed. Proud of the way the players and the team competed. But not the results, obviously, from any of us. Start with me and, all the way down to everybody else that was involved in it. I know we all feel the same way. So I'm under contract, do what I always do, which is, every day I come in, work as hard as I can to help the team in whatever way I can. So that's what I'm going to continue to do.
And so it begins. What did you think he was going to do? We've been trying to tell you for months that, contractually speaking, Bill Belichick has the leverage. And he knows it. Well, he's going to be traded while Robert holds the card. What are you talking about?
Bill is under contract. They have to fire him, and he knows it. And he knows they don't want to, quote-unquote, fire him. I don't think. I guess we'll find out today. But make no mistake, it was said on a Zoom call with lousy sound and a lousy connection, and just sort of buried there in an opening statement. But make no mistake, that comment, I'm under contract, packed a lot of weight, and it was a salvo. And it was a statement on the current state of affairs, which is, I'm not playing ball. I have the leverage contractually. I have the leverage. You're going to have to fire me. Otherwise, I'm under contract and I'm showing up to work. And I'll even work with you to restructure who makes the decisions and whatever you want. I'm amenable to whatever it takes. I'll see you tomorrow at 9. And it's all on Robert's lap, and that's the way it's always been from the start. This fantasy that Bill was somehow going to work with them or a trade or something. Like, have you not seen the way these guys operate? I mean, these guys, Belichick, Parcells, it's the way these go. And I don't blame them. I mean, the people he's dealing with, meaning the owners, hold people to contracts and play hardball and say, well, you signed it. Well, that's what that is. So what did you expect from Bill Belichick? And so that's what he did today. And that, to me, is the lead story as we come here on a Reentry Monday on Felger and Mazz. Mazz, Murray, what do you think?
Okay, so look, let's rewind the clock just for a second. Okay, 23 years ago, Bill wanted out of the Jets. What happened with the contract?
He immediately wrote on a napkin that I'm out of the contract. It starts with the contract.
Okay, and you know what? He couldn't get out of it. So the Patriots had to make a trade. Now he's on the other side. It's amazing how that happens. If you work a whole career or live a whole life, inevitably you'll end up on both sides of the same situation.
Where it benefits you to be under contract or hurts you to be under contract.
Correct. Now it benefits them.
Excellent.
And now the Crafts are the ones who want out. And they want Bill to play nice. If I were Bill, I'd do exactly what he did today.
100%.
And you know what? He's earned it. He's earned it. If the Crafts don't want to pay him, what'd you give him a contract for?
You don't think these NFL owners at the first opportunity would turn around and leverage you over something you signed?
Of course they would.
So suck it. I'm here. I'm under contract at 9 a.m. bright and early, 7 a.m. bright and early. I'm ready to go, Robert. I'm in the film room. I don't blame Bill one bit. And, why did the Crafts extend him? And when that news came out in the middle of the year, I said it. Why you say why? Well, because why? You wanted to have leverage over him? So he didn't bolt? You never wanted to give him the opening to leave you, so you were always going to have an extra year of control? Okay. Well, the risk was that it was so bad that you wanted him gone. And now he had that extra year, and he had it over you. That was the risk, and you lost. You lost. You lost that bet, Robert and Jonathan. You signed him to an extra year because you thought in some way you'd be able to hold that over him, as Mazz has pointed out, which usually the way it works in the past. If you have someone under contract, generally you have the leverage. You get to trade his rights. You get whatever. He doesn't get to move unless you say so. And that's, I guess, historically the way that it's gone. So the only risk there in signing that extra year was that it was so bad that you had to move on. Well, you lost the bet. And now you're on the hook. And what should they do, Mazz? What should they do?
Fire him. And again, I say fire him. Call it publicly, whatever you want. But my point is, pay him and be done with it.
That's it.
Pay him and be done with it.
It's only as hard as the Crafts want to make it.
Really, it's that simple. Pay him. So let me get this straight. The problem with this scenario, the only reason there's even a debate is because the Crafts want it both ways. If they have a good year, they want to be able to keep Bill and control where he goes.
Yep.
If they have a bad year, they want to be able to cut ties with Bill and not pay him. Well, you can't have it both ways. It's one or the other.
No, sir. Exactly right. I'm kind of with Bill on this one.
I'm totally with Bill on this one.
It's like, hey, you insisted on that extra year. I mean, I'll take it.
Yeah, you made your bed. Now lie in it. I don't blame him. Yeah, he's got the leverage here. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, Murray, your thoughts?
Yeah, I found the thing kind of equally hilarious and uncomfortable to listen to because, I don't know, I'm not good with any kind of contract negotiations, whether it's mine or listening to any other people's. That's why you have people to do that. But it was clear. Bill was like, no, F you. This isn't going to go easy for you. I know you want it to go easy, but screw you. It's not going to happen that way because I hold all the cards. And I get ugh about that kind of thing. So it was tough for me to listen to, but also kind of hilarious.
You don't like the contract stuff, Murray?
I don't. No.
Oh, that's the fun stuff.
No, let someone else deal with that. That's why you take your 6%. I don't have the.
Oh, that's wasted 6%, man. Dig in there yourself. That's the fun stuff.
Nah.
Just pay the guy.
Just pay him.
But it is funny that he paints himself as just a cog in the wheel and part of the machine here, model employee. That part I found funny. Oh yeah, no, you've always been the model employee here. Yes, sir. No, sir. Whatever you need, Mr. Kraft. That's a crock.
Well, he's just playing the game, right?
Yeah.
It's he doesn't want anyone to say at the end that he was uncooperative or breached his contract or didn't act in good faith. No, hey, look, I'm under contract. I'm here to look ahead with this team and fix what we can fix. And if there are changes that need to be made, I'm willing to, and I'm paraphrasing obviously, but this was the whole tone of the thing. I'm willing to work with everybody as we have already to this point. I'm not the only one. I'm not the only one that's a part of that decision, but as we go forward, I'm here to work with everybody to make this better. And did I mention that I'm under contract? It's priceless. What did you think was going to happen? I hate to say I told you so, but the whole thing about the trade, it's nonsense. And if the Crafts can pull it off, tip of the cap. But contractually speaking, unless there's something we're not seeing, and we don't know what the contract says, But if this is the way most contracts are and the way these things go, Bill's not a player. He's not bound by the collective bargaining agreement. You can't trade his rights, and he has to report to the other team. It doesn't work that way. He starts with the team. He has to want to go there. He has to come to terms on a contract with that team. And then at that point, you turn around and you work out compensation. So, but it starts with him. And as I've been telling you from day one, why would any team give up a draft pick when he's going to be fired? And now we're in, are we going to have a staring contest where the Kraft say, well, he's not fired? Okay, then I'm showing up. Hi, John. Hi, Robert. Here I am again. Bright-eyed, bushy-tailed. Stupid. You made your bed, Robert, Jonathan. You made your bed. You wanted to have an extra year of control. You thought it would play to your advantage. You didn't think it would get this bad. No one did, but here we are. And so that you can't have it both ways. Exactly right, Mazz.
I mean, it blows me away that how many coaches get fired and don't have some sort of parachute. They all do. This is the deal. You don't get it both ways. You can't extend the contract to protect yourself so he can't leave. And then he sucks, and you want to fire him without paying him. No!
I love it.
It doesn't work that way.
And, any of you who thought that, this had a chance of continuing, do you still? Mazz, brilliant analogy. This is just the Jets' day in reverse.
Yeah, totally.
It's the same thing, though. It's the day one he was supposed to be the Jets coach. He resigns and says, I resign on my contract. I break my contract. Today, nope, I'm fulfilling my contract. It's the same thing in reverse, but it's just a leverage game. It's a legal game. He's gone. He's gone. Did you watch the broadcast yesterday? Okay, Fox is not carrying on like that unless they know he's gone. They all know he's gone. The question is the legalese and the contract and what's he getting paid or what's their rights or this part to it. But everything else is over. I would say, especially when he starts off today with, in his opening statement, I'm under contract. Oh.
Now you want to talk contracts.
Said the guy for 24 years, we don't talk contracts. Well, unless it's my franchise quarterback who I want to blow out of here or me who they owe $25 million a year to. Then, okay, yeah, I'm under contract. Good Lord. And I think everyone's picked up on it properly. I'll just give you one example. Tom Pelissero of NFL Network. Everyone's antenna got raised when he said that. Here's Pelissero, NFL Network.
As for the Patriots, their head coach, Bill Belichick, as of this moment, is still the head coach of the Patriots and held his annual day after very early morning press conference this morning. Belichick struck a very specific tone. He noted that he remains under contract. He was asked whether or not he would give up personnel control, if that's something that owner Robert Kraft would want, to which Belichick responded that he is for whatever is best for the organization, and Belichick talked about continuing to do his job the way that he does every year. One way that you certainly could read those Belichick comments is after months of speculation about what Robert Kraft might want to do, what Bill Belichick might want to do, potentially going and coaching someplace else, which he dismissed as a hypothetical that he would not address. By making those comments, I'm under contract, I'm continuing to do my job, I'm for whatever is best for this football team. That now puts the decision back on Robert Kraft's plate. In other words, Will, if I'm not back as Bill Belichick, as head coach, go ask Robert Kraft why it didn't work.
It's where it began. It's on Robert. That's it. Bill's not going to quit and give up the contractual leverage that he has. Even if he wants to quit, why would he? You owe me $25 million or whatever it is. I'm going to show up till you pay me, fire me. You're on the hook for that money, pal. So nothing's happening until Robert makes a move. Does he have the balls? Does he have the stomach? Is he ready to make the move?
Good question.
Everyone seems to think so.
So just grow a pair, for crying out loud, and pull the trigger.
It's never going to be easier for them to do it than now. After the season that they just had, after everything that we read about from behind the scenes, how this whole thing has gone, just fire him if you're done with him.
And Murray, here's the other thing, too, because obviously there are teams that already have coaching vacancies within the last 24 hours. They're already moving forward with their, maneuverings. Yes. Yeah. So now, look, I think the Patriots have a plan in place, if you're asking me, which we can get to later.
Oh, we will.
But the point is, if you want to get in the game and start moving the process, you got to move. You got to make a decision. Let's go.
Or are you futzing around with this contract and what you owe them? Don't do that. So that's where we're starting here on a Reentry Monday. It's brought to you by Blue Bear Plumbing. When it comes to plumbing, heating, and air, no one compares to Blue Bear. When you call Blue Bear, you can expect expert service from their friendly staff for all your heating and plumbing services. For more information or to book your appointment today, visit bluebearplumbing.com. Your calls right after this.
You're listening to Felger and Mazz on the Sports Hub.
Chevrolet Sportsnet Central updates are presented by your New England Chevy dealers and the Chevy Silverado, the strongest, most advanced Silverado ever. Find yours today at your local New England Chevy dealer.
All right, what's going on? Tom Giles got a Chevrolet Sportsnet Central update. Celtics, they're at the Pacers again tonight. This time, though, the C is going to be without Jason Tatum after scoring 38 points in Boston's 118-101 win on Saturday. Tatum's been ruled out for tonight's rematch with left ankle sprain management. Sam Hauser also will not play due to right shoulder impingement. Pre-game coverage begins right here on NBC Sports Boston at 6 p.m. All right, that's going to do it for the Chevrolet Sportsnet Central update. We'll get you back to Felger and Mazz in just a few minutes.
How do you know when you've made the right decision? It's the feeling you get in your gut. The one that tells you what's right or wrong. It's the one that says, sure, I can have a drink. Or the feeling that says, okay, I've been drinking. Now what? It's the voice inside you that says, I'm buzzed. Better leave the car when it's time to go. Plan ahead. Catch a sober ride. Buzz driving is drunk driving.
Each day, researchers make new discoveries that bring us closer to the moment when all cancer patients can become survivors. Some days they take small steps. Others, huge discoveries lead to giant leaps forward. This progress, both small steps and giant leaps, happens with the help of clinical trials. Clinical trials are a fundamental path to progress and the brightest torch researchers have to light their way towards better treatments. And if you've been diagnosed with cancer, they may be your brightest ray of hope. Clinical trials introduce new hope in addition to the current standard of care by allowing researchers to provide participants access to cutting-edge and potentially life-saving treatments. So if you're interested in exploring new treatment options while helping to light the path for other patients, clinical trials may be the best choice for you. Speak with your doctor and visit standuptocancer.org/clinical trials to learn more about clinical trials. Together, we can stand up for all of us.
Every Tuesday, Tom Curran talks about the Pats and other stories from around the league.
They're just been in too many spots, and it didn't have to be that way. I don't like it.
Quick Slants, tomorrow at 6 on NBC Sports Boston, presented by your local New England Honda dealers.
Commercial, industrial, or residential. When you need mobile, hot water de-icing, get the power. Atlantic Power Cleaning. Don't let the cold slow you down. We'll de-ice frozen, muddy job sites so you can keep working year-round. Our Atlantic Power Cleaning team is New England tough. We don't hibernate. Winter, spring, summer, or fall, all you gotta do is call AtlanticPowerCleaning.com.
Welcome to Red Sox Winter Weekend. So great to have you all here in person. Give yourselves a hand tonight. We gather once again to welcome a new baseball season together.
There are oceans and rocks, places where fish swim and birds fly. History is made, art is created, things happen that should always be remembered. Heroes emerge, a woman sets people free, a man makes light, a leader steps forward. It can be a place, a feeling, a state of mind. So get up, get out there, and find your park.
Saying that. He said it yesterday as well. I'm under contract.
I don't know that I've ever heard Bill Belichick reference his contract in New England before. Shefty, I read with great interest your entire column yesterday about the coaching decisions that are getting made around the league. What can you tell us up to the minute on the future of Bill Belichick?
Well, that is the issue there, Greeny. He pointed out, somebody who doesn't talk about his contract, that he does have a contract. And that's a message to say, essentially, that Robert Kraft either has to fire him at this particular time and owe him the money if that's what he wants, or, again, he's under contract. Like, that's unusual for Bill Belichick to say. And I think the issue here is going to be whether Robert Kraft believes he can trade Bill Belichick for compensation, hold him out, and essentially negotiate with another team that would be willing to compensate the Patriots with a draft pick, or whether he just would be willing to let Bill Belichick go. Look, there's a widespread feeling across the league that the time has come to make a change in New England, that both sides will be going their own ways, and it's just a question exactly of how it plays out and when it plays out. And that's what we wait to see. Now, today, Bill Belichick said he'd be willing to talk about surrendering some general manager responsibilities, some personnel responsibilities. But the fact of the matter is, I think most people believe that these two sides are going to wind up divorcing. The question is, what's in the details, and how does the marriage dissolve? Make no mistake about this. Bill Belichick is not ready to retire. He does not want to quit. He is a football lifer. That's what he wants to do, and that's what he plans to do in the future. The question is where.
Chef for this morning. So the biggest thing is the contract. It always starts with the contract. It started with the contract when Bill came here. It's starting with the contract when he leaves. And there's real money there involved on top of it. But there's just another side piece to it, and that is the optics. Bill's not going to give Robert a break on the optics. Robert doesn't want to fire Belichick. And Bill basically has backed him into a corner.
Yeah, he did. He's daring him to fire him.
Well, it's not daring. It's like, I'm here. I want to keep coaching. I'm willing to work with the team. I'm going to show up like I do every year and try and fix what's wrong. So if they part ways, no matter what they call it, it's obvious that Robert's fired him. Mm-hmm. And I don't think Bill, if I had to guess, isn't going to agree to any other terminology. He's not going to. No. What do you mean, mutual parted ways? No, I'm here ready to work. No. So on top of the contract, there's an optic thing. There's an emotional thing. No, Robert, I'm not going to let you off the hook on what we're calling it. If you want me gone, you're firing me. You're firing the greatest coach of all time. That's on you. And Robert should. I think he will ultimately, but I don't think Bill's willing to work with him even on that. I'm here. I'm ready to work. If you want me gone, you fire me.
And that's what they should do. What are they dicking around for? Like, again, and I know why they're dicking around. Okay, again, they don't want to pay the money.
Money's part of it, but I also think the optics, too. I think Robert is reluctant to fire Bill Belichick.
And I'll say the same thing. How many businesses have they run? How many decisions have they made over the years that he's been an owner of anything? Just pull the freaking cord.
But I'm just telling you.
Pull the cord.
I'm telling you that, and we've looked at this, Landry did get fired, and Jerry Jones caught a world of grief for it. But Shula wasn't fired, quote unquote, right? He was pushed out, no doubt about it. Noel, Shula, Lombardi, you name it. Those guys don't get fired. They aren't fired. And Robert, I think, is sort of twisted up in the Hall of Fame thing, too. I think he fears that he's being docked for letting Brady go, given all the revisionist history that you hear, spewed out of that side. And now is he reluctant to put this on his resume, too, because of the Hall of Fame thing? I don't know. All I know is I think Bill, and rightfully so. You want me gone, you're going to fire me. I'm not going to make it easier on you. I'm not going to soften the blow for you. Because in Bill's heart, he does want to stay. No. Bill wants to stay with his current salary and his current job. And if I'm not going to show up, I'm not going to let you off the hook like this is somehow partly my decision. It's not. It's yours. It's all on you. And I think that's part of it, too.
Well, I'll tell you, look, again, as we talk about it, how many decisions has Bill made over the years where we always knew it was his call? So at least, we can say that about him.
Until today, which now is Bill sort of grade the lines on that, which we'll get to.
Okay, but this isn't really his call, Mike.
No, it's not.
This is Robert's call.
Okay, to your calls here as promised. Peter and Holliston, what do you got?
Hey, I think
Kraft have some leverage here. I mean, if they fire him, they got to pay him the $25 million. If they don't fire him, they still have to pay him the $25 million. But there's nothing that says they can't go out and get a new coach and a new GM, especially a Bill Belichick who doesn't like labels. You hire him under the Kraft umbrella. You let that. No one's doing anything except reviewing the college kids for the draft coming up right now, and you stick him on the sidelines. If he wants to get a job, they're going to start to fill up quickly. There's 5 out there.
Peter,
everyone's already.
Peter,
yeah.
do you hear what you're saying? So
I hear exactly.
No. You want the Krafts to hire another head coach while Bill's still under contract?
Why not?
Why not? You've then breached Bill's contract. He's effectively fired, and
he gets his money.
He gets his money. We can't do that. What? And so what? Who?
So his point is they're going to pay him no matter what.
Yeah.
So they should just continue to, they should do what he's doing. In other words, just run your business. Start your search, hire a guy, and tell Bill, don't show up for work. We're going to pay you.
I don't think.
I don't know if they can do that either.
Well, so this is my point. That my guess is Bill has contractual control over the roster. Bill has contractual control over his staff. If they start making decisions along those lines, they've breached his contract, which is effectively firing him.
You can go to court.
You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
You can't do that, Peter, or anyone. Has that ever happened?
Not that I can. I mean,
where a team had a coach, but they were trying to figure out how to get rid of him, so they hired another head coach in the meantime. Give me another example where that's happened.
I can't, but my guess is if it happened, it was the Raiders.
I mean, the Jets, there's things I can't remember how it happened.
Well, the Jets might be close. What happened with Belichick and Parcells? They had 2 guys at the same time.
No, Parcells wasn't. Parcells resigned as the coach the night before. And then by contract, it became Bill's, because that's what Bill originally signed for with Leon Hess, the old owner.
Right.
I take over when Parcells steps aside. Parcells stepped aside. Bill then was contractually bound to take over. He didn't want to, which is why he wrote on the cocktail napkin, I resign. And in the interim, after he did that, I don't remember what the Jets did. They put Al Groh in there, and he was a coach for a year while Bill was in court, and I covered this thing when Jeffrey Kessler was his lawyer and all of this. I don't know if the Jets had named anyone in the interim. My guess is they didn't, and that Al Groh was named subsequent after all the Belichick stuff got meted out in court.
So again, I'm not.
You don't hire 2 coaches at once. That's just sorry. No, Peter,
right.
no.
I'm not speaking to the titles per se, but the Jets made a mockery of it, is what they did. Or, that whole thing turned out to be a clown show, which is what this will be if they try to go that route.
I don't really believe. I don't think so. It wasn't a clown show. The Jets had contractual rights over Bill. If the Patriots wanted Belichick, they had to pay for him. They had the contractual leverage. Bill tried to get out of it. He couldn't. They wouldn't let him out of the contract. They, being the league, the powers that be, it went to court.
Right, but that is my definition of a clown show, is that it becomes then a legal battle versus, the reality of, can we just hire a coach and run our business?
Well, the Jets were in the right there. They got a first-round pick.
Yeah, no, they were totally in the right. I'm just saying that's what it then becomes. It becomes that is what I would call a clown show. So you know what are we tussling over? We're tussling over the contracts instead of just doing the obvious thing. We trade you, it's over, because that's what we had to do. The Patriots didn't want, at that time, they wanted Belichick and didn't want to have to pay compensation. Yet when Parcells left, they wanted compensation.
And now that Bill leaves, they want compensation, even though they're going to fire him.
Do the Krafts ever give anything in a deal? Is that the deal? Do they ever give anything in a deal?
Tom in Portland. Hi, Tom.
Hey, how you doing? Listen, Bill has them over a barrel. Kraft has to fire him. If he stays, there's just no way. He's got him over a barrel.
I agree. Contractually, he has him over a barrel. If you just talk about the pure leverage of the contract, it's on Bill. The only leverage the Krafts have is that Bill, if it were up to him, would still be the coach of the New England Patriots under his current role, and the Krafts can take that away from him. But if Bill is willing, and I bet he is, to walk away and coach somewhere else, then F you. If you want me gone, it's on you. You have to fire me. You owe me the money. I get to go where I want. And the way it's going so far, it feels like Bill's not going to agree to anything less than that. So if the Krafts wanted some sort of elegant solution, some sort of compromise, some sort of mutual parting of the ways, hug it out, shake hands, I'll trade you for a draft pick, I get something, you get something, we all are whole. I don't feel like Bill's to this point, willing to play ball.
I'm with Bill on this.
Me too. You made your bed. You wanted him for an extra year. You felt you'd have leverage over him. For some reason, you wanted him that extra year. The risk was that it blew up, and you had to get rid of him. And so, well, you ran the risk, and now here you are. You made your bed. Move on. Move on. What was Bill saying today? Some interesting comments from his last presser as Patriots coach today. We'll get to those after Big Jim Murray gets you updated.
Sports Hub headlines.
Bill Belichick lost yesterday. What is likely his finale as head coach of the Patriots. The Jets also snapped their 15-game skid against the Pats with their 17-3 win in the snow. Patriots will now have the third overall pick in the upcoming NFL draft. It is Black Monday in the NFL, so firings abound. Ron Rivera fired after 3 seasons in Washington and a 26-49-1 record. Arthur Smith fired following a third straight 7-10 season. Smith completed his tenure in Atlanta with an overall record of 21-30. Bruins and Celtics double dip tonight. Bruins hit the road for a 4-game road trip out west that opens against the Colorado Avalanche. Avs come in 7-2-1 in their last 10 games. Puck drop at 9. Judd Surratt, Bob Beers with the call here in the New England Honda Dealers 98.5 Sports Hub Bruins Radio Network. Celtics going to be shorthanded in their second game of this mini-series against the Indiana Pacers. Both Jason Tatum and Sam Hauser are out. However, Kristaps Porzingis good to go after getting poked in the eye, missing most of Saturday's game. Tip-off at 7. Sean Grandy, Cedric Maxwell have the call over on Rock 92.9 as part of the BetMGM Celtics Radio Network. And the college championship game is tonight. Number 1 Michigan against number 2 Washington, with kickoff a little after 7:30. Headlines are brought to you by Bentley University, a force for business, a force for good. I'm Jim Murray for Boston's Home for Sports, 98.5 The Sports Hub. Another update at 3.
Brace yourself. More Felger and Mazz is on the way on the Sports Hub.
Felger and Mazz is presented by DraftKings Sportsbook. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and get in on the action today.
All right, what's happening? Tom Giles going to be alongside for our Bella Early Edition with Trendy tonight at 5:30. Special time of 5:30. Got a 30-minute show leading you right up into Celtics pregame live. But we will be keeping an eye on the latest with Bill Belichick in the Patriots. Of course, he held his season-ending morning press conference. And, well, there are a couple notables in there for sure, including Bill saying that, well, he's still under contract and also maybe admitting that he would acquiesce and not be involved in player personnel. He'd be okay with that. Well, we'll talk all about it. 30-minute show, 5:30. We'll see you then.
More than 100 million Americans rent, but more than 97% of renters don't get credit for paying their rent on time. With Self, you can change all that and build credit just by paying your rent.
Free credit building for renters. Download Self to start today.
You're a busy contractor with a new truck or van and need help upfitting it with new equipment. Commercial Truck Solutions from AAA Work Trucks showcase quality equipment from major manufacturers like Ranger Design and Adrian Steel. We can offer the organization and time-saving efficiency you need to be more productive. You can never make a second first impression with your customers. Call AAA Work Trucks and we'll take the work out of your next work truck. Online at AAAWorkTrucks.com.
The name to know when the drains don't flow. John Sewer, we get the job done.
Leave your drain pain to the experts. John Sewer is available 24 hours a day to respond to your business emergency. We do the dirty job so you can focus on yours. Visit our website today at johnsewer.com.
John Sewer, we get the job done.
Winter is here. You know what that means. Ice dams, frozen gutters, and slippery walkways. Melt them all with Atlantic Power Cleaning. Our hot water ice buster crews brave that Boston cold. We'll protect your home or business this winter. 24/7, 365. Cape Ann to Cape Cod. The owner still answers the phone year-round. Winter is here, but we don't hibernate. AtlanticPowerCleaning.com.
Welcome to Red Sox Winter Weekend. So great to have you all here in person. Give yourselves a hand tonight. We gather once again to welcome a new baseball season together.
Everyone loves winter fun, and you can take it even farther in a Honda. Experience the season's joys and conquer its challenges. Meet Snow Mode, standard on all Honda SUVs and truck. Because no matter how tough winter gets, you can still have fun driving it. Honda, Kelley Blue Book's KBB.com best overall brand for 2023. Buy online, reserve from select dealers, or visit your local Honda dealer today.
Every Tuesday, Tom Curran talks about the Pats and other stories from around the league.
They're just thin in too many spots, and it didn't have to be that way. I don't like it.
Quick Slants, tomorrow at 6 on NBC Sports Boston, presented by your local New England Honda dealers.
They're the new home for the most unfiltered coverage of your favorite team. The NBC Sports Boston app. Get the latest news from the insiders you know and trust.
Can he be the impactful player that we saw?
This is the app for Boston's authentic fans.
Felger and Mazz is brought to you in part by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. The ability to change the term used to into I am. I am feeling great. I am pain-free in my joints. I am playing sports. Or I am keeping up with my grandchildren. Put more life in your life. Fast and sustainable weight loss at awaken180weightloss.com.
With you, there's been a lot of reporting that you and Robert have not met during the course of the season. Is that true? Is it just that you haven't met to talk about your future? How frequently have you guys been in communication over the course of the season?
We met during the season.
And have they given you the public nature of the discussion around the team and you specifically?
So we do follow-ups here, Stacey. I understand what's sensitive, but
just wondering if he's given you any indications about your future, because there's been so much discussion about it, Bill.
Yeah, I've answered that question 3 times now.
Thank you, Coach. Thanks, everyone.
And that was it. Fitting. Just like Belichick's exit on the field, which I'll get to, was a fitting end. So was it Bill Belichick behind the podium. That, I predict, was the final exchange of a Bill Belichick formal Patriots press conference.
I think that's probably right.
That'll be the final question and answer Bill Belichick fields behind a Patriots podium in front of Patriots signage to the Boston media. That's it. That was it. Fitting. Phil Perry, who's been up his keister for 2 years. Bill Belichick snapping at Phil Perry, then kind of snapping at Stacey James. I thought there were no follow-ups here, Stacey, because that was clearly the thing. You know,
We do follow-ups here, Stacey. I understand what's sensitive, but
these guys, you know, Stacey, these guys get one question, no follow-ups. I'm not going to be badgered on this thing. They get one question and that's it, no follow-ups. So Bill Belichick's career behind the podium in New England ends with Phil Perry getting under his skin, Bill snapping at Phil, snapping at Stacey, and walking off the podium. Isn't that perfect?
Yep, that's who he is. That's his, MO.
Could not have been a more fitting end. There's another question answer that caught our attention, Mazz, especially. Number 11, Jimmy, please.
Who asked this one? Was this Hurley?
Yeah, this was Hurley.
When you go back to April, May, June, heading toward training camp, did you think this team, as constructed with the roster and the coaching staff, was built to contend for a playoff spot and maybe a championship?
yeah, well, the moves that we made, given the options that we had, we felt like we did what was best for the football team. Each time, obviously, the results aren't good. Some of those things were, I think, positive. Some of them didn't work out as well as we hoped they would. There were other circumstances in some of the other decisions as well. So we'll go back and look at all of them and again, look forward to, working towards, solutions and things that will improve our team.
What were your thoughts on that, Mazz?
The moves that we made, given the options that we had. What does that mean? Given the options that we had, you could have signed Jacoby Myers, right? You chose Juju Smith-Schuster. So I heard given the options that we had, and I wondered if that was a shot at the Crafts about the budget.
You bet. Did they want to sign DeAndre Hopkins, and did budgetary reasons preclude them from signing DeAndre Hopkins?
What else am I supposed to think? They're given the options that we had.
I mean, I've even heard that one, that was at play, that the Bill actually wanted Hopkins, and there was no money for him.
Like, there was something there. I mean, again, you look at the players he chose over the ones he could have had. They could have drafted a tackle in the first round. They didn't.
That's exactly what it was. He whined about the money 3 or 4 years ago when he was on Charlie Weiss's show on Sirius XM. Remember? Like,
yes.
That's something that sticks with him.
I mean, so, there's some veil. I say maybe it wasn't that veiled. There's some shot at the Crafts there. Again, given the options that we had, because the guy was squeezing my nuts and I wasn't able to spend money. Otherwise, I'd have built this roster better than what we have. But he put the screws to me after the free agency here, and he said, that's it. You're not going to get the kind of dough you want anymore.
Given the options we had. Okay, so clearly that was some sort of buck passing there. I think there was more buck passing in this press conference. Number 2, about giving up personnel, Jimmy?
Wondering if you've given any serious thought to relinquishing the personnel, maybe some of the draft responsibilities, and coaching the team, which you were saying yesterday is something you still really want to do.
Yeah, I'm for whatever, collectively we decide as an organization is the best thing to help our football team. And, I have multiple roles in that, and I rely on a lot of people to help me in those responsibilities. If somebody's got to have the final say, I rely on a lot of other people to help. And, however whatever that process is, I'm only part of it.
Okay, so there's 2 part of that. Go ahead, guy.
I'm just one man. I mean, I'm a cog. I'm a part of the machine here. I don't have much say. I'm just a model employee. Yes, sir. No, sir. Whatever you need, Mr. Kraft. Like, give me a break with that line. That was such a tell.
I mean, seriously, again, that is back to what we decide collectively, the collaborative thinking.
It's about the collaborative effort.
Absolutely.
He's throwing ownership and Robert under the bus. Like, hey, I don't make all the picks here. You've got a meddling owner now. What do you want me to do?
He went through a checklist, for crying out loud, of little things that he wanted to take digs at.
The airing of grievances is what it was.
Totally. Festivus for the rest of us. That's exactly was that kind of thing. That was absolutely a shot at them. Sorry, go.
No. Keep going.
Yeah, that's what that was. Collectively we're going to decide that. No, we're not.
All of a sudden, the man who, the biggest control freak in an industry that is rife with control freaks is saying, well, I'm for whatever collectively helps us as a team. I rely on a lot of people for help.
I mean, he's ran it like a dictatorship for 2+ decades, but now it's a democracy. Give me a break.
Well, but this is what I think it is. I think it's all just posturing on the contract, which is you are not going to accuse me of acting in bad faith. I am acting in good faith. I am under contract. I am reporting for work. I am ready to talk. I'm ready to collaborate. I'm ready to do whatever you believe is in the best interest of the team. And so this is all on you, Robert. You can't accuse me of one thing. I've lived up to my contract. I'm under contract. If you want to make tweaks, that's certainly within your right. And I am here to talk about those things, whatever's collectively best for us. And so I am acting in good faith. That's one part of it. The other part of it is tacitly deflecting blame for some of his atrocious personnel decisions. Don't look at me. I didn't take the quarterback. Don't look at me. I was going to give Hopkins that money, but they didn't have it for me. Don't look at me. It's that stuff. So it's it's a little two-pronger there for Bill Belichick.
Definitely. Again, 2 for the price of 1. I'm all for that. And you know what? So would the Crafts. They would take that too. Look, again, in this whole scenario, I don't mean to make it overly simplistic, okay? It all ends with one very simple thing. Robert Kraft says we're done.
Robert has to do it. Bill's not given the escape hatch.
If Robert Kraft does that, it's over.
I mean, because if Bill said today, well, it was always my understanding that, hey, listen, fellas, if they want you to cook the dinner, they should let you shop for the groceries, okay? You know, at that point where Robert can say Bill's not acting in good faith, he's putting up a stink about what we're doing and what we want to do and what's best for the team. And so Bill's totally disarming anything Robert would have after him. If there's some gray area in the contract about who gets personnel control and exactly what those lines of demarcation are, Bill's not even going to fight the gray area. Go ahead. You want to bring someone else in? You want me to do this? You want me to do that? I'm willing to do what is collectively in the best interest of this team. And so he's taking any... Robert, if you want to move on, you have to fire me. You're not going to have any other escape hatch. You're going to have to fire me and pay me my $25 million and let me go where I want. There's no in between. And again, on this, I'm with Bill.
Me too. I'm so with Bill on this. It isn't even funny. Really. And again, clip that, Jimmy. I am done with Bill. I am 100% with Bill. Again, you can't have it both ways. If you're the Crafts, you can't extend the contract to protect yourself so the guy can't leave. And then you want to fire him, but you don't want to pay him.
Or you want compensation or something.
Right.
Or something. You don't get it both ways. Either you want him or you don't. If you don't, you're on the hook for it.
Right. You made a calculated judgment. You were wrong. You lose. Move on.
You're on the hook for it monetarily. You're on the hook for it in the court of public opinion. And I said, when the news came out, I said it. Why? Why did you need to give him that extra year? Why? For what reason? And so they made their bed. Now they don't want to lie in it. A long commercial-free segment is next. We'll get back to your calls.
They want you to cook the dinner. At least they ought to let you shop for some of the groceries. Okay? And I'm not trying to be cute. I really am not.
Get ready for more Felger and Mazz on the Sports Hub.
Chevrolet Sportsnet Central updates are presented by your New England Chevy dealers and the Chevy Silverado, the strongest, most advanced Silverado ever. Find yours today at your local New England Chevy dealer.
All right, what's going on? Tom Giles got a Chevrolet Sportsnet Central update. The Patriots ending their season Sunday with their first loss to the Jets since December 27th, 2015. There were some silver linings in all of it, though. Carrying the lows brought to you by the Chevy Silverado, and following their loss to the Jets and Washington's loss to Dallas, New England officially clinching the number 3 pick in the 2024 NFL Draft is the Patriots' highest draft position since 1993 when they took Drew Bledsoe at number 1. All right, that's going to do it for the Chevrolet Sportsnet Central update. We'll get you back to Felger and Mazz in just a couple minutes.
Awaken 180 has given me a kind of a new lease on life.
I would, and I have recommended Awaken 180, even to my doctor.
Awaken 180 weight loss has changed my life forever.
First couple of weeks, I lost 20 or 30 pounds.
Today, I feel fantastic after my 10 weeks on Awaken 180.
I'm actually lighter now than I was in high school.
Being able to tell people I'm half the man I used to be.
You can recapture what you want to be and who you want to be if you just strive for it with Awaken 180.
Online at awaken180weightloss.com.
Commercial, industrial, or residential. When you need mobile, hot water de-icing, get the power. Atlantic Power Cleaning. Don't let the cold slow you down. We'll de-ice frozen, muddy job sites so you can keep working year-round. Our Atlantic Power Cleaning team is New England tough. We don't hibernate. Winter, spring, summer, or fall, all you gotta do is call AtlanticPowerCleaning.com.
In our country's time of need, you were there for us. Now it's our turn to be there for you.
Welcome to the VA.
Your VA is rapidly expanding veterans' benefits for those exposed to herbicides and burn pits in the past 60 years. From healthcare to compensation, hundreds of thousands of veterans are now eligible for new benefits. Hi, I'm Dr. Hoy. How can I help? To enroll or learn more about what VA can do for you or a loved one, visit va.gov/PACT or call 1-800-MY-VA-411.
Welcome to Red Sox Winter Weekend. So great to have you all here in person. Give yourselves a hand tonight. We gather once again to welcome a new baseball season together.
You from our future JetBlue vacations package.
flights, hotels, spa credits. I want spa credits.
Better vacays are in your future. Book now.
It's a really cool winter day. I want to go outside and play.
Go outside and play in a brand new 2024 Subaru Crosstrek with standard symmetrical all-wheel drive, because there's always more to explore.
It's a really cool winter day. I want to go outside and play.
Buy starting at $25,195 or lease for just $299 per month.
Subaru.
Looking for a new set of Michelin winter tires? Get to Town Fair Tire and get them at the guaranteed lowest price. Michelin cross-climate tires offer a design that delivers an exceptional level of long-lasting performance throughout the tire's lifespan. And at Town Fair, you'll enjoy more free services for life on your Michelin tires than anywhere else. For the guaranteed lowest price and the most free services for life, nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody!
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Head to NBCSportsBoston.com or the NBC Sports Boston app to watch the Celtics on your favorite device. The Boston Celtics live stream is presented by Nissan. Shop NissanUSA.com.
Our individual voices are powerful, but not everything has a voice. Let us be a voice to the voiceless. It's time to speak up for nature.
What's it gonna be? All right, 60 seconds to draw the perfect gift. What's it gonna be?
A bottle of Don Julio 1942 delivered.
Delivered with Drizzly. Gifting without the guessing. Drizzly.
What's it gonna be?
Oh, you could have had him in the 30s. Why'd you draft him at 29? You could have had him at 54. Why'd you take him at 29? I don't care about that.
Felger and Mazz. Weekdays from 2 to 6 on NBC Sports Boston. Presented by DraftKings Sportsbook.
As I can to help our team every day. That's what I'm going to do.
Until they fire me. And if I had to just give you a take based on what's happened so far, a half a day into the thing, Bill's going to make Robert fire him, both contractually and publicly. He's not going to give him any outs. Nope. No elegant solution for you, pal. This isn't my decision. It's yours. You have to own it, literally and figuratively.
Tell you, again, good for Bill. Really good for Bill. Like, and again, it doesn't bother me any. I mean, 1 million coaches have been fired. 1 million more will be fired. Like, who gives a rat's ass? It's not like it hasn't happened to everybody at some point, whether you're the greatest of all time or not. So you get fired. Big deal. I don't understand why Robert is so afraid of it.
I told you.
So afraid.
You don't think the Hall of Fame thing is in there?
Maybe, but you know what? He was afraid with Brady, too. Like, he pinned that one on Bill, too. And he had a hand in it as well.
Well, so he doesn't want to be the bad guy. And
Ever.
And there are people who think Bill shouldn't be fired. Now, I don't know if it's – I thought it was like 70-30. NBC Sports Boston ran a poll last night. Over 50% of the people wanted Bill retained.
Really?
3,000 votes. I don't know. Is that online somewhere? I thought I saw it.
Where the hell were they yesterday then? Is the snow the excuse? Because if this was his last game – no, not to jump ahead, but like – I'm there yesterday. That was like Chargers-esque, that 6-0 game earlier in the season. Your hardcores were there. Tip your cap to them. But, like, if that was his last game, you cared about him that much, you want him back, you'd bang that place out.
Well, we'll get to that in a second, as I said. But I don't know. So just back to Kraft. Why is he? Because he doesn't want to be portrayed as a bad guy. He doesn't want to be viewed as the bad guy for that percentage of fans who think Bill should be retained. I don't know what that percentage is. 30%, 40%? Is it 50%?
So, again, they got to get 100%.
I guess. And then I do think, and again, the tip-off was that insane Athletic article last week with the revisionist history on the Brady decision, how Kraft let him out of the contract because he felt that was the best way to keep him. The most counterintuitive pretzel logic you would ever want. No, I have you under contractual rights for 2 more years, but I think my better path to keep you is to let you out of those 2 years. Say what? But I think Robert is super sensitive about being labeled or tabbed with letting Brady go. And maybe he thinks that's hurting his Hall of Fame chances. And he doesn't want Belichick on that list too. So, and Bill ain't letting him off the hook. No. This will not be a mutual parting of the ways. This is not my decision. I'm here ready to work and do whatever the team needs. Love it.
I can't believe I'm saying this. If Belichick were here right now, I'd kiss him.
Oh, that would be great. I'd love to see that one.
I would kiss him. I'm so with him on this one.
Tongue him. Here's Ryan in Atlanta. Hi, Ryan.
Right in the ear.
Hey, guys. My thing is, excuse me, it's funny. I laughed and shook my head when Bill brought up the contract. I'm on the contract. I said, oh, this weasel, but he's right. Kraft has to fire him. It's just, for a team that always says, we don't listen to the outside noise, and it's like Mr. Kumbaya himself. So if you're listening, it's bad business if you keep him. The team is, nobody showed up yesterday. I don't care about the snow. Yeah, even if the season ticket holder fans say, we want Bill back, but then you don't show up. It's like, give me a break.
Okay, well, just your first thing. This all goes away if Robert just lets him go.
It's that simple.
It's over. It's going to cost you some money, and you'll have to deal with whatever public fallout there is from the portion of people that want Bill. But other than that, the leveraging and the posturing and all, it just goes away. It's over. So that's what they should do, and they're obviously moving on from him. So just do it and own it.
Right. Just own it and bite the bullet. Do what's best for your team and say, hey, look, it came to an end. We appreciate everything he's done, blah, 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 and move on.
Tim in New Hampshire. Hi, Tim.
Hi, guys. I think Kraft just needs to get off the pot, fire him, because if he doesn't, the longer this drags on, the more power Bill has. And who wants Bill coaching next year with a rookie quarterback, and he gets a hair across his ass and decides that he wants to ruin him?
So, right. I mean, I don't know if Bill's position enhances, but it doesn't decrease. The Bill's under contract. If Robert wants him gone and Bill doesn't agree if Bill doesn't want to leave, if Bill doesn't agree to a trade, Robert has to fire him. Until then, Bill's allowed to show up and work and do what he's doing. That's what his contract says. And nothing changes. So it's all with Robert. And I don't know if time increases or decreases. I think it just largely stays the same. But there's the poll. I don't know if Vinny has it up for the simulcast here. They ran this yesterday, I guess, during the post-game show on NBC Sports Boston. What did the Patriots do with Bill Belichick? 56% bring him back.
That's insane.
Come on, you people.
So Kraft isn't the only one that doesn't have the stomach for it.
John in Charlestown. Go ahead, John.
Hey, guys. Happy New Year. Thanks for taking my call. Felger, I hope you don't hang up on me, but I really think Kraft should sell the team. Kraft is a tiny billionaire compared to the new crop of people that are in the – you're looking at a multi-billion-dollar business, and you can't pull a trigger over 25 lousy meal? That's like wine and cheese money for these guys. You need to be decisive. You need to walk away. And you know what? If you want to win the Hall of Fame again, bring in a quarterback, bring in a GM, bring in a coach. Win another two. I guarantee you'll be back in the Hall of Fame. And if you don't have that, if you don't have the stomach for that, if you don't have the like these guys that are popping money left and right, and that's what I have to say.
John, thanks for your call. I didn't cut you off. What, you want a real billionaire like David Tepper, that moron?
Yeah, no, that would be a good one.
Down in Carolina? Or Steve Cohen with the Mets? That guy? You want one of those guys? No. Listen, the Krafts deserve to be scrutinized and criticized for things that they've done wrong. I firmly believe that. I'll lead the charge on that. Never at any point in time have I said or do I believe they should sell the team. They're still good owners. And I would much, much rather take my chances with whatever Robert's got left in the tank or whatever Jonathan's got in store than turn it over to some unknown turbo billionaire a-hole like David Tepper. I'm just fine with the Krafts are good owners. And until they put up a long track record of making bad decisions, I'm not going to change my mind on that. I'm happy with their ownership, and I don't want them to sell the team. But be that as it may, today, Robert, it's time to put your balls on the table. Stop being so afraid and or cost-conscious or whatever it is that's holding this up. Just do what you need to do and own it. That's your job.
I mean, why do I feel like every time there's a bill involved as coach, it ends up in a court?
It's like...
Really, again, like the Parcells thing was a struggle. The Belichick thing coming here was a struggle. Now Belichick is on the way out. It's a struggle.
Well, not yet, but let's see where this goes. I mean, it doesn't feel like it's a clean break.
I know it's not a struggle yet, but it's going that way. That's how it feels. I'm being predictive there as much as anything. Just pay the guy.
Tony and Sonam, what do you got?
I get this, and just give me a second, okay? You're not looking at the whole picture. You're not looking at the picture that Belichick wants wants to be the winningest coach in football. Now, if I'm Kraft, know what I say to him? You're gone. He doesn't want to go. Okay, you don't want to go.
Tony, what do you mean? Wait. You say to Bill, you're gone. Right. Bill hasn't any right to say what? I don't want to go. He has to go.
He has the right to say that.
No, he
and
doesn't.
You know what I say? I say, Bill, whoever you draft, we're not signing.
What are you talking? I can't talk to him.
No, please. He's delusional.
When you fire someone, he's gone.
It's over.
What are you talking about?
He gets his money and it's over.
God. So Tony in Stoneham says the Krafts are going to fire him, but he gets to stay and run the draft.
Right. No, I'm staying.
The previous caller said, here's what the Patriots should do. They should hire another coach while Bill is still here. People, please, don't make this any more complicated than it has to be, or keep it here on planet Earth. None of those things are feasible.
Yeah, Felger, I'm not leaving.
It's very simple. If Robert wants Bill gone, he has to fire him, and I think Bill has made that clear. Bill is not going to play ball with Robert. He's not going to give him an out contractually. He's not going to give him an out publicly. I'm here to work. I'm here to work in good faith. I'm under contract. Anything other than that is your decision, and you have to own it. As I've said, literally, meaning pay me, and figuratively, you're going to fire me. That's it.
When Joe Murray gets here, I'm staying.
How about
I'm not leaving.
How about what went on yesterday at Gillette Stadium? What went on yesterday at Gillette Stadium? What went on yesterday during the telecast? Bill Belichick's final day as Patriots head coach. Our thoughts on that after Big Jim Ray gets you updated. 90 seconds, no commercials.
Bust from the Town Fair Tire Studios, home of the Celtics, Bruins, Revs, and Patriots.
Left side, touchdown Patriots.
Boston's home for sports is 98.5, the Sports Hub, Beasley Media Group Station.
What's happening? Tom Giles got another Chevrolet Sports Central update. Bill Belichick is still the head coach of the Patriots. Here's what he had to say this morning during his season-ending press conference.
Proud of the way the players and the team competed, but not the results, obviously, from any of us. Start with me and, all the way down to everybody else that was involved in it. I know we all feel the same way. So I'm under contract, do what I always do.